Good morning to you and welcome from Royal Liverpool and the final round coverage of the 151st Open. Yesterday, 35 players broke par. There were 11 rounds of 4 under or lower, more than the first 2 days combined. It was moving day indeed. And today is their last chance to leave their mark on the final men's major of the year. We woke up to rain and wind this morning, thankfully for us. It's gotten a little better since then. There will be more to come, perhaps even more so into the later stages of the day. There's also a slight chill in the air, isn't there? About 15 degrees or so Celsius, 60 Fahrenheit. There'll be showers and we're expecting a wind switch later on. So a couple of variables coming the way, perhaps of those players on the front page more so than anybody, but they got the better of it yesterday, much to the delight of Jon Rahm in that historic 63. He moved his way right into contention. It is the lowest score we've ever seen at Royal Liverpool in an Open. And it's Brian Harmon who continues to lead the way by 5. He will be tough to catch. Cameron Young, his nearest chaser. A couple of good moves out there as well. Steady progress. Rory McIlroy's got better with every round. But I don't know, is the order too tall? That is the question. We think so. He's 9 shots back. Would need a lot of help at the top. Min Woo Lee continuing to impress in the majors as he has in the first 3. He's been in the top 10 at some stage in each of them and has continued that form here. If we roll through some of the scores, Sami Välimäki was a great story on Friday evening, birdied the last to make the cut. Great for the Finn. So much pride on the line. There is the Ryder Cup captain as well in Zach Johnson. Some of the players we'll be seeing early on today, Robert McIntyre and Porrick Harrington. And of course, the amateur who's delighted us all this week in Christo Lamprecht. What a name to watch he will be in the years and decades to come. So why don't we show you some of the action from our leader yesterday in Brian Harmon. I'm Ali Whitaker, joined in the commentary box by John Cook and Dale Hayes. John, Harmon continues to impress.
No doubt about it. He's a gritty player. We compare him a little bit to Corey Pavin in his heyday, where he just never gives up. He's got a lot of shots. He believes in himself. Good ball striker, wonderful short game, and he will fight and scratch all the way to the end.
Yeah, shots like that. It's little wonder he hasn't missed one putt inside 10 feet all week. It is marvellous stuff on the greens and not too shabby elsewhere as well, Dale.
Absolutely. His putting, his iron play was terrific. When he did miss a green, which didn't happen very often, he was able to get it up and down. And chances are he's going to be the 3rd left-hander that is going to win the Open Championship. Great Bob Charles in 1963. Sir Bob Charles, excuse me. And of course, Phil Mickelson before him.
It is going to be a very tall order to catch him. Brian Harmon up by 5 going into the final round. We haven't seen a lead like that in the Open since we were here at Royal Liverpool last. It was 6 shots and it was Rory McIlroy. So this is the next group. And it is going to be Bryson DeChambeau and Andrew Putnam out in each other's company today.
Yeah, not the week that Bryson DeChambeau was hoping for or putting together, and Andrew Putnam is a fine. I would say he's a bit of a veteran on the PGA Tour. He's been around for probably 8 years or so, and wonderful young player and good putter. But this will be an interesting pairing because we know what Bryson can do with a tee shot, and Andrew just kind of plods his way along. This will be an interesting pairing.
They'll both feel like they're playing on their own.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank goodness, not 6 hours. Like last year, or what was it? What year? Yeah. No, not. Oh, last year.
Probably last year.
Yeah. St. George's, I think.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, we booed you.
I'm used to it.
Wait for this to clear and then I'll send you on.
Yeah.
This is game number 3. On the tee from the USA, Bryson DeChambeau.
A self-admitted golfing nerd. He always loves coming to the links, doesn't he?
Oh, that he does. He's like the human experiment.
He's been playing well. That's out to the right. 4th at the PGA Championship earlier this year. How's that gone? Finds the rough.
Yeah, as strong as he is, that shouldn't be too bad.
On the tee from the USA, Andrew Putnam.
Rounds of 73, 72 and 73 for Putnam. But they both start the day at 5 over par. We'll see if Slow and Steady wins the race out in that pairing today.
Yeah, like Dale said, they might be playing a single by themselves all day long.
You've got to admire what Bryson has done over the last few years. You know, he tries everything, he tests everything. He doesn't believe in any of the old theories. He wants to actually prove them to himself. And he's made some changes that he admits were wrong. And then he's gone back and Danny Willett here, just in the edge of the rough, but he's got enough green to work with. Oh, what a beauty. Lovely.
Hit a nice one at the first as well, so that's pretty handy around the green. The opening 2 holes for Danny Willett. A man from Sheffield, same as Matt Fitzpatrick, Alex Fitzpatrick, now part of that conversation as well. He's in contention here today. It's about 2.5 hours or so, depending on the traffic, inland from where we are on the west coast of England.
Danny Willett has a habit of winning the big tournaments. Of course, the Masters, but the British PGA, the Alfred Downhill, he's won all the big ones, hasn't he?
That he has, and I know he went through some injury issues there for a little while, and back healthy and getting his game has been in shape for the last couple of years. So he said he's not afraid of the big stage.
And this is his playing partner out there today, Christo Lamprecht, who will take the silver medal, the first player from South Africa to do so.
And that's quite an honor. And Christo at Georgia Tech in the United States. I've seen him play quite a bit. I cover a lot of the NCAA golf over there. Didn't have the greatest NCAAs this year, but certainly won the amateur, and has really continued a nice little run in his summer.
He said his goal was to get into the majors this year. How about leading one? How about getting the silver medal as well, Dale?
That's right, not bad. And he's now been picked for the Eisenhower Trophy team. Did you ever play in the Espirito de Santos?
I did, yes, in Argentina. It's a big honor.
It's a big honor, yeah.
Did you play Eisenhower?
I did as well,
Did you?
1978.
This is a good 3-ball then.
Let's go play.
I played the year Lanny Watkins played.
There you go, right.
Yeah. Lanny and Tom Kite, Alan Miller.
I bet you Porrig played.
No, I would think so. Alan Miller, what a name from the past. He was a really good amateur player. Of course, Lanny, we know. He'll tell you, too. Love the guy.
He's a beaut. I got on really well with him. He's very kind to me when I played in America.
It's just been the putter for Scotty Scheffler this week. He's had more than 30 putts every day. And he's had, 95, I think. 96 in the last 3 days combined. That's a lot.
That is a lot. That's you're going to contend in a major championship, especially the Open. Well, you gotta make putts. He just doesn't look real comfortable. Doesn't look confident. Not seeing anything in. It's going in, so that it's hard to gain confidence when you see every putt miss on the edge.
Just to put that into context, Brian Harmon's had 77 versus 96. So just the 19 strokes different. There are the pin placements down the first in all 4 rounds. So back left's been the hardest so far today, toward the back on the right. John, what do you make of the pin placements? You've been studying them.
I have been, and the first 4 are right out of the box are very, very difficult. All right on the edges, no real access to them, a lot of danger around them. The first gettable pin, honestly, is the 5th hole, the par 5, which is right in the middle of the green. I think you'll see some excitement there. I think you'll see lots of birdies, maybe perhaps some eagles at the right time. Andrew just right there on the front right part of the green. Hole playing really long today.
I say he's on the dance floor, but he can't hear the band.
This pin way in that back right, and it looks inviting, but not far to the right of this hole. It slopes way off. It might say it's on 5 from the right, but it really is only a couple on from the right because it'll fall off. And that ball didn't come out of there like Bryson just thought it might.
I thought you were going to land probably like 5, 6 past.
This will be a nice pairing. Robert McIntyre and Porrick Harrington.
When you get to 51, you realize.
When you get to 51, you realize a lot of things. I remember the good old days when I was 51.
Oh boy, I was excited to be 51. Not that excited to be 66.
And Ali has no idea what we're talking about.
So adored wherever he goes. It'll be nice to watch them play alongside each other out there this morning. So not long until they go now, but there's plenty more to come today from Royal Liverpool. We go to the third with Danny Willett at the par 4.
This little dog leg from left to right. Just try to put a tee shot out there at that elbow, right at that turn. Pin today way in that back right and only maybe 5 yards from the out of bounds to the right of this hole. It's this is a scary little golf hole with the wind blowing in out of the right. Be a scary second shot.
It's the eighth consecutive made cut for Danny Willett in the Open as well. He's had a couple of top 6s in there. Keeps that run alive. 1 in a row for Lamprecht.
6'8", long arms. A couple of tee shots this week. He's been over 200 miles an hour ball speed. That's in competition. That's not world long drive. This is the Open Championship. That's amazing.
It is crazy, isn't it? It's quite funny because in South Africa, in the last 4 or 5 years, we've had 3 unbelievably long hitters, all really tall guys. I don't know if you've heard of Wilco Ninaba.
Oh yes, I've seen his game.
Another guy by the name of James Dupree.
Seen that as well.
You know, and now this guy. 3 incredible. I don't know where they've come from suddenly.
Super tall too. I mean, they're all 6'8", and I think is it James Dupree's like 6'10",
something like that.
something
yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And it's funny because he learned golf just down the road from us, and on a very narrow golf course.
This is game number 4. On the tee from Ireland, Podrick Harrington.
One of 15 past champions in the field. He's done it twice, though, in 2007 and 2008.
Teeing it up on that right side of the tee. Yeah, try to hit a little cut out there, a little fairway finder.
Fred Daly was the first Irishman to do it. He did it here in 1947. So much history at Hoylake. That is gone in.
On the tee from Scotland, Robert McIntyre.
It's his 5th week in a row. He said last night he just struggled out there yesterday. Got to the point where he just hit driver because it was going to go in the rough anyway, so he thought he'd better be closer to the green. He's contended as well the last 2 weeks on the DP World Tour.
Yeah, that can wear on you mentally.
Yeah, and that's what he said. He said between the years he probably didn't quite show up in the 3rd round. At 73 yesterday. These are 2 players in Porrig and Robert, both identical scores in 74, 71 and 73. But gosh, Porrig, he just loves it, doesn't he?
That he does. He's such a welcome addition to the PGA Tour Champions. He's so well liked over there and so fun to watch.
A winner this season as well as we go up to the green. Andrew Putnam from long range.
All he wants to try and do is get down in 2 from there, and he's got off to a very good start.
And a very reliable putter, Andrew is. That's a tall ass, though, from the front of the green, almost 70 feet.
How good's this pin on 3 today?
From where Danny is, it's really rough. You can see where that pin is. Just to the right is out of bounds, so he must be shooting towards the center of the green. Something like that.
Clever. No one's saying no to that shot on 3 today, let alone from where he was.
Put the club in the bag and let's go. Get out of here.
Let me walk up there with that putter and not have to drop a ball.
So putting for a par now for Bryson DeChambeau. And that's a very good effort. Not what he'd hoped to start off with a bogey.
He'll be the type of player that after this round, he might go hit balls. He just is always working at it.
I think he and Harrington have that in common. The 2 of them are both never stop trying different things. If you can knock this in, it'll be a nice confidence builder. Beautifully holed. I've got a great friend in South Africa, Dennis Hutchinson. You might have heard his voice on
Certainly.
commentary. Hutchie, he's still playing. He's 91 years old, and he's still playing. In fact, he shot 83 the other day, and complained about the bunker sand on the 1 hole. But let's just have a look at Lambrecht's little chip here.
You see how close that out of bounds is. Pretty good effort there from Christo.
You know you're in trouble when you stand over a shot like Christo had, and you're thinking about shanking it out of bounds. But Hutchie is 91 years old, and he's still trying different things. Never stop.
Great thing about this game. You can play it until you just can't play it anymore. Honestly, it's, you know, we're always trying to figure it out. Even now, not competing anymore, still trying to figure it out. That's all Padre could do. These bunkers, they play so much bigger and wider than they appear. Any golf ball that's within 4 or 5 yards going at that bunker will usually find the bunker.
Ball placements of Robert McIntyre over the first 3. Fairway rounds 1 and 2. Well out to the right. Yesterday, similar story today.
Putnam's 3 wood off the tee at the second. He's left that out to the right. Let's hope for a good lie. Oh, that's probably not going to be too good.
Yeah, nothing but high rough over there. A lot of bogeys and higher made from right there. some of the luscious rough on the golf course.
Hands very, very high.
Going with driver. 185-mile-an-hour ball speed. That's pretty substantial. Just in that left rough, but with this whole location and that left side, that he'll be good to get it right to the middle of the green.
Nice float, Anna.
The slide doesn't look too bad. Just try and sneak it past that right-hand bunker that's just on the side of the right-hand side of his cap.
Pretty wide left miss there for Robert, but he'll be pitching over a lot of little slopes and up a little steep rise.
A lot of these young Europeans really hoping for a good week this week to, to help them with their Ryder Cup points.
I'm sure Captain Luke Donald is watching the board and out there observing some of his young players to see how they handle Sunday situations here at, at the Open Championship.
Yeah, he's here, isn't he? And not playing himself, and the fact that he said it's easier to keep an eye on everyone else that way.
See that wind blowing in at 9 miles an hour, gusts to 28, and that's the miss that you can't make right there. That'd be pitching up a steep slope, short pin.
Unusual mistake for Padraig Harrington.
To the third green with the putt back across it for birdie for Danny Willett.
Yeah, wonderful second across that out of bounds to put it just past the hole. A wonderful effort. Nice three there for Danny at the tough third.
This is Jordan Smith will be teeing off in 2 hours, and he's already practicing putting. That tells us something.
Yeah, not maybe struggling on the greens a little bit.
Absolutely.
Or not sure if that's part of his routine, but that's pretty early. I just like to show up, hit some balls, and go.
He's been struggling on the greens all year. It's kind of his MO. Hits loads of fairways and greens, incredible ball striker. And when it matches up, I think it was from Portugal, wasn't it, where he shot a record low score. That's what happens. Gets himself into contention so many times. It's just whether the putts fall.
Looks like he's just working on hitting a spot. Those two tees right there, rolling it through and concentrating on the first 1 foot of the putt, getting it on line. Maybe he has really had trouble starting his golf ball on line this week.
Lamprecht for his par at the third. Oh dear. He's got one of those, I guess that's a mid putter, but he uses it as a normal putter when you're that tall.
39-inch, just a regular putter.
So 2 bogeys in the first 3 for Lamprecht. Birdies will come. Down to a little European duo with Adrian Otegi and Adrian Maronk.
This is game number 5. On the tee from Spain, Adrian Otegi.
On 2 of the players that are kind of on the fringe of the conversation for Ryder Cup. Now more so Adrian Maronk, but Adrian Otegi, when he had that victory at Valderrama, certainly put his name in the mix last year.
sitting next to Thomas Bjorn yesterday, he was really high on Adrian Ortega as far as he's one of those kind of point A to point B, very straight, very efficient in his golf swing. Doesn't, play that bomb and gouge type play. You win at Valderrama, I mean, you're a straight hitter and a thinker.
And a player. Doesn't like the first hole though, bogeyed it 2 of the 3 days. Hoping for a better start. Had a horrible lie up on the edge of the bunker yesterday in the rough.
See, the wind is blowing pretty hard already this morning, coming out from that. Kind of how
On
they
the
played
tee
Thursday,
from
Friday.
Poland, Adrian Baronk.
We called him Adrian the Trailblazer when he won the Horizon Irish Open. In fact, he's won 3 Opens, hasn't he? The Australian, and then more recently, the Italian Open at Marco Simone, the host of the Ryder Cup. First man from Poland to do everything in golf so far. He'll add his name to more history as the years progress. Already on about 250 years of honour rolls.
Now you see where they drive in there. They were carrying those bunkers yesterday in the afternoon.
You're right, it was,
and hitting 30 yards past.
yeah, just hitting wedges into here yesterday, and not today or the first 2 days.
Now look at this, outside the right foot. That's very interesting, making sure that he can run the ball up and that it will skid along the fairway grass when it first touches ground.
McIntyre has work to do for par back at the first. We go up to 2 with DeChambeau.
Took driver off the tee. Now a shorter iron into this green hole cut in that left side over that bunker. That is outstanding shot. I didn't think there was any way he could hit it over that bunker and keep it on that level. Wonderful.
So currently this is the wind that we had more so on day 1 and day 2. It shifted a little. We're expecting another turn more out of the north later on. So this is the aforementioned par putt for McIntyre.
Really the pulled second shot that caused that bogey for McIntyre.
Andrew Putnam for birdie at the second, goes up that little slope, then back to the right. That's really the strength of his game, is a wonderful putter.
So this for a 5 for Harrington. Nicely hold.
Chance to get back the dropped shot from the first here at the second for DeChambeau. This for birdie.
Slightly uphill, actually, and move to his left, come off that bunker. Not that much.
Do you think that'll fool a few today?
Quite possibly.
Yeah.
If players try to take on that pin right there, they're going to have that putt quite a lot. So doesn't break a whole lot.
Great to see the next gen out there.
Family outing.
There were so many kids out on the golf course yesterday. Went out and had a look after we'd finished in here for the morning. It's quite a sight when you go and watch the final groups at an Open. It's like there's ants everywhere. You know, there's just that many people. That's how it looks. Let's go to less than driver for Harrington at 2.
See that wind blowing hard off the right. If there's another little bit of a wind switch, the hole play more down out of the right. That's well positioned there for Padraig.
Stand there, please. Thank you.
Driver for McIntyre. There you can see the wind. Quite difficult for a lefty.
Definitely with that left to right down. You just gonna have to aim it to the right. Just try to send one. Tugged it. Guarding against going left. And depends on the lie over there. Whole location on that back left.
2 woods to the first hole for Otegi. That started off beautifully. It's not quite going to reach. Don't often see tour professionals hitting woods to par 4s.
No, it's 465 yards today. Into the wind, out of the left a little bit. Really difficult opening hole.
Normally the only time you see a tour professional take out a 3-wood is when he's like chipping it from the edge of the green.
Right, exactly. A lot of players don't even carry 3-woods anymore. They hit their 4-woods or 5-woods so far. Thomas was really high on Adrian Meronk yesterday as well. Gave him high compliments, and I would think a big bonus point for winning the Italian Open on the Ryder Cup venue. Has to be a bonus point.
And he's just such a lovely guy too, someone you wouldn't hesitate to pair with just about anyone.
Oh boy.
That was not his finest.
Nor will the lie be, I dare say. Down in that long grass. They can see it at least. Worked so hard with his coach who discovered him on the range. He went, Matthew Tipper, his coach, he went out to work with the Polish Golf Federation, and he went and had a look at all the other players, and they said, oh, wait until you see this guy. And that was Adrian Meronk. This is what's coming next, though. Gary Woodland out with Brandon Robinson-Thompson, who will enjoy that pairing. I dare say the man from the Isle of Wight. A couple of, well, current and former world number ones, Brooks Koepka and Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, not the tee time that they wanted, either one of them. They were both two of the favorites.
You'd remember the terrific player from South Africa, Harold Henning.
Oh, of course.
He used to say when you teed off early in the morning, he said, good greens means small checks.
Words of wisdom. My old friend Joey Sindelar, who was my teammate at Ohio State, he would always say if we were out playing early, he says, let's pay some bills, boys.
So left a little bit more penal than right down the first so far today. Big advantage if you can hit the fairway. Good half a shot or so. Look at that, the first tee packed as it has been every morning early on. Just coming up to the 8:35 tee time with David Lancaster.
This is game number 6. On the tee from the USA, Gary Woodland.
He won his major back in 2019 at Pebble Beach, no less. Just had a little bit of a shocker on the green, so it seems to be a a growing theme as we roll through some of these first few groups.
Let's see how difficult this first hole tee shot is. Wind blowing in, out of the left at 20 miles an hour. Gary, one of the longest players. Not sure if that stayed short of that bunker or just found it.
On the tee from England, Brandon Robinson-Thompson.
One of the qualifiers through to the weekend. How special for him. He won in Egypt earlier this year. Plays on a number of mini tours around the world, making his debut. He'll also be playing on the DP World Tour later this year at the World Invitational, which he qualified for in Northern Ireland through a win on the Clutch Tour. I think it was at Ballymena. It's been a good year for him.
Good for him. Just playing golf as often as he can. There's a kid on the U.S. Tour, Eric Cole, that has played a number of mini tours. Bobby Cole's son, Laura Baugh's son, that has played all over, just trying to play golf, and finally got his tour card. So perhaps Brandon will do the same thing.
But he's got to work on the name. It's a little bit long.
It's a long name.
You know, if he had an L in the middle, BLT, you know, that in America would at least mean he's got a sandwich.
Beautiful tee shot there for Padraig at the second. Now he can go pin hunting if he wants to. Needs to slow down. It does. I'll stay there. Easy. And
oh no.
That's what I mean about these hole locations. They might say 5 or 6 from the edge, but it only really plays at 2 or 3. You really have to be aware.
Now Morong might actually be short of that long grass. Or he might be just chipping it sideways. That's what I was hoping he wasn't doing. Oh no, sorry. Sorry, he was at the green, excuse me.
Turned out okay. Better than okay, that was brilliant. Nice work from Moronk up to McIntyre.
Pretty wide right, but got a nice lie and can go right at the flag. Now that needs to slow down. Nicely done.
Might settle him down. Had a tough start yesterday. Went bogey. So he's going to go back and play some shinty when he gets home. Would you like an Australian and a South African to try and explain what that is to you, John?
Please do. That's new to me.
Yeah, yeah, no, can't. There's a goal.
Combination of?
It looks like a very flat hockey stick.
Okay.
The ball, as I understand, is actually quite hard, so it's quite a...
Okay.
Yeah, it's a heavy
I think
ball.
I've seen it, yeah.
Halfway between a hockey ball and a cricket ball, I'd say. Yeah, and you get knocked around.
What is it called?
Shinty.
I've never heard of it.
Ah. A little bit like Irish hurling, you could say, I guess.
Now, I've seen hurling.
Yeah, a little bit more familiar.
Crazy.
Mm.
I was infatuated by it. It combination of about every sport that you can play.
You easily pleased, I can see.
Oh, I'm not just a sports nut. I'll watch anything on television. I'm just a sports crazy.
We'll get you some footage, John. Shorten the jaws for Adrian Ataki, the opening hole, so it's going to be a 5 for him.
Not that it's a sport, but I enjoy watching the darts over here. I get a kick out of that.
Well, that's huge here and growing.
Right, putter for Harrington going up that slope. Difficult to judge. Stop.
This would be perhaps his up and down of the day at the opening hole for Adrian Moronk.
Yeah, beautiful tee shot, wide right in the high grass, and a wonderful pitch there. So these are some of the things that I think Captain Luke Donald might be looking at is how do they handle a little bit of adversity on a Sunday? Are they still grinding to the finish? They're not giving in. They want to improve their position. I think that goes a long way as well.
McIntyre's also won at Marco Simone. He had to take down Matt Fitzpatrick and Rory McIlroy to do it. Fitzpatrick in a playoff. This for birdie. And a little left for the one for par, just sneaking up on it.
He looks tired, doesn't he?
Looks mentally not there. And you put your heart and soul into this, and it can certainly happen. You can mentally fatigue.
It was one shot, really, at the 13th, made in Himmerland, that just undid his day. When he had the lead, he looked so strong through 12 holes, and then last week he just got beat, didn't he, by Rory McIlroy. 2 of the shots of the year in succession into that 18th.
Absolutely phenomenal golf shots, both of them. They really were. I think after his one, he thought he probably had it, and probably couldn't believe when Rory actually outdid him.
They both birdied one of the hardest holes on the PGA Tour for the year in the closing stages at Renaissance. Off goes Scotty Scheffler, up and over with his minder, who's having a blast.
They're having a good chat.
He's just such a lovely guy, though, isn't he, Scotty?
He really is, and he's excelled at every level as a junior, winning the U.S. Juniors in college and amateur golf. He was the Korn Ferry Tour Player of the Year, stepping onto the PGA Tour, and he's just improved, and he's won at every single level.
But just that little walk there shows the difference. He walked past, shook hands with all 3 of them, said thank you. That means so much to volunteers who put so much into all these golf championships around the world.
There's one thing about being a professional golfer and being a golf professional. You have to understand what you're able to do and why you're able to do it. Scotty's been brought up the right way, absolutely.
And see, a lot of the, this is terrific as well, look at this. A lot of the younger players seem to be getting better than our generation. A lot of the players in our generation, honestly, I've maybe been a little bit too honest now, but some of the people in our generation didn't have quite the same outlook on it. Good to see you.
Not long until they head out. Robinson Thompson is his 3rd. Woodland's already hit his 3rd. You can see they're both on the green, almost equidistant. It'll be Woodland to play first for his par.
Patrick missing the green to the left after a seemingly pretty good golf shot from the fairway. Failed to get it up and down, and might see a little bit of that today.
Hazy, talk to us about the mentality of some of these guys going out there this morning when all you're thinking is go as low as you can. You make a couple of early bogeys, which is easy to do around this golf course.
You've still got to just keep playing. There's just so many different things that are happening. It's points for this, it's points for that, and you've just got to keep trying your guts out all the time. I think in the old days, it just meant a little bit of money maybe. And I mean a little bit of money. Nowadays, there's so many more things to take into account. You've got the DP World Tour points, etc., 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 and it just carries on that list.
Yeah, I think you start playing for pride as well. You don't ever want to give in, because the first time that you give in and kind of throw a round away, it's easier to keep doing that. Got to keep fighting, even if you don't shoot a good score.
This is game number 7. On the tee from the USA, Brooks Koepka.
Now 5-time major champion after getting across the line at the PGA earlier this season.
See him looking at those flags on top of the grandstands there to get a good idea of how hard the wind's blowing, where it's coming from.
On the tee from the USA, Scotty Scheffler.
He's done almost everything since February of last year, hasn't he? He's a major champion. He came runner-up as well in the PGA. He's already done that at the US Open. He's come close, 6 wins. Rookie of the Year, Player of the Year.
Other than that, nothing.
And he is the world number 1. Headed down the left, we'll find the rough.
It's tough to hit this fairway. So far today, there's been more bogeys than pars on the first hole. Tells you how difficult the opening hole is.
It is certainly a firm start at Royal Liverpool, no denying that, especially in an Open.
Now, Gary Woodland for his par at the first. Turn a little from right to left. But you've got to get there. I wonder if the greens aren't a touch slower today.
Kind of look like it. The players so far are having a little bit of trouble gauging the speed. Just their brain and their experience and memory just not quite synced up yet.
Now that's why golf is becoming so popular. Surely it's much more fun to play golf than to do that.
We love walking our dog. I'm not sure.
There's nothing better, except for maybe this waking up down on the first tee. He's been to the Amateur earlier this year. I wonder if he watched Christo Lambrecht at Hillside about a month ago now, wasn't it?
Just up the road.
Yeah, about 25 miles up to the green. Robinson Thompson for his par. You beauty, nice work. Playing alongside a major champion today as well. These are the kind of experiences the Open affords. And they're just so special.
Danny Willett for a birdie at the par 5, 5th.
I think with this pin right in the middle of the green, you'll see some birdies and some eagles. And I think by our count, that's the first birdie made today.
Yeah,
Through all the groups.
It only is 10 to 9.
Not just on that hole.
It's only 10 to 9 though.
I know. And this golf course is showing its teeth.
Yeah, but when the world's best players take it on, the birdie count will grow, like it did for John Rahm, the world number 3, in that 63 8 under par yesterday. Cameron Young ahead of him by 1, Brian Harmon ahead of them all. So far through 54 holes. Nice to see the likes of Antoine Rosner in there as well, a 3-time winner on the DP World Tour. And where else would Aaron Oberholzer be, aside from watching Scotty Scheffler and Brooks Koepka out there today? Morning, Aaron.
Good morning, Allison. It is windy out of the west today, which is what we had some form of the first couple of days, and it is a good, boy, I'll tell you what, at least 15, I'd say more closer to 20 miles an hour right now. Those bunkers are usually in play for these guys, but two of the longer hitters in the world of golf right now, neither of them could get to those first 2 bunkers on the left and right. Scotty Scheffler's lie is not good at all. Better angle, but terrible lie. Brooks has got a terrible angle, but a good lie. Both over 200 yards to the hole.
Could also just aim for like a cut for you, get a little off.
This hole so far today, Aaron, more bogeys than pars, and you can see why.
Oh, 100% Cookie. I mean, it's a tight fit
They're good, thank you.
to begin with into this fairway with those pots on the left and the right, and it's even tighter with this wind. This hole's going to, because it continues all day, this hole's going to be extremely difficult. 209 for Scheffler.
Well, that's an excellent shot. Stop, stop, stop. Excellent shot. No, it's not going to stop, is it? Yes, it is. Oh,
You okay, Hazy?
My hands are starting to sweat. I'm more nervous than he is. His footwork is something I've never seen anything like it. He looks sometimes like he's going to trip himself.
It does, and he seems to sync it up and match it up perfectly almost every single time. You just wonder at some point, is he going to slip? It's almost like Greg Norman kind of had that footwork. Bubba Watson kind of has that footwork where it's all over the place. Scotty Scheffler does as well, but he has really done it usefully.
So this is the proximity from whether you were on the fairway or not with your second. So you can see there's 120 feet of advantage if you do find the short grass. That's quite interesting. Look how wide the circle is if you've been in the rough. So they're waiting for the second tee to clear. It's not far from where Koepka is, about 60 yards over to his right. Up to Lamprecht.
For birdie at the 5th. There we go.
Nicely holed. Very popular way of putting now, holding that putter shaft up against your left arm.
Can't quite understand why that's not anchoring as well.
No, there's no question it is. Why that's legal makes no sense.
We have a couple hours, we can discuss all that.
That was Koepka from 217 yards, guys. Much better lie, but a terrible angle, trying to just chase it left and leave himself some sort of out, which he did. Most of that green he'll have to work with.
Kind of a raised green, bunkers at the front. And then once you get past them, it's just all fall off around the outside edges. Long and narrow.
You don't often see Koepka with a big smile on his face like that, do you?
Well,
so obviously he and Scheffler are sharing a joke. DeChambeau.
At the 4th, I think he's giving this green a go. He is giving the green a go. While they were still on the green, he might have made a 1. No, got it on the putting surface. That's amazing.
So that's the group of Scott Stallings and Zach Fisher ahead, who've had their struggles. But it gets a clap from Stallings at least, nonetheless.
Maronk for a birdie, and that's looking really good. That's a beautiful putt. Those two guys on the green there with Bryce and DeChambeau must be. Remember that movie with Paul Newman and Robert Redford? What was it called now? Way back.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Remember when they were being chased?
Oh, right.
Who are those guys?
Who are those guys?
Who are those guys?
Down to Scheffler.
Got the entirety of the green to work with here. Back into the wind. Just goes with the stab, needs it to check.
Oh! Nothing but net for Scotty Scheffler at the first. That was worth coming out early for, wasn't it?
I can't describe that reaction. It's it's either joy, maybe frustration, maybe all of it put together. So good around the greens. And not just because he did that. That's just, not only does he strike the ball solidly, he misses greens. He's got a wonderful short game.
And then the handshake. Yep, well done, sir. Yep, fist pump.
Now, both of these guys, funny enough, Cookie have been struggling with the short game and the putting this week, so that might be a good harbinger for things to come for Scotty today. Now, Brooks, plenty of green to work with. Good lie.
Yeah, needs to run out.
I think that it came down in buckets from what I understand this morning here, so it's understandable walking out here. It was very muddy in spots off the golf course.
Yeah, the weather's actually been a bit wild this morning. It was squally early on. We go to Bryson at the 4th for eagle at the par 4.
exciting to watch. And why not?
It was always a 2.
Just a casual, okay.
Let's have a look at this tee shot again. Oh, yeah, he didn't give it his all. Only about 140%. Fantastic camera work. And it would have been closer if that guy had not taken the pin out.
There you go.
Because he was aiming at the pin.
He was just aiming at the pin, which was back there. Exactly. Got that little clap from Scott Stallings. I was just seeing where on the hole before, Scott Stallings and Zach Fisher made 6 and 7 at the 3rd hole, and now they got hit into by Bryson.
It's going to be a grind today for these guys. Don't want to get off to too tough of a start.
So it's going to be a birdie for Scotty Scheffler and a good one at that, a bogey for Brooks Koepka. It's going to test you, isn't it? The first 3 holes today, John.
No doubt about it. The first hole is very, very difficult. 2, maybe you can get through a little bit and maybe have a birdie chance, but 3, right now, the 3rd hole is playing a shot and a quarter over par.
The iconic leaderboard photos every year. At the end of today, under the player section, they'll write, "See you at Royal Troon in 2024. They always pay it forward. That's how the leaderboard looks right now through 54 holes. And the crowds continue to flood in. She's trying to work out where she's going next.
Charting her course, that's great.
I'm going to go to this ice cream van.
There you go. Got Mr. Whippy's over here.
Yeah.
We've got over here.
The iconic swing, the beautiful swing of Adam Scott. We'll see more of that today in a little over 20 minutes. Could just watch it all day. I've watched it for decades now. Calls Crown Montana home now, up in the Swiss mountains. Not too shabby.
Oh boy, how nice is that? This golf swing just seemingly just never changes. You wonder how in the world a golf shot could go offline with that. But it is golf, and we are humans.
Alex Noren making his way out there. He's off at 10 o'clock. It's about an hour from now. It's just beautiful, isn't it? The way the left knee comes over. Some beautiful scenes. Royal Liverpool currently dry, for at least for the time being, for the final round of the 151st Open. And it's great to have you with us wherever you're joining us from around the world at Hoylake. It is an icon. We're back for the 13th time. The wind will be a factor today. There's no question about that. And the question is, will the rain as well? Will it be both? It already has been this morning, but that was before the first tee times got underway. That was around 7 a.m. or so. But the flag's currently flying high. We are anticipating a little bit of a wind switch later on, just to mix things up. As you do on a final round. It's been a little action so far, so if you're just settling in with us for the next little while, let's get you up to speed. Ali Whitaker here with John Cook will walk you through this shot at the 4th. This was special.
And just a little while ago, Bryson DeChambeau with the group in front on the green at the 4th takes a run at the green and right through the bunkers, right on the back edge of the green. He thought the whole location was right there where the pin is. But it didn't matter for Bryson, because look what happens next.
The only eagle we've seen all week at 4. And that's how it happened from Bryson DeChambeau. So he's back in the red for the day after bogeying the first. Good way to do it. This as well was something special from Scheffler.
Little drive in the left rough, chased one all the way up to the front part of the green, and a nice little pitch in there for Scotty to start his day.
And that's how the front page looks right now. It's Brian Harmon who continues to impress, doesn't he? The world number 26. Cameron Young in second again for 2 consecutive years in the Open. His only 2 appearances here. So he's the nearest challenger. John Rahm, 63 for Rahm yesterday. The best we've ever seen at Royal Liverpool in an Open. And there is Rory McIlroy and Matthew Jordan, both at -3. The man that won here last, the man that's the club champion as well.
What a special week for Matthew Jordan, not only representing and hitting the first tee ball of the Open Championship, making the first birdie, but keeping his name right in as part of the story.
Stuart Sink at -1, so too the US Open champion in Wyndham Clark. Sammy Valimaki thrilled us all when he birdied the last to make the cut. Was so thrilled to go through to the weekend, the Finn. So let's get you out to the action live on the golf course. And this is Brandon Robinson-Thompson for birdie at the 2nd.
Right from the middle of the green, putting up that little slope. Should move to the right pretty good towards the back of the green. A nice confident putt.
We're also joined by none other than Thomas Bjorn in the commentary box. Nice little eagle from Bryson DeChambeau.
Yeah, it was. That was some drive, that. And he's going with an iron into a par 5.
No, wind, where are you? That one's still short.
It's behind you. I felt like we were in a pantomime then.
Pin position there at the 5th, right up the front of center of the green, so will yield lots of birdies, maybe some eagles.
We roll back to the 2nd hole. Gary Woodland for his par.
A bogey at the 1st for Gary. Doesn't want to start out with 2 bogeys. Needs to turn. No.
Throughout your career, you always find yourself in these positions on major championship Sundays where you're out early, and obviously your dreams and hopes are over. But the pride is the one thing you have to go out and play for, and you actually have some pretty memorable days on Sundays, you know, shooting a really good score, and it's something you'll remember for the rest of your life.
The ball placement's down the 2nd. So it's similar to what happened on the 1st. It's Scheffler to the left, Koepka out to the right. Aaron Oberholz is down there.
Now, when I looked at the hole location sheet today, Ali, I noticed that a lot of the flags that are downwind are tucked over bunkers and just on the front, and a lot of the flags that are into the wind are in the backs of greens, which is going to make it very difficult to get the ball close today to these hole locations. Brooks has got a good angle, but the lie wasn't great, and he's playing for that. Hopefully for the bounce, he gets it.
Pretty good play right there, getting just short of the middle of the green.
And Scheffler has absolutely nothing, guys. On the left side of this, to this left flag, he's got to play safe out to the right. Use the slope to kind of kill the ball. This from 110.
Yeah, if it goes,
this has to go.
Yeah, if it goes.
Oh, what a play. That's pretty special right there.
How did he fit it through those, between those bunkers, keep it on the correct shelf?
I didn't see that shot, that's for sure, John.
It's trying. I mean, it is going to wander down to the other level, but what a great effort.
So chip in birdie at 1. Threads the needle at 2, Scotty Scheffler. He's come to play today.
DeChambeau. Pin here on the 5th. It's on the front right-hand side, so it's a little tricky one here, just lobbing it up on the green. Downwind, using the wind actually just to roll the ball down the hill. Not his best, but still got a good opportunity for birdie. Danny Willett has made it out to the 7th hole. That's just from short distance, that. And that's pretty good.
See how that pin is tucked against that bunker on that downslope. It'll be very difficult to get that close at the 7th.
3 consecutive drop shots to start the day for Porrig Harrington. This for a birdie to offset a little of that, which he does. So hold on to your score in the first 3. There's opportunity that comes at 4 and 5.
Now Brooks just has over 40 feet, just over 40 feet coming up this slope. Huge break from left to right. And I would imagine the wind is strong enough to where it's going to affect some putts today.
Pretty good speed read, but needed to get it up even higher.
The original forecast we were sent said tops of 15 miles per hour. We've already seen gusts of up to 23, 24 miles per hour out there.
Marcel Sim. That was a good look at it there. He had a wonderful first 2 days here, and it's kind of been fading away as really the first day he really got into it.
Scotty Scheffler now at the 2nd, Aaron. Pretty good look.
He's got a much better look at it. Yes, it's a very good look, just straight up the hill. There's not a lot of movement that I saw in this putt.
He just needs to see something go in. All week and basically all year, kind of the same good-looking putts that just kind of crease the edge.
Well, to this point, John, he's given up more than 6 strokes on the greens to the field.
It's kind of been the way his season has gone.
Yes,
but he's won a couple times and he's number 1 in the world.
Exactly. That tells you how good the ball striking is.
Yeah, the ball striking has been elite, to say the least. This is for par. Tristan Lawrence was in the greenside bunker at the opening hole.
That's a nice roll there on the first green.
So to Koepka. Firmly done, it is a par. A bogey par start for this year's PGA champion.
Bryson at the 5th for birdie. Missed his 2nd shot to the right, pitch to here. Eagle birdie at the 4th and the 5th.
Colourful scorecard so far for a colourful character in Bryson DeChambeau. He's 2 under par. He is the early mover so far here today in the final round at Royal Liverpool. So what stadium is this? Which hole is that? That's not 18.
Well, let's see.
Is it?
It is the 18th. And they are camped out securing their spot.
Yeah, I remember coming to the Open Championship in, what, 88 when Koepka won, and just sat there all day long and watched it, you know, first group up to the 18th, and just sat there and watched them all walk by. You know, spent 3 days up here walking around on the golf course, and then on the last day just sit on that grandstand on 18 and watch them all come by. It was an amazing experience as a kid, and it was one of those that drives you on to wanting to play in the championship.
It is a great way to catch the bug, isn't it? Out to 6.
First look at the par 3.
Holy crap, that wind.
194 yards today, and Bryson, you got to go into this green with the proper shape. Anything that is swinging from right to left is going to do just that. He's a pretty smart guy. You should know that. Only way to hold this green, Tom, is got to hit some sort of a high drop cut or something, because every shot that's been going right to left with that wind is all missed to the left.
Yeah, there's a lot of adjustments to be made today. I think they're all a bit surprised about the weather yesterday. You know, no wind, and they could be very aggressive and attacking flags, and then all of a sudden you come out this morning, there's a good breeze going across the golf course, and now you have to hit different kinds of golf shots, and if you're not quite there in your mindset to be able to do that, then it turns into being a difficult day for you.
Yeah.
And 3 could be a difficult hole as well. That's where Scheffler and Koepka are.
I think 3's been a difficult hole since its inception. Wind really coming across this hole from the right. Scheffler trying to cut one back up into that wind. This is really good up that right center. Not looking for more than anything than just right up to the corner. If you can get it, I guess, on the corner, that would be nice. You'd like to be playing a little away from that out of bounds, I would think, Thomas.
Yeah, you definitely want to, you know, I always feel with this shot, I mean, get it on the ground as quickly as possible and just try and roll it out there. And the most difficult part of this hole today is the second shot, because you got it off the right, and that's not really the wind you want off the tee, but then you turn straight into the wind. And Brooks gets a little bit lucky there. But, you know, the second shot is the hard one, because that's straight into the wind, and with that out of bounds down the right-hand side and the pin cut to the right as well, it's a pretty tough hole today.
See if Andrew Putnam can hit this green at the 6th, the par 3. He does. Nice golf shot right there. I think the field would take that. Just right of the flag.
This is tough for tall guys to do this.
Oh, what a great effort that was. Didn't look like he had much of a backswing. He certainly didn't have much of a stance. And what a great shot.
So much memorabilia as well in the clubhouse. You can see next to the putting green. I think Tiger Woods' 2-iron is in there from his victory here in 2009.
That's probably the real one. There's probably a couple of fake ones somewhere else in the world as well, but I think the real one is in there.
He used it so much. There's probably a hole in the middle of it, isn't there? It's like a big worn spot.
Hi. How are you?
How you doing? Connor, Greg. Greg. I'm Greg.
Hi, Greg. Liz.
Liz, how are you?
Couple of Gregs.
Morning.
You're number 10.
Sorry?
You're number 10?
Yes.
Yes, I'm Vu.
Sorry?
Vu, I'm Vu.
It's a really nice touch having that little staging area, having the volunteers waiting, getting to meet the players.
Well, if he's got a decent lie here, it's not too difficult, because it's straight into the wind, so he should be able to just high up on the green and then roll it out. I mean, he even got that way too high, but at links, chipping into the green into the wind is always a nice thing for you.
Saw Danny Willett with that nice approach to the 7th. hole cut today. 10 on, 7 from the left, but big downslope off that bunker, and par will be a nice score. It's difficult to get the ball close at the 7th.
Up on the 3rd green, this is Gary Woodland for par, but that kind of gives you a good indication that, you know, this pin position, that it slopes off, I mean, to the left of Gary here, but on the right-hand side of the green, it slopes off the out of bounds. It's just there. You're standing down there with, what, 4 or 5 on into this back pin location, into the wind. You only need to just step a little bit out of it, and it's going out of bounds. We'll see a lot of balls left of the green here.
It's going to be a 3-putt for Woodland. Found the green, long way from it.
Yeah, starts out with 3 bogeys.
Yeah, just brutal. That's when, Thomas, you turn to your caddy and you maybe try and reset. You try and get some motivation if you can, dig deep.
Yeah, you just want to see a red number, don't you? You just want to make a birdie and you know, get something going and get a smile on your face and a good feeling in your body. But it's, you know, all these players know that the first 3 holes are difficult. You obviously don't want to start with 3 bogeys, but they know they're difficult, and you know, now you turn into a few holes where you get a good couple of chances.
So the next pairing out is going to be Adam Scott, who's going to have the company of Victor Perez out there today, which Victor will enjoy. Both of them will. Safe to say this for par for Robinson Thompson at 3.
Nice stroke, good par there at the 3rd.
3 pars to start.
Yeah, playing almost a full shot over par the 3rd hole so far.
Down to the 3rd.
I don't expect that to change much today, Cookie. I mean, as the groups come through here, obviously the guys who are playing the best will get that average down a little bit, but this thing, you're going to gain some shots with a 4 here on the field without a doubt. 192 for Scheffler, dead back into a 20-mile-an-hour breeze.
Like Thomas said, that out of bounds is only about 10 yards to the right of this flag. Anything on the green left of the flag, very acceptable.
Yeah, that's right where you have to go. Just you were looking at the 3 back on the camera tower. That from 182. This one a little farther left, might have to get down.
Hit pretty soft, so also on the green.
Well, after eagle birdie on the last 2 holes, Bryson DeChambeau finds himself with a little bit of trouble here. This is for par. And that slides by.
Padraig Harrington now at the 5th for birdie. There we go. Made some bogeys, made some birdies. Start the day with 3 bogeys. Followed up with birdie at 4 and 5.
Dare say a couple of people will follow this group out once they've teed off.
This is game number 10. On the tee, from France, Victor Perez.
Matt Koepka taking over as starter. It's already been a good year. Started well for Victor Perez, who got a Rolex Series win at Yas Links earlier this season, which will pretty much guarantee him a PGA Tour card for next year. That's how big they are, those 5 events on the DP World Tour.
Tough opening tee shot here into a 20-mile-an-hour wind. first couple days that was okay. Now it's going to be a little rough. I'm sure he might be able to get a relief from that. Not sure where he's going to go, though.
On the tee, from Australia, Adam Scott.
The Masters champion of 2013. Every Australian golfer remembers where they were when that happened. It was one of those moments for more recent generations, at least.
That's not too bad. It comes up short of those bunkers down the right-hand side, so have a shot from there.
And Brooks here with the birdie from, I'd say, 30, 35 feet across the screen. Should be just kind of a gentle sweeper from his left. Greens are a bit slower, probably the slowest I've seen him this week.
Yeah, we've seen a number of putts come up short on all the greens so far. That was just a bold effort there for Brooks.
Cookie, both these guys have obviously putted the ball poorly this week, as the stats show. This is a good time today to really kind of get back in that good headspace on the greens.
Yeah, maybe free it up a little bit.
Yep.
It's not really, let's try something different.
You know
let's
you're not going to win.
think so much.
Yeah, exactly. You know you're not going to win, so you might as well do something a little bit different than maybe you've been doing this week to a certain extent to try to free something up.
Yeah, maybe work on something that you'll use the rest of the season. Scotty Scheffler with what a start to his day.
I think you two should coach this guy. Just get together with him and there you go.
Gladly. Ride his coattails for a while? Absolutely.
Thomas, we've been watching too much of it all this year with Scotty.
2 birdies today, one with a wedge, one with a putter. For Scotty Scheffler, who is 2 under par for his round early on.
And normally in major championships, he's so solid with these inside of 5 feet. That's what you like to see from Brooks.
Well, they got the scoring average down a little bit on this third hole now. Those two.
In close for birdie, Marcel Seam. The fist pump is back. Par birdie start for Marcel.
Playing longer than that, so I honestly believe you can hit.
Yeah, I mean, good one. Nice swing with this.
Okay, we will
You know, Tom, it's so hard to get yourself to hit 2 extra clubs sometimes into a win. You think you can get, a 5-iron there, when really it's a 3-iron shot.
Yeah, and the problem here is that all of a sudden you get so little loft, and now you're taking the wind completely out of it. So you can be in, you can have 1 iron, you think, well, that's going to go up in the wind, and I'm not going to have enough. I'm going to have too much loft, and then you get the next one, and it's like, oh, Now I can see that coming out so low that it doesn't touch the wind. So you constantly be asking questions of yourself, have I got the right club? This is where good caddies come into play.
Just the iron. I thought they might take the driver out, try to take those bunkers down the right out of play, kind of like what Bryson did earlier. But they're going to play it a more conservative way, just try to hit the fairway and wedge it on.
Make sure you hit the fairway.
It's proven a difficult layup, Cookie, and this one's left.
Yeah, the left side of this fairway does slope a little right to left into that rough, and that will be not a very good angle coming out of the rough. Pin today in that kind of back left. Bryson's taking it on. I mean, Brooks.
I see it. I like it. I've been waiting for someone to do this with this westerly. Just got to avoid that pot down there on the right, about 20 yards off the green. This one left.
Uh-oh. And there's Gorse over there.
You got it now.
They have to they have to locate it first.
I had a provisional anyways. Okay, cool. No, we don't have to walk back.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go back to the bag, ask Ricky for another one just to make sure, so he doesn't have to walk back.
You have to announce what the provisional is for, and that would be a lost ball.
This one most improved.
All the way to the front left, green side bunker. Will Brooks Koepka find the first ball down the fourth?
Well, here is the first one of this fourth tee. I always find with his golf swing, it's different to tell what actually goes wrong when it does go wrong. I think sometimes he just hits it a little bit too hard with his driver, and he loses a little bit of directional control more than anything.
Victor Perez now. Tee shot did find the little cart area, walking area.
Great shot.
Got relief. And now had it in a great spot. And a wonderful golf shot right to the center of the green at the first.
He's won the Alfred Dunhill Links at the home of golf in St Andrews. Carnoustie Kingsbarns, that's where that's played. To the 8th for birdie, Lamprecht. Not this time. I think what we've learned is he's going to be very fun to watch as the years progress. Power game. Speaking of, DeChambeau.
Yeah, this is definitely a powerful game. But he also has the finesse, Bryson DeChambeau. He understands the game very well. And that's a good shot from where he was. It was going to be difficult to get anywhere near that flag. Cut over that bunker.
Awkward here for Adam Scott at the first.
Yeah, just played the ball back in his stance, tried to run it up that little slope, and just didn't have enough. Now he gets to do it all over again. Pitch it or putt it up that slope.
First I thought I could try and bounce it up, but I don't know if I can get it to stay with the left kick.
Yeah, I thought this was almost a full hold one of these, just kind of like it was feeling poopy to me, you know, like the way it's sitting up so high. Kind of like that shot we hit the other day, we kind of like that hold sand wedge.
30 cover?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Should be a little less spin, right?
Yeah.
Could be a touch hot, or you think just poopy because no ball speed?
It just seems like it's so high up that it's not going to come out fast.
What's the back edge?
Back edge? You got 10 behind it if you're right of it.
57?
Yeah.
High hold one of these?
Mm-hmm.
Right edge tower prone finish?
Yeah, there you go.
45?
Yes, sir.
He's going to take my job. I've got nothing else to say. Although I have him at 144.
We'll see who's right.
Ted Scott better check his number, Allison. That was a smart play. I was sitting on a tuft of grass, and that ball was going to come out with no spin. Well controlled.
Really great insight, though, isn't it, to the conversations between caddy and player, how they go about analysing and deciding on the shot. Great work to our audio engineers. So that was where it was for Brooks Koepka. Horrid. Absolutely terrible where the drive ended up. So he's taken an unplayable to here.
Yeah, he was only going to get at that first one, Allison, with a baseball bat. It was about stomach high when I walked in and saw that it was sitting up in the gorse bush.
Oh, really?
It was. Perfect spot for a fastball.
Just keep trying. As close as possible.
Seems like we're trying to find the nearest spot where the ball would come to rest, and we've just got it.
The voice of Jinwoo Kim, who's been alongside us all week. Thank you to you, Jinwoo, for all of your help for these ruling situations. We haven't had too many, have we, so far? I call this quite a clean golf course, rules-wise.
This is a very difficult shot. This is where the gallery has been walking, trampling, and with all the rain this morning, it's very soft underfoot, a little mushy, and no green to work with over that bunker, and it pitches away from the player over that bunker. Contact's going to be the biggest problem here.
Does have a little bit of the wind, perhaps, to slow it down.
It's more right to left on this angle. Yeah, it's more right to left, Cookie, on this angle. It's maybe at best a little bit of help, but that's not necessarily going to help him here. He'd love to have it back in his face right now. Yeah, it's an excellent play. Excellent play.
Well, played it out to the right, used a little bit of slope to slow it down. Really nice.
So that's the par coming next for Brooks Koepka. And a better look at it than we thought he might have.
Yeah, just back in the stands there a little bit, making sure he's getting the ball first. Head back to the first green, and the trials and tribulations of Adam Scott after bumping it into the hill and coming back to his feet. This is his fourth shot, and that's a very good one.
Bryson on the 7th from right side of the green. Had it in the left draw off the tee. Pretty good play to right here. Now goes up the slope. Big breaker from right to left.
So that's about a yard short or so. Up ahead to the 9th. Out in the first pairing today, Christo Lamprecht with Danny Willett. This for birdie for the amateur.
Very aggressive effort there from Christo.
And with Scotty Scheffler here, coming back up the hill here. A lot of subtle movements to this putt. I don't think he was convinced of the line there.
Just the par. Already has 2 birdies through the first 4 though. The world number 1.
Adrian Meronk for birdie. I mean, that's as good as it comes. Perfect pace right in the middle of the hole. 1 under for the day. Back to +3 for the tournament.
Too many grinding pars up to this point for Brooks, par putts. That's a tough start.
4-shot difference through 4 holes between Koepka and his playing partner Scotty Scheffler. Can be polarising. The start of this golf course.
Meronk's playing partner, Adrian Otegi, also for birdie. And they convert that holes nicely, both of them. Level par through 5 holes.
Marcel Siem now at the 3rd off the left side of the green. This is his 3rd. Up that little bit of a slope. Negotiated that nicely.
So he'll tap that in for par and keep his momentum going. 1 under through 3. Looking back down towards the tee of the first par 5 on the golf course. Scotty Scheffler to play first.
And dead back into the wind as we've made the turn once again. 3 pots dot the right-hand side of this fairway, and the middle one's 299, and I don't believe that he can get there today, not into this wind. Take it right at that with a little draw if you'd like. He has hit it right at it, just a little bit right of it. That should be fine.
Finds the fairway, so he'll have a go at this green.
Brooks needs to find something. Get something going here. This is the hole to do it on. Been one of the easiest on the golf course. This is drifting right on the wind just a little bit.
The only hole he's birdied every single day. And that gets a nice little shift left at the end. So similar results with the drive for both of these players, and an opportunity to come.
See a beautiful shot of Scotty Scheffler's takeaway. Nice wide arc, big shoulder turn, lower body very stable. Gets those hands nice and high, head right over top of the ball, and then turn hard to the left. Head behind the ball, deliver the blow, and look at those feet. Powerful swing right there, and somehow he stays on balance with his feet going all over the place.
He probably couldn't play in hard spikes, could he, Thomas? Because it's almost like his feet need to be able to move through the ball.
Right. He certainly does move a lot. As we go down to the first tee, Ryder Cup captain for the United States of America, Zach Johnson, is on his way.
Did well to fight back inside the cup line after an opening round of 75. Backed it up with a 69 on Friday, 71 yesterday.
Beautiful tee shot right there for Zach. This hole was going to play extremely long for him.
On the tee, from Germany, Hurley Long.
This will be a thrill for Hurley out there today, playing with a past Open champion in Zach Johnson, the Ryder Cup captain, on his debut, no less. And it's his birthday week, isn't it? He turned 28 on Friday. Birthday he shares with Shubhankar Sharma. Good player as well, Hurley Long. He's played the Eisenhower 3 times, which we were talking about earlier. Making his way in the professional ranks. That's Bryson DeChambeau down there.
Short right of the green there at the 8th. Out of position, and it will expose any flaws you have in your game. Not much you could do from there. Just not be there.
So off he goes. Cameron Smith. He's here quite early, isn't he? Yeah. A little under 2.5 hours. Might be coming in for a spot of lunch before he goes out. Had to hand back the claret jug earlier this week. Got a little emotional doing so. So special to have that in your possession. One of the most precious trophies in golf.
Robinson Thompson. Long run here for birdie. Nice putt.
It's been a good start for Robinson Thompson. I dare say there's a couple of players today that might pay good money to be 1 under through 5. Steady through the first 3 as well. These are the tee shots down the 5th. Both Koepka and Scheffler keeping it out of the bunkers, which means they're on the offense. Should be Koepka to go first.
And they only hit those drives 266 and 269 yards respectively. It just gives you an idea of how hard the wind is blowing today. And on this angle, it's coming off the right and into the player.
Wherever.
This is right of the right bunker.
Oh, got a soft bounce too.
He does not have the stuff today right now so far, Allison, that is for sure, for Koepka.
Searching for it. 2 over through 4. Would you say it's about a 2-club win with the cold and the wind right now?
Easy. And depending on your ball flight and kind of your attack angle and how much, if you're a low spin or a high spin player, it could be 3 clubs. Well, Scotty also going with the 3-wood. Just got to split those 2 front bunkers and roll it right up there. It's trying to work left, right at that front right bunker.
Oh, that hit the edge of the bunker. I'm not sure he was going to have a swing there towards that flag. thing about this golf swing works so well, and then he just gets up on that right foot, and then to create space, I think he has to do that with his right foot on just at the last minute. Space for his hands.
If you were behind him on a range and you didn't know who he was, you'd take a picture of that, wouldn't you? Of the footwork. TheOpen.com, so much to watch these days as well. Along with our broadcast, we've had, I think it's about 40 hours so far, but you can go and check out 2 feature group channels as well as a par 3. There's live at the range, amongst other things. The R&A doing a brilliant job of really taking the offerings up. You can join the ballot as well for Royal Troon. Come join us next year. But who is going to take it all? It's going to be tough to beat Brian Harman out there today in the 151st edition of the Open. Bragging rights up for grabs out there today for the Fitzpatrick family, with both Alex and Matt inside the top 20. Jordan Spieth and Max Homa there at -2, along with the likes of Hideki Matsuyama, Minwoo Lee. The who's who of golf is here, as are the major champions of the year. Wyndham Clark, Brooks Koepka, who's struggling a little bit out there today, and then John Rahm, who was brilliant here on Saturday. So we'll scroll through the pages. Nice start from Brandon Robinson-Thompson. Good to see there the kind of stories that is so unique to the Opens, whether it be the US or the Open here, as we go back out to Bryson DeChambeau.
This long putt at the 8th for a par. Beautiful. Wonderful putt.
Well, it's certainly entertaining. 3 bogeys today, but he's also got an eagle and a birdie.
With Bryson, it's like eating in the dark. You never know what you've got until it's in your mouth.
Out to Koepka.
That one came out a little hotter than I think he expected. Pretty good there. It's about the easiest flag I think the guys are going to see all day here at the 5th.
Yeah, they've set it up for quite a polarizing day, haven't they, Aaron, in the fact that there's those attackable holes, but there's some that you will absolutely need to be on the defense.
That's actually one of 2 holes where they changed the flags. They actually moved the pin placement because of the wind. Made it a little easier.
Second green, Perez up and over the hill. That's a good pace putt.
Let's see now if Scheffler has got a swing.
He does, Dale. He does. But it is on the downslope, and ball is above his feet. So this one, it's going to be tough to spin. The sand is really clumpy from all the rain. Very difficult to spin this. It's pretty well done.
Two bunkers around this golf course. They did change them after the opening round because they were quite flat in the bottom. They've actually built the edges up just ever so slightly to bring the ball back away from them. And every time you go in it, it's like bunker roulette, Dale.
It certainly is. You can get such a variance of lies in these bunkers.
6th green, Moronk. He's hit a good shot in here, exactly where you're trying to hit it. That's a lovely paced roll. Just ran out of speed to maintain the line.
A good crowd already following these two. Scheffler and Koepka.
Allison, these are the ones that I need to see Scheffler start making. These are the ones that he's been struggling with, man, pretty much since the beginning of May. This is a fairly basic putt. Back up the hill, he can give it some pace.
He listened. Third birdie of the day for Scotty Scheffler. So he's back to +1.
He definitely seems to have his eye in today on the greens. Amazing how a little pitch shot at the first hole, you hold a shot like that and it just makes such a difference to your day. Gives you that huge boost of confidence, and you go out there and play a different game to what you played the day before.
And quite the opposite with Koepka here, Dale. Got off to the rough start and he's been kind of struggling ever since. This is a must make for the psyche.
Aaron, there's a pretty fancy pair of golf shoes that Koepka's got on.
Weeks like this, you just hope they're waterproof, don't you? They will be. It wasn't always a guarantee, was it?
But they've just got to look good. Who cares if your feet get wet?
Well, it's just tough for Zach Johnson. Yeah, there was never much chance from there. That green sits up from it for him there as well, 2-3 feet above him.
I think that one might have hurt. Up to 4, seam for another birdie. It's tracking.
So good to see Marcel Siem just continue playing better and better all the time. Started his comeback about a year ago and he's really played well since then.
This is the par 3 9th, DeChambeau. And that can only be classified as poor for somebody with his standards. I sometimes think with him, you know, watching around links golf, I mean, look how high he's trying to hit that ball, and you know, we always talk about getting it on the ground as quickly as possible on links. He had every opportunity there to just kind of land it in foot on the green and just roll it down to the hole, but he does like the high route.
For players that haven't played links golf before, as we watched DeChambeau putt for par, what advice would you give to them if they came over from the US or from other parts of the world to get settled in this style of golf?
Well, you got to play the ball along the ground. You know, that's the big difference between golf in the States. As DeChambeau makes another bogey, you know, you got to get the ball down quickly on the ground, even off the tee. Get it on the ground, hit low shots off the tee. The ball is going to continuously roll here and around the greens. If you can use a putter, use a putter. But even with your chipping, you know, the fringes are not going to stop the ball. They're going to be pretty much equally as hard and quick as the green. So you can chip and do what you normally do. If you're on the fairway, you can do that around the greens as well here. So to get the ball on the ground.
And out of the elements. Tide's out. I wonder if anyone will. Yes, they are making the pilgrimage with their dogs this time. Hilbury Island out there. I think they're walking along the beach. I'm not sure if they're going to the island. There's no one out there.
Thomas, the other thing I would suggest is that when you come to play and a club golfer and you come to play golf in Scotland or Ireland, want to play links golf, is play the course once before you play it. In other words, play every golf course twice. I really believe that's a really good bit of advice. Don't try and play 8 different golf courses. Rather play 4 and play each one twice.
It's perfect conditions for some sports.
It's perfect conditions for this sport.
Thomas is built tough. So from one Ryder Cup captain to the current on the US team, there's a couple gone there for Zach Johnson. Going to be a double bogey to start his day. Little raking going on. Down at the 6th.
Just tidying up that front left bunker, which is guarding this left flag over there. Wind really hard off the right now. Definitely going to affect the balls. You're going to have to throw it up into it. This is a tough wind to hold the ball. Boy, he is doing a number on that bunker. It should be perfect.
That's a tough pin placement too, isn't it?
It is a tough pin placement, Dale, yes. Very. You don't want to cross over this flag to the left of it, as it can get going off that green very quickly. This is 5-iron.
Excellent. Terrific shot. This hole is called the new because it's only 150 years old.
Yeah, which puts into context the other par 3, the penultimate hole, doesn't it, Aaron?
Yes, yes. The par 3s out here are phenomenal. They really are. All 4 of them are fantastic. This is also a 5-iron for Brooks, and he likes to cut it a little bit more.
Wake of the year!
Oh, this is left. This is left of left.
Well, that could be a very dicey lie too. That looked like it went in the bunker very slowly. It could be right up against that back bank. Let's hope not. It might be further in than we thought.
Yeah, he's just not feeling it at the moment. As we have a look at Victor Perez. And he's hit some lovely shots in here on 3. To have this for birdie on this hole today is excellent. And now he has that for par. Oh, it's a bit aggressive, that.
To DeChambeau at the 10th.
3 wood off the tee. Fairway a little wider on the left than it looks off this tee. It should be very good. Excellent.
There's almost a little internal section of holes that are very flat, and then you traverse out to the dunes from 11 onwards. That stretch from 11 through 14, dare say that will play its part later on.
Coendale, say this name proper in proper South African.
Christian Besaidnout knocks it in across the green for a birdie. Couldn't have picked a better time. Well done, Thomas. Plays most of his golf now on the PGA Tour. He's won the South African Open, won at Valderrama. He's won on some really tough golf courses. Let's have another look.
That's worth another look, isn't it? Just up and over that hill, tracking nicely, and just catches the right edge. In it goes. He's a lovely boy as well. Great to be around. A bit quiet at times, but he's a really nice guy when you sit down and have a good conversation with him.
So a bogey birdie start for Besaidnout. Let's see what's ahead of Brooks Koepka.
Oh, a whole lot of ugly. On the downslope, kind of almost created its own little pitch mark in there. If you get this close, he's going to have to bang it into the hill right in front of him above the bunker. That's pretty darn good right there. I didn't think he could do that. That was really impressive.
We've said that a few times in his career.
Nothing a 60-degree wedge these days can't handle, it seems like.
Dale, what was the most loft you used to have in your bag?
Probably 56 degrees. I always believed that you should never use a club that's got more degrees than you have.
Nice shot in from Scotty Scheffler.
He's in full control right now. Outside of that tee shot on the first, Allison, it's been business as usual from tee to green for Scotty Scheffler today. It's been very good.
Aaron, he's terrific to watch when he's in full flight, isn't he?
It is. He has the most command over his golf ball, I think, and you know, the reason why he's #1 in the world. He's got the most command over his golf ball week in and week out in the world of golf and on the PGA Tour. And this is a ball striker's paradise now with the way they're setting up golf courses. And he just needs to putt average to win. That's how well he's striking it. And that's been the problem. This club right here has just not come along for the ride the last few months. Otherwise, he'd have 2 or 3 more wins.
That certainly was not what he intended, to leave it short from there. But an uphill putt. You always want to give that one a chance.
This would be a world-class up and down from that lie in that bunker. He can get this to go. Similar line to Scheffler's, a little right to left.
Huge save by Brooks Koepka. First par 3 on the golf course. So that keeps the momentum going from the previous, where he birdied the par 5. Had to find it after the start that he'd had 2 over through 4. Up to 10, second for DeChambeau.
Yeah, he's having a nice look at this one. When you hit it down the left-hand side of this fairway, you can see all of the flag. If you hit it over to the right, you get caught. Your shot gets blinded out by those dunes. That's a lovely shot from DeChambeau. A little bit of everything today for him.
Beautiful, wonderful crowds that have come out here to Royal Liverpool to watch this 151st Open. Average of about 50-odd thousand a day.
If you changed a little bit of the clothing and the technology, you know, it can almost roll back the years, couldn't you? You think about it, 13 trips we've made to Royal Liverpool now.
And some great champions. Walter Hagen, who was the greatest professional golfer of the early turn of the last century, won 11 major championships and really only played in 3. Didn't really get to play in the Masters because they'd started the Masters when he was in his late 40s. And then, of course, the great Bobby Jones.
And Tiger.
More recently, Tiger, Rory, Roberto Di Vincenzo, probably the most popular Open champion at that point that they'd ever had.
We've seen some firsts, haven't we? And he, the first major champion from South America. Arnaud Massey, the first Frenchman to win the title.
And of course the great Peter Thompson, who ended up winning 5 Open championships. They reckon might have still, even today, he and Tom Watson regarded as the greatest links players that have ever played the game.
Definitely my favorite all-time swing, Dale, was Peter Thompson. Just avoid the pot bunkers on the left and the right, and this is absolutely perfect.
He's in full flow at the moment, Scotty Scheffler.
I'm just worried that he's not going to trip himself and fall over.
He hasn't fallen over yet, though, has he?
No, he hasn't.
Koepka hasn't driven it great today. This is definitely a fairway you'd like to find, and it looks like he has. This is up the right-hand side. Should be good.
Back just the second, and they've come at the 5th and 7th now. So he's finding it. Found the gorse at the 4th. This is what we have to look forward to here in the final round. of the 151st Open at Royal Liverpool. Hoylake, as it's known, named after the town nearby. It's Harmon who leads the way, but got some great stories on every page of the leaderboard. Matthew Jordan as well. There's Cantlay and Scheffler. Fowler's there too, the defending champion at -1. Alexander Bjork, what a season he's putting together, yet to miss a cut. One of the best putters on the DP World Tour. Michael Stewart too, the Scot. Many are happy to see his name on the leaderboard and through to the weekend, well and truly. A lot of players talk about how Ryan Fox takes on the links. He's an Alfred Dunhill links champion. Did so the year he lost his best, one of his best mates in Shane Warne, who he'd partnered in that event. Went on to tribute and dedicate the win to him. There is Adam Scott, who's just eagled the 4th, as we understand it. So it can be done. I've had 2 today. He and Bryson DeChambeau. And then the silver medal winner. And Christo Lamprecht, who's out in the first group. They're racing around, he and Danny Willett. To Bryson we go.
Yeah, lovely shot in from Bryson DeChambeau here on 10. So this is for birdie. This should just come a little bit off his right. And here we do go to the 4th. And watch this of Adam Scott. Ali's giving it away. So here we go. That's only going one place. There you go.
That's how he did it. We weren't going to leave you hanging. What a big boost that is for Adam Scott.
Look at that. Up against the face. You just hit it as hard as you can. It pops straight up in the air. Pure quality, that. Big smiles.
Still a thrill. Abraham Answer walking on the overpass to the tee. It's in about a minute's time. Unless my watch is slow. The Rolexes never are out there. Playing alongside Oliver Wilson. In just a couple of moments' time, we go back out to Scotty Scheffler. Looks as though they're waiting on the group ahead. Done a lot of waiting so far, these two.
This group in front, sorry Allison, this group in front has been either having some problems or just playing a little slower than usual. Although I wouldn't want to be the guys behind Koepka and Scheffler, because you could get a time penalty. These guys play so fast. They could leave a hole open behind them pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I think based on where the pin is, you probably want to fly close to the pin just because if you fly it short, it's going to kick even harder on that mound. You know what I mean? I thought it was just normal, yeah.
Coming down a little inside that open.
Yeah.
Trophy.
I think you can come down on the flag if you like. You're going to cover the bunker on line. No problem.
Breeze is down on the left.
Yes. Going towards the next tee box.
Aaron, this will be a gap wedge, but it's very tough pin placement. Brings those bunkers on the left into play.
It is, Dale, absolutely. The greens being softer will help a little bit, but if you're in between wedge, it almost seems like it's in between a full sand wedge and a gap wedge for Scotty Scheffler with this wind being downwind, which if you're trying to hit a soft one downwind to a front flag, that's always difficult. 132. That's really well done, Dale. Yeah, this is nothing more than just a nice full sand wedge. This one coming in a lot flatter, though. That's not his best.
It's a classic links golf hole there with the rough and the mounds that go across the fairway and kind of hide the green somewhat. You can see the pin.
Some great flags out there today for us to look forward to.
No greater feeling in the world of golf. Just getting down on top of a golf ball on links turf.
Abraham Ansah is on the tee quickly. Headed straight for the bunker. Will come up short. Not too many are challenging it today.
Up on the fourth. Perez for birdie. There you go. There you go, Victor. That's a nice one, and that's a good start. Making par in the first 3 holes here is always very good, and that one's knocked just in the left-hand side.
I'll give you benefit of the doubt now.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah, it's okay.
Good 2-ball there. I think they're enjoying it. 3 under for the both of them at the short par 4 fourth. That's the view back to midway down the 11th hole.
Very high hands. I must bend those clubs very upright for Bryson DeChambeau. Is he still using one length?
I think so. I haven't seen him for a good while in person, but I think so.
You know, it does make sense for longer clubs, but when you get to a short club, to have a 9-iron and a wedge longer doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Surely the shorter the club, the easier it is to control.
Yeah, this is for Brooks now. This is one of the more exposed greens, guys, so wind might affect this a little bit. Looks like it's coming from the right to his left, back into the wind, slightly downhill.
Thought it was going to be short, then we thought it was going to get there, then it stopped for Brooks Koepka.
It's that kind of day. Things just don't quite happen for Brooks Koepka. It's been that kind of week, to be honest, for him. A lot of good stuff, but he's just not quite putting it together.
The great thing is, though, Thomas, you can never tell. What I've always admired about Brooks is you can never tell whether you're shooting 78 or 68.
Thomas was just like that, Aaron.
Hey, Thomas and I can lament over a pint over certain things, for sure. I wish I was more like Brooks in that regard when I was playing.
Thomas, when he said 78 and 68, he's talking about the temperature, not the score.
This is another great look for Scotty, guys. Up the hill. Might try to move left early and then straighten out at the end.
was not a good putt. It came off straight left.
Yeah, but he does look like he doesn't extend through, you know, low through the balls. He just, the putter head just seems to just come up straight away. He kind of takes it back, and then it seems like when it gets to the ball, it's traveling way too much on the arc. I think he's one of the things that we're coming looking at that is that I think the ball might be too far forward in the stands for him. You know, if he had it further back in the stands, it would be easier for him to hit it low in the face and extend through. And also, when you miss them left, if you're a little bit forward, the face is closing, and certainly with that kind of putter.
Great shot from out of position down 11 for Andrew Putnam.
Now, hybrid for Abraham Anser. Not often you see professional golfers hit 2 woods to a par 4. That's fortunate, but he's got quite a little tricky shot there. Oh, here he is, Louis Oosthuizen. I remember when he won the Open Championship at St Andrews, they called me into the commentary to try and teach them how to pronounce the name. They were calling him Westhuizen. I don't think there have been many golf swings prettier than, as we call him in South Africa, King Louis.
They also call him Farmer Louis in some places, don't they? Big passion of his. So it's down the 8th. You can see penal down the left, about 0.4 or so of a shot in the left rough.
If he's King Louis, are you Baloo?
I'm below him. Yeah, that's for a lovely little farm now in Ocala in Florida, a little horse farm for all his daughters ride horses now. And Scheffler with his tee-shot head. Bogey and a birdie at this 8th hole for Scheffler so far.
Wind hard off the right, and this is going right, well right.
And that was one where he almost tripped over, to be honest. He could lost his balance on his left foot there as well.
This is a very difficult driving hole, I believe, guys, today. With this wind coming off the right, you got those pots down the right. You can't see a lot of the left-hand part of this fairway because of the grasses that guard the tee. Boy, this one is absolutely perfect. Cut right back up into the wind. Beautiful.
He's found something the last 3 drives, straightened it out. After a bit of a lively start for Koepka. Everyone's just waking up still out there. Big yawn then from Scotty Scheffler. He's 3 under for his day.
Look at that power. Perfect balance.
Well, there you go. Gareth Bale, just retired from football. He loves his golf. He really, I think he played more golf than he played football at times. Gareth. He is just a genuine, very, very nice guy. I spent a bit of time with him this year, talking to him. He's just happy to now concentrate on improving his golf and just getting better at it.
This is the 3rd ahead of Victor Perez. Adam Scott, we hear, has already hit his 2nd over the green. At par 5.
Yeah, no, that's a shot. If it comes out straight, it's knuckling. Yeah. If it doesn't, it's moving left.
I see it, yeah. Good point.
Yeah, that the caddy's telling him that the Wind is going to blow it to the left. You can see the flag there blowing from right to left. Percentage shot. Not his best, but I think he'll be happy with it.
Gary Woodland up on the 8th. And this is for birdie. Yeah, nice roll, Gary. Very good. A bad start. He's steadying the ship. A couple of birdies in the last 5 holes.
So he skirted the bunker to here. Abraham Answer. This is third.
Beautiful touch. Very nicely played. Use that little bit of an upslope there on the edge of the green to pitch it on. Perfect.
Nothing's ever straightforward with DeChambeau. There's always something going on. That's a beautiful chip shot there. There he did have to use getting the ball up in the air quick.
This for a birdie. Little movement on it for Adrian Maronk at the 9th. It's been steady and good today. He's just added to it. Second birdie of the round. So he's worked his way down to +2.
Go back to the group with Scotty Scheffler and Brooks Koepka. All depends on...
He had a couple of clubs out. Ted Scott had 2. There's a little tough to grass, kind of a long, wispy tough to grass, 174. Flag short-sided to the wind on the right.
Alan, how's that wind out there? Is it picking up or is it just the same?
It's pretty much the same, Thomas. It's not picking up, but there are definitely some more exposed portions of this golf course than others, and this 8th fairway is pretty exposed.
A little bit of an open face there for Scotty Scheffler at the top. He has that. That gives him a bit of loft coming out of the thick rough.
Now Brooks, 154. Good angle over on this left-hand side.
He started that well out to the right.
Trying to hold it a little bit.
Someone's getting a read.
Thomas, do you think if you're taller, do you think it helps you out of the longer grass in the rough? That you come down on the ball a little more steeply?
Yeah, I mean, coming down into the ball steep is definitely an advantage. So yeah, I think so. I think in today's golf, it very much is about strength, and I think speed through the grass as well is important to be able to generate that speed where you can hold the face easier. So the best way of playing out a rough is by being a lot stronger.
Nice birdie for Andrew Putnam after the bogey at 10 to Lamprecht.
Christo Lamprecht for his birdie here at the 13th to get it back to 10 over par. Turn. What an experience this has been for this young man, playing all 4 rounds here in the Open Championship.
Something Tyrrell Hatton knows well. Nice round of 68 for Hatton yesterday to creep his way back towards contention. We say that term a little loosely because we're not quite sure what is in contention given how good Brian Harmon's been throughout the first 3 rounds. It's been a 67, a 65 and a 69 yesterday, and he fought back well after stumbling in the early stages here on Saturday. He was 2 over through 4. 4 birdies after that turned it around. Thomas Dietrich, Thomas Kim, or Tom Kim, I won't be too formal, they're at -3. along with the likes of Nikolai Højgaard, who had just qualified last week, Rory McIlroy, who won last week at the Genesis Scottish Open.
Perez, this is for his birdie. It's a decent putt, but it's always a little bit disappointing when you make 5 on the 5th hole here.
2-2-3 ahead of Robinson Thompson. Didn't need an extra syllable.
Looks like a beautiful shot. Oh, you won't see too many better than that on this hole today. Going back to the 8th green, Scotty Scheffler for his birdie after a terrific second shot. That's looking pretty good. Good putt.
Yeah, well, Scotty Scheffler is showing everybody that's coming to the golf course now that a score is available out there, and that can get a few people in the right frame of mind when they head out to the golf course later in the day.
Well, Brooks would have gotten a read from Scotty for sure on that putt. He got in there quickly to have a look, that's for sure.
Oh no, just breaking a little bit from left to right there. Not quite firm enough.
Just a mere formality for Brooks Koepka. You'd like to think. Expect nothing less of a 5-time major champion now. It drops. And they'll head to the par 3, the long 9th. Just a short little walk. Think about how a course like St Andrews folds back on itself with the tees a couple of times, 8 and 9. It happens with the 12th tee as well. That's where we go to Bryson DeChambeau's second.
Yeah, up the hill here. This is always a little bit of a tricky shot. Just kind of getting the right kind of way, distance as you look up the hill on 12. Good shot straight down the line of the flag. And just spins a little bit. Look at that, eh? I think we'll bring the iPad. Just could be a long day.
Got back-to-back majors, don't we? In the Open, we've got Evian in the women's next week, and the Women's Open in 3 weeks' time at Walton Heath. Lots to come.
Hey, Walton Heath. What an amazing place to play a Women's Open. What a great golf course that is. So if you're down there in the southwest, or southeast, I guess this is, get out there and watch it. These wonderful women can play some beautiful golf.
Near miss, firm miss for Robinson Thompson. Went to college over in the US, University of South Carolina. So a well-travelled player. Like we said, he won in Egypt earlier this year. So a little bit more of the double teapot here from Scheffler and Koepka, who continue to wait out there today. Like racehorses in the gates, ready to go.
Joost Luiten. And this is his second shot on number 1. I remember the first time I met Joost, I said to him, how do you pronounce your name? And he looked at me, went, toast. And then that was it.
You just helped us all. Fine shot too from Luiten. Back along the banks of the River Dee and the Dee estuary on the right of screen. That's where Bryson DeChambeau is. 4 holes and then the 17th green, I guess you could say, all flank this coastline. As for birdie, there's been a little bit of everything so far today. That's another par. Little change up in the commentary box. Thomas Bjorn and John Cook, and in a couple of moments' time, the dulcet tones of Tom Abbott.
Yeah. Not see. It's only 95 francs.
That's why I'm like, this thing carries 210.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm
Finishing
good with
on it.
Yep.
What's the cover on the buck?
207.
This is a tough par 3 today. Downwind, slightly downwind, mainly off the right. Flag over there sitting, just kind of lurking on that right-hand side, just daring you to go at it. Probably not the smartest decision if you do. Better pull off something special to get it close here today.
Yeah, Aaron playing at 223 yards. Tough to take a go at the pin. Just set it out there, center of the green, maybe a little left, and something like that.
Yeah, you almost want to take the back right out of play, Cookie, and just not even mess with getting it all the way back there because it narrows up quickly with this wind blowing from right to left. Now Brooks can hold it if he wants to.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's hard on this hole today is that one hits a little bit too far left. It's going to come back up that slope, though, just under the edge of the green, and that's fine. I think one of the hard things on this hole is when it's down off the right, is that you stand on that tee and you can't feel anything. You're in behind the spectators and the boards there, and there's just completely dead calm. So you're looking for where that wind is, and that makes it a bit more tough. So we talked about Joost, Willebrodis, Adrianus, Loughton. I'm not sure he wants us to call him that, so he gone for Joost, I think.
Very impressive, Thomas.
He hates it when I call him that.
This is the tee at number 6, and Adam Scott.
Let's see if Adam can produce the proper shot shape here to hold the green. Just a little left to right holding, and he knows that you got to go in the wrong direction. You get it going across that green with a little draw. That's usually where the golf ball is going to end up.
Now back over to the first hole, and Peters for his par. It's been very difficult for the forecasters to predict the weather today. There's sort of a weather system just to the north of here that's producing a lot of rain, and there was a thought that it might be over these parts as well, but dry at the moment. The chance later on for some heavy winds potentially. They've moved a couple of the hole locations from their original plan.
Victor Perez trying to move it left to right, but just got ahead of it, and that is in a nasty spot.
Let's look at 13 with Bryson DeChambeau. Got some amazing par 3s on this golf course. They're all really quite longish and tough, the first 3 of them, and then you get onto that new 17th, and it's a tiny little monstrosity to deal with. Especially today when it's getting windy, it's going to cause some problems for players.
Folks out on the beach on a Sunday morning. The tide is out, and as you know, in these parts of the world, when we come to the Open, you see these vast expanses of sand on the beach when the tide is out. And those folks going for a run on a Sunday morning. Bit of rain over there in North Wales, which is on the other side of the D.
I'm looking there right now off the 10th tee, Tom, and that doesn't look like fun over there right now.
Yeah, if it's coming this way, I hope you've got your waterproof gear and your umbrella.
Always, always. Koepka just through the screen.
Two pretty good shots in there from Scotty and Brooks Koepka.
I'll tell you what, Cookie, those were excellent. Absolutely fantastic, actually. This is not an easy flag, even though it's more towards the center. Still not an easy flag to get close to downwind off the right. This angled green coming down the hill now for Koepka, a little left to right.
Can't imagine the shot that you have to hit to get it close. Just put it there and take your chances like Brooks and Scotty.
Yeah, I don't think this is one you want to hang out on that right-hand side.
Well, this is what's facing Victor Perez on 6. It's very much lie dependent. It's just trying to pop it onto the front of the green and roll out to the flag. And that's pretty good from there.
Well, how many times have we said this? Another good look for Scotty Scheffler. Back into the wind. Really doesn't have to worry about the speed. Maybe a little off the left edge.
No, that was a pretty good roll right there. It was a nice stroke. Had good pacing to it. A little bit ago they showed a ground level. We were watching it on TV and a putt that he hit, and it was it was offline quick, and the putter head was all over the place. So that was a nice stroke.
Bryson coming out of the rough here by the 13th.
And we all often talk about him and his power play. He's got a remarkable touch around the greens as well.
As Koepka knocks this in for a par. You can say the same about John Daly. A lot of people think about Daly as just a big hitter, but had some great feel. I watched him hit a shot into the 17th earlier this week, and it was the perfect shot to hit. Little gentle right to left to that flag. It wasn't a power shot at all. Scheffler now for a par. Really nice start for Scotty Scheffler today. 3 birdies on the outward half, so this to go out in 32. And he's had some really solid results this year. If he can put together a good back 9, maybe it'll be another top 10 finish for Scheffler. Victor Perez now for a par, having missed the green.
Yeah, well short and right. Pitch to here. Narrowly misses on that right.
In terms of the conditions, what do you think favors Brian Harmon as we watch Southgate here?
I think just the grit that Brian Harmon has. You know, he may put together a wonderful round of golf and win the Open Championship. If he doesn't have his best game, he's very gritty. He's got a big heart and he's a fighter. I don't see him shooting more than maybe a couple over if he has a bad day.
Matthew Southgate making his first birdie. You saw his reaction. Tommy Fleetwood arriving, looks pretty relaxed. Tommy will go in the 4th to last pairing alongside Seb Straka. They may well play together in the Ryder Cup later this year.
Well, this twosome has arrived at the 10th tee, and Scheffler looks to have the driver. Wind off the right, still blowing a good 15, 20 miles an hour, without a doubt. The Seagulls aren't walking yet, but they're getting close. 316 through the fairway.
Yeah, I like this play here,
Right
Aaron.
down the middle.
Trying to press it up there, shorten up this golf hole a little bit.
I've seen a lot of that today. Quick tee pickups from Scotty Scheffler. He's got a lot of command of his golf ball right now. And Koepka is starting to find it. Last three drivers have been pretty good. This one down the left-hand side. Needs to get lucky.
Can see the golf ball. I think that'll be okay.
Down the left, but they won't have to deal with the mounds on the right side at number 10. Let's take a look at some of the players who are going to be getting their final rounds underway shortly. Game 20 at 11:05 local time. Guido Migliozzi again and Michael Stewart. Michael Stewart trying to finish inside the top 10. That would get him into the championship next year. Stuart Sink, a champion golfer of the year, alongside another one in Henrik Stenson, going out at 11:15. Wyndham Clark, the US Open champion, will play with the 50-year-old Richard Bland. They will go at 11:25 local time. Alexander Bjork, and the man that qualified through the Genesis Scottish Open, getting in late last week. Those 3 spots available at the Renaissance Club last week. Corey Connors, great ball striker in Connors, along with Tyrrell Hatton, a man who's won on the links a couple of times at the Alfred Dunhill Links Championship on the DP World Tour. Patrick Reed and Cameron Smith, a couple of major champions on the Dee estuary here and the coastline, where the wind has a pretty good run up if it's blowing in that direction.
Head out to the golf again on the 3rd green with Alex Noren. This will be a popular place today. Into that wind, second shot. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? He has a remarkable short game, this man, and he'll take full advantage of it there. You used to do this, John, all the time.
Just trying to get into your crawl a little bit, right? Just miss the green, either get up and down all the time or hole a couple of those.
Marcel Siem here for a birdie at the 8th. I was looking at the Race to Dubai rankings, and Marcel Siem is just outside the mark of gaining a PGA Tour card for next season. So the remainder of the year on the DP World Tour is going to be very important for Marcel.
He's got the shirt for Hawaii anyway.
Ready for the beginning of the year, exactly.
Great place to start. Adam Scott at the 7th has to avoid that right bunker. Got around it, and that is absolutely perfect up the right-hand side. Front left pin position.
Ron's still over there with that guy in the brown for start line. Yeah.
Down the left side for Koepka and Scheffler, and it's all about how the balls are lying in that rough down there. Aaron?
208 for Scheffler, Tom, and the lie is okay. If it was anybody else, I would say it's going to be tough. But I think the way Scotty Scheffler plays out of the rough, I think he might be able to potentially find something, get it bouncing up onto that green potentially. Koepka's got a great lie. He should be able to have no problem with his.
I think that stuff in front of it's going to slow it down pretty good.
How far is the hole?
207.
Can open face to 5?
Interesting graphic there to see the wind direction. Same
thought
as it
open
was
face one of
on
that.
Friday for
Just
these
'cause the
players
loft
at the
would be
moment.
a little better, you know what I mean? You can get it up over that little stuff in front. Has a better chance of not slowing down so much. I think you can get some knuckleball on it. It's just a matter of
It's a little short would probably be better anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, and it doesn't roll back far if you're on line with it. It doesn't like come way down. You get up there within 5 of the front, it'll stay right there.
It's the left he's got to be careful of. That will roll down quite a ways. I think they went back to the 6 because they need some loft. Well,
This one I feel like is going to get caught.
Okay.
I feel like actually has a chance to get
maybe he feels okay with the open choke 5.
Gonna have to really hold that face open.
Oof, got to hold on tight with the left hand here.
Because that left is no good with this pin being in the front and left.
That sounded high on the face, Cookie.
Yeah, probably gonna just a floater and it's going left.
Now the good news is he's chipping back into the wind.
Gonna be out of the first cut of rough, so he'll have lots of options.
Koepka 197. As usual, wasting no time. This is way left, guys.
You could just see that club just grabbed. That hosel just turn over. Even as strong as Brooks Koepka is, couldn't fight that off.
Sometimes you have to feel for our camera guys, don't you? I mean, that ball was in the air before Scotty Scheffler's ball has almost stopped.
He can hit it on the run sometimes. He can play fast.
Let's take a look at Scotty Scheffler's day so far. And it got off to the perfect start at the first.
Had in the left rough and played a shot well short of the green, but what a beautiful pitch shot there. Nice way to start the day on the tough first.
Part the second. This was at the third.
Yeah, he hasn't held any putts this week at all, really, and all of a sudden one finds the middle of the hole from distance. And I think he was quite surprised about that.
It'll be a par at the fourth, and then this was at the fifth.
Players taking advantage of the par 5 fifth with this hole location kind of in the middle front.
So 3 birdies in the first 5 holes for the world number 1, and he's added 4 pars since then, out in 32, and his finishes in the major championships this year. It's the story of Scotty Scheffler, just consistently playing well.
Yeah, and that's with losing strokes gained to the field, putting. Wonderful major championship run.
Here's our first round leader, Christo Lamprecht, on 15. From a long way back there on the back of that green, but that's a beautiful putt. Making memories this week, that's for sure.
This is for 2 in a row. Matthew Southgate, you saw his celebration after he made the one at the 5th. Having had 4 straight pars to start the day, he's knocked another one in.
Beautiful iron shot in there to the 6th.
And the man from Southend on Sea, down east of London.
Now this lie, he went from what I thought was a very good lie on 10 to an absolutely awful lie here.
Took a big swing at that, but put it way up in the air and used that wind to slow it down. That's outstanding.
It's amazing how many times these guys guess right out of those lies, Cookie.
Yeah, that's just confidence and with the confidence to play the proper shot and not be afraid.
Now, much better lie for Scotty, and he's got a couple ways to play it. He can bump it, or he can use the wind. I think he can spin this a little bit if he gets it just right.
He made that look way too easy. Way too easy. It definitely wasn't that easy.
I think back into the wind helped him a lot there, Thomas.
Over at the 7th, this is Adam Scott for his first birdie of the day, and an eagle 2 at the 4th.
Just past the pin. Into the wind. Gonna have to give this a pretty good slug. And that wanders off.
This is Hoshino from Japan for his par. Good scramble there. And Bezuidenhout has a short one here at the 6th. A couple of really good tee shots from this pairing.
That'll easily be the 2 best tee shots of the day there at the 6th.
Yeah, this would be a phenomenal 4 if Brooks can knock this down. Wind off his right.
Big change coming up for Brooks. He's going to be a dad, not too distant future, and saying that family will come first. So it'll be an adjustment to playing tournament golf and being a dad. You both know what that's like.
Well, good for him. That's a great moment in anybody's life, and that is good for him. Brooks is a top guy off the golf course. He really is, and I mean, he's a top guy on it as well. But he's a top guy off the golf course, and you know, being around him when you chat to him, he's just happy to be healthy, and he enjoys being at home, and you know, there's so many things, and obviously having a child is going to be an amazing thing for him and Gemma.
Great up and down there from Scotty Scheffler. And they will head to the 11th and go back the other way, sort of make their way back towards the clubhouse.
Victor Perez on 7. And this is a very good chance here. And the stroke looked like it. Everything was right about that. That's an excellent birdie. After making bogey on 6, he gets it back on 7.
Drove it in a bunker at 14 to DeChambeau. This is for par.
Pinning that back right. A little bit of left, right to left in it, and out of position off the tee. Cost him a shot.
So I mentioned turning back the other way, heading towards the clubhouse. These next 4 holes run in a similar direction. Different holes, obviously. 12 and 14 have kind of a similar layout. 11 is one that players have been hitting driver towards the green. The wind, as you can see on our graphic, slightly into, but more a crosswind left to right. Is that the way it's blowing out there, Aaron?
Yes, sir. You better buckle up, because 11 through 14 will get these players' attention with this westerly. And Scotty Scheffler, less than driver, just trying to find that fairway, give himself some sort of look. Flags all the way in the back, which will give him an opportunity to scoot one back there and close. Got to find the fairway first. And it looks as though he may have done that.
That is an ideal position.
Brooks also less than driver. This one farther to the right. This one's going to miss to the right.
Yeah, that's a good bit down that right-hand side. I have a little thought here on the day overall. You know, I think if Brian Harman can get to this tee with a big lead, I think then the golf course turns easier for him. Because he's a left-hander, he'll have that wind and he can lean it out to the wind, and that becomes a lot easier wind to play in. I think these 4 holes are extremely difficult for right-handed golfers.
No question about it, Thomas. And anytime you're kind of swinging across your body into that left to right wind is always more difficult. Brian Harman can swing out and around his body and use the wind to his advantage. So I think you're 100% correct. If he gets to that tee with a big lead, he has the advantage.
Nice birdie there for Bob McIntyre. Victor Perez off the tee at 8.
He'll seem to like it. Why not? Right straight down the middle. Give him a birdie opportunity if he hits a good shot.
Practice putting green here is in front of the clubhouse. Quite a narrow little stretch there. And let's see who's out getting ready for their tee time. I think that's Cam Smith there. Cameron Smith out at noon, so he's about an hour away from his final round tee time here at the Open. And he will start the day 11 shots back. Of course, the third hole, which runs alongside this putting green and then to the right, is the first hole for the members when you come and play here.
Yeah, I think Cam, his biggest problem has been this part of the game this week. I think he's played some lovely golf, but he obviously hasn't putted the way he did last year when he won. Second shot for Perez. He's just going to hang it out there to the right and draw it into this flag.
Okay. Yeah, no.
That was one of those last second, don't want to miss it to the right type of swings. Kind of pulled across it.
Okay. Full commitment.
Adam Scott going right at the hole location. 149 yards. And on that right side. Is he trying to cut one in there perhaps? Right at hole high.
Back over to the 11th in this pairing that we've been watching quite a bit. Koepka and Scheffler, for obvious reasons, two of the biggest names in the game.
Koepka has got himself in a little bit of a spot. He is on the berm, kind of on the upslope with this berm right in front of him. He's got to elevate it very quickly. The lie is okay. Should be able to get clean contact, but the wind is just going to hammer this thing because he's got to put it straight in the air.
Yeah, you can watch for this ball to kind of knuckle up in the air and then fall straight down.
I think the fact that he's in the rough is actually going to help him here.
I think any shot on the green would be really well done.
That's really good.
What was the hang time on that, you think there, Aaron? About 12 seconds?
More than a Ray Guy punt.
For those of you who don't know who Ray Guy is, probably the greatest punter in American football of all time, and he could put it up in the air. Like,
Cookie, I
he
just
could hit
Yes.
dome ceilings.
I just realized where I was when I made that call just now, and I realized probably no one around the world got that reference except for Americans. Scotty's waiting for the 12th tee. It's only about 60, 70 yards, and they're going to let him go. Woodland's going to let him go. He's got 110, and this is, boy, I'll tell you what, licking your chops here. Just a low little skipper to that back flag should be perfect. He can use the wind, bring it in from a little bit from left to right.
Wonderful stuff from Scheffler. Had his first taste of seaside golf in Britain at Renaissance a couple of years ago at the Scottish Open.
This is Matt Southgate on the 8th. 7th, sorry. This is for 3 in a row. That's a good roll. He's having a nice day.
Perez now for birdie at 8. And has won 3 times on the DP World Tour, including the Dunhill Links. That was back in 2019, his first victory. And he had a big one earlier this year in Abu Dhabi. Second at 15 for DeChambeau.
Par 5, 15th. Going in with an iron. Oh, one bounce over that pot bunker in that front left, and fortunate, but now he's got an eagle opportunity.
Eagle putt from down in one of those little hollows for Oosthuizen.
Up that slope, across the green. Fifth hole will yield a lot of birdies, possible eagles.
Going to be the first birdie of the day for Oosthuizen, having had 4 straight pars to begin his final round. Back over to Koepka for a birdie.
Coming down the hill here just a little bit as this green shoots away from him over that bunker. Just hasn't been able to get anything going today.
Koepka says as a young boy he used to watch the Open on television, and then he would go out and try to hit some of the low stinger shots that he had seen whilst he was watching the best players of the time. Dare say it might have seen a couple from you, Thomas, in those times.
I don't know if it was me he was looking at that time. I think it was more a certain Tiger Woods. I think we were all watching him hitting those kind of shots when Brooks was a bit younger. We all learned so much. I mean, his win here in 2006 was one of the most remarkable ways of playing a golf course that I've ever seen. It was genius in the way he worked his way around the golf course like he was playing a game of chess.
Yeah, he was just dissecting the golf course, putting the golf ball in position, not trying to overpower it, just kind of outsmart it. But he played the course the way it was intended to play under those conditions. That was his genius.
Another birdie for Scheffler on what has been a good day.
This is game number 20. On the tee, from Italy, Guido Migliosi.
This finish at a major championship, 4th a couple of years ago at the US Open.
Pretty bold play there, just dropping it on the ground with a 3-wood. Kind of, move the turf up a little bit, but I want that ball on a tee off the first tee.
Fairly confident that.
He knows what he's doing.
It's just striped.
On the tee, from Scotland, Michael Stewart.
I think Michael Stewart is relishing the spotlight this week. Big day for him. If he can play well today, get inside the top 10, he will not have to worry about getting into the championship next year. He'll be in already. Well, a little offline there. Stewart playing his golf on the Challenge Tour, had to come through the qualifier at Dundonald to get into the Open. He was a very good amateur player back 10, 11 years ago. A runner-up at the amateur at Hillside, not too far away, and played the Walker Cup at Royal Aberdeen in 2011, and now on one of the biggest stages in the game, perhaps the biggest stage in the game. How about this with Lamprecht on the 17th? I think they're going to keep cheering as he hits.
Well, that's all good fun for the first few groups. That could be a bit of trouble later in the day, that one.
He's having the time of his life, though. He's loving it.
I thought it was pretty funny. The marshal put the "Quiet Please" sign up as they were clapping. Keep him down there when he's hitting.
Vironk up the hill at 12. And that's as good as we've seen. Excellent iron shot from Adrian Vironk.
There at the 18th, those grandstands will be packed in several hours' time as the final pairings come down. Let's take a look at the 12th.
Beautiful little dogleg to the left, wind blowing in out of the left, fairway sloping to the right. You see those three bunkers, absolutely must miss those. Those are just pitch out sideways. Then you shoot up the hill. Can't really see the green so much, but not much around it except a lot of danger. That green plays about half that size because of the runoffs.
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler.
Oh, this is heading right into the middle of the crowds.
That will all be lie dependent on what type of shot he can play.
If you're going to miss it big here. That's kind of the general rule. If you're just off the fairway, your chance of going into the very nasty fairway bunkers. Now Koepka.
I feel it's an awkward tee shot. As you see, wind out of the left, fairway slopes left to right, hole goes right to left. All the trouble on the right.
All right.
That might have flown into one of those pot bunkers, and well, that could be dangerous.
So a bit of breeze out there to challenge these players on the final day of the Open at Royal Liverpool. Brian Harmon with a 5-shot lead to begin this final round. Miliozzi with his second.
Yeah, but you see there, he's got a head cover of it for his second shot, and that's by taking 3 wood off the tee. He's played a long hole this morning.
And these players are so long, but just to give you a sense of what it's playing back home, 465, 458, 428, the first 3 holes here. And you know, that puts it into perspective. You think about when you're back home playing at your home club, how many par 4s are there of that length?
Yeah, the first hole just, it's a tough tee shot. The green is, you can see right there, is long, it's narrow, it slopes off both sides. 465, playing close to 500 yards. These great players, giving them all they can handle.
We saw Michael Stewart knock it in the bunker on the right-hand side of the tee, so out to here. This is his third.
Just have to play something low, kind of running up the center of the green. Oh boy, that is short side in the rough. Has to pitch across the side slope now, so very difficult shot.
There's Perez, left of the 9th. Oh, that's an awful chip. That was pretty straightforward. It was into the wind. There was nothing really there to make it difficult. He just really never got to strike on this ball. It's never been the strength of his game, but he should do better than that.
This is Bryson for an eagle at the 15th.
You saw an iron second shot for Bryson. Bounced it around that front left pot bunker, now across the green. And that was wayward, line and distance.
Never a good combo, is it, really?
Not a good combo. Got to get at least part of it right. If you miss both, it looks like that.
Koepka has played out of the fairway bunker that he hit it into, guys, and just could advance. At least he could advance it about 50, 60 yards, but he'll have a third from fairly well back. Scotty Scheffler's lie is not good. Stance isn't good. Ball above his feet. And there's a tiny bit of mud on the ball. So downhill lie, ball above his feet. He's going to have to come up with something creative here. Back into the wind.
Just going to try to shoot it up the center of the green.
This is going left. Cookie needs a bounce.
It got a good bounce, but won't get to the fairway cut. Take a look at the strike. Ball sitting way down. Tough to get a perfect contact. And we'll shoot a little bit to the left. Look at that little Gary Player walk through right there. His right leg crosses his left. Oh, the footwork that Scotty Scheffler has is just dances all over.
Yeah, you might be.
Brooks ready to go. Wasting no time yet again. 107. Coming up the hill back into a good 20-mile-an-hour wind. That's going to spin.
In fact, we saw him long left. He did well to get it to here, considering what we've seen from some players down in that part of this hole so far this week. This for a par, and the crowd will love it if it drops, which it does.
Cristo loves it. He's going to be exciting. Let's see where he goes in this game. Hopefully a long way, because he's an exciting player. He loves to play. He's a fine young man.
Let's go back to the opening tee.
This is game number 21. On the tee, from the USA, Stuart Sink.
Matt Koepka with the starter duties, and a couple of past champions here. Champion golfer of the year from 2009 in that memorable battle with Tom Watson in the playoff.
Still has plenty of length. He's a tall, he's a big man. just turned 50, so he's playing some PGA Tour Champions events, but still has status on the PGA Tour, so he's going to try to go back and forth a little bit. And a nice tee shot there for Stewart to start his day.
On the tee, from Sweden, Henrik Stenson.
I mentioned the battle between Tom Watson and Stuart Sink, and of course it was Stenson and Mickelson. Stenson coming out on top back in 2016.
He's got that nuclear 3-wood that his whole career has just absolutely laced.
As that one is sent up the fairway, we welcome in Andrew Beef Johnston. So we've got Beef and Cookie again back.
We were doing this yesterday, and we were having a lot of fun with Beef and the Cookie.
I'm just not sure what way around we're supposed to do this.
Sounds like a podcast waiting to happen here. This is Scotty Scheffler, ball below his feet here.
Yeah, missed the tee shot to the right. Second to here, but pretty basic pitch down the hill. Players of this caliber, that doesn't really scare them much.
Par putt at 8 here. Beef, you've been watching a bit of golf over with Sky Sports. What have your thoughts on what you've seen so far?
Yeah, that wind seems up a little bit more than yesterday, which could provide a bit more of a test. Obviously the scoring was a lot lower yesterday. The rain's obviously going to help the softness of the golf course, and you can really sort of hit into these greens and get it right at the flags. So it's a case of you can still score, but that wind's just going to play a bit more of a trick.
Koepka's going to drop a shot here, drove it in the bunker of the tee. Over par, not his best day today. Birdie putt here for Bryson. This will be a 2-putt birdie.
And nice iron in around the bunkers on the left, and had to work a little bit for that 2-putt, but nice birdie there for Bryson.
Lamprecht here with his 4th shot, his first drive going out of bounds on the right. Coming in with the iron, and that's not a bad miss there. I mean, it's such a difficult green to hit downwind, going at the flag like that.
Yeah, first ball out of bounds, and then just roasted his second, hit 5-iron in, 609 yards today. And like you said, Beef, if you want to preview this golf hole, it's way better to be long and pitching back into the wind than try to mess with those bunkers.
Scheffler to keep his good round going. This for par.
Yeah, 100%. I've always found if you're teeing off like 2 o'clock and you're out with the leaders and stuff, it's always good to have that telly on early when you're sitting in the room or whatever you're doing, having a bit of breakfast to see where the pins are and how it's reacting and stuff, and you can gain some good insight from that.
Always like a good preview, right? Christo striding up his 72nd hole, the Open Championship. What an experience for the amateur champion and Georgia Tech yellow jacket.
Amateur golf's going to feel like a bit of a letdown having had 4 days here.
I mean, I can't imagine going from amateur straight into like the fire pit, isn't it? Coming into a tournament like that, and then you shoot 5 under first day, and all of a sudden the attention he must have had over that next 24 hours or 12 hours before he teed off must have been just insane.
So not too far away. This is Henrik Stenson getting his final round underway. Second to the first.
And this is how long this golf hole is playing, the opening hole here at Royal Liverpool. They can sting something like a 4 or 3 iron in there, and that's not horrible right there. If it was in the rough, it would be tough, but he can just putt it up that slope, and that's not a horrible miss if you're hole high.
Tight little flag over here on the left-hand side. Wind into and off the left. This one started left, trying to ride the wind to the flag. This is a good-looking shot if it's the distance.
Just hit on that front left part and didn't scoot up there, Aaron, but a nice strike. Right on line.
Well, this would be a par if he could knock it in here for Lamprecht. Playing alongside Danny Willett, who's got this for an eagle to close his championship.
Still a little bit of work left before finishing your week's work.
Lamprecht is going to have a wait because he'll be back for the ceremony later as the leading amateur. 6 amateurs to begin the week. The South African, the only one to make the cut.
Trying to drive it in there low. Just wasn't the contact that he wanted. Sounded a little bit high on the face.
Stuart Sink here on the first after a perfect tee shot. It's a long first hole. See if he can hit this skinny green.
Great shot.
Oh, you heard it there. Great shot.
That certainly was. Any of the leaders would love to have that. Start out the day. See if Christo can wiggle this one in there for his bogey. Tee shot out of bounds.
Nice way to finish, and he will be awarded the silver medal for the leading amateur. The prize which has gone to some of the great names in the game, including Tiger Woods in 1996, Justin Rose, of course, that spectacular week that he had at Royal Birkdale in 98, McIlroy 2007, Carnoustie, Matt Fitzpatrick at Muirfield in 2013.
See if Willett can finish with a birdie here. I walked a few holes with him and said he's chopped and changed coaches a few times over the last recent months and stuff, and hopefully he'll get settled soon and get back to his best.
Appreciate your effort.
Well, what a great week it has been for Christo Lamprecht, and he will really enjoy the moment later today. And he comes out onto the 18th green to receive the silver medal. Then we'll go over to the first tee and the next game. Game number 22.
This is game number 22. On the tee, from the USA, Wyndham Clark.
What a year it's been for Wyndham Clark, highlighted by his victory at the Los Angeles Country Club. And now he gets his final round of the Open underway.
Yeah, good to see Wyndham improved at every level. College, and now a U.S. Open champion, major championship winner. Seemingly didn't like it. Don't like down the middle of the fairway.
On the tee, from England, Richard Bland.
He's a popular figure, Richard Bland. If he were to pull off a victory today, it would be record territory. Paul Lawrie came from 10 shots back to win at Carnoustie. Now this pair begin the day 11 behind Brian Harman.
Going back to Clark, I actually again walked a few holes in practice with him, and I went over to say congratulations US Open a couple times, and he was so in the zone I just had to step back and I was like, I'll just leave him be. And it was a good mentality, and you can see why he's won major.
He's intense, there's no doubt about it. You kind of try to crack that bubble. It's a tough crack. Stuart Sink for his birdie at 1 after that brilliant approach, just slides by on the right.
And Todd for a birdie at the second.
Up that little slope, will go a little left to right towards the back of the green. Nice birdie.
Playing in his 4th Open, turned 38 yesterday.
It's Scotty Scheffler here after a solid tee shot on 13, long birdie chance. It won't be disappointed with that. As I said, these links greens can be tricky to read, and when you're putting from such a long way away, you're more concerned about the speed.
Best round of the day so far coming from Scotty Scheffler, who's 4 under the card, 1 better than Adrian Meronk, who's bogey-free, 3 under, playing a couple of groups ahead of Koepka and Scheffler. 63, of course, the low round of the week, and the low round in an Open at Royal Liverpool. That came from Jon Rahm yesterday as he put himself right into the mix. He'll start 6 behind. Scheffler trying to post a good number here on Sunday. Stenson, we saw him miss the green. He said it wasn't the hardest up and down for him.
Put it up that hill, and nice little scramble there for Henrik to start his day.
Koepka's birdie try on 13, and he does knock that in. That's a solid 2 there.
Well, you got to see this hole now for 4 days. What are your thoughts on this new looking 17th?
It's certainly an interesting hole. It's you know, it's showing its teeth. It'll be exciting coming down the stretch on how the players will play this hole. They would pay a lot of money for that shot right there that Bryson just hit.
What do you think, Beef?
Definitely, it's very tricky, and obviously you've only got wedge or 9-iron in your hand, but the pressure around that hole, being the 71st hole today, packs a lot of pressure, and I think a lot of the guys can't really feel the wind down on the tee. And that's quite a tricky thing. You've got to be really wary of how strong that wind is, because I think once you get on that tee box, it can really trick you and think, oh, the wind sort of died a little bit here.
Yeah, the tee box is back there in that little amphitheater, so it's going to be difficult. It'll be interesting to see how the leaders play the hole.
Koepka just sliding one to the right there. And Aaron Oberhauser is down there for us.
Oh, this is a brutal tee shot today, and the rain's starting to fall just lightly now, along with that 20-mile-an-hour crosswind from the left. Very difficult for a right-handed player, as Thomas Bjorn described earlier. And this one all going well to the right of Brooks's ball.
Let's go, Brooks.
Wow, I'm not sure I've seen one over there.
That's over there on the couches in the living room over there.
That's obvious. I mean, they're gathering around that ball. I can't believe he's going to be able to play it from there.
I mean, they showed that swing there, and his feet were sliding all over the place. It's so tough to match that up, but he has done such a wonderful job of doing that. It just, check this out. Watch his feet. Looks great right there. All of a sudden, back foot goes back, crosses over the left. I mean, I've never seen footwork like that, Beef. I mean, and he's the #1 in the world because he can match that up most of the time, but not that time.
You know, when you get taught as a kid and stuff, it's always balance and finish and hold that pose. That's not teachable, that.
Richard Bland, second to the first.
See what type of shot Richard wants to play in here. Something low up the center of the green would be preferable, but he was looking left from the start and be out of the first cut of rough and have to go through some pitching areas and mounds. Be tough.
They call this an infinity par 3, and there's a prime example of why.
You see nothing but the flagstick. You don't see the putting surface, and all you see is blue sky and the flagstick.
The only thing I want to hear when you say infinity is a swimming pool, not a golf green.
Cookie, you're also optimistic with the blue sky. You know where we are, right?
You see the sky. I'll say the sky. Can be gray, can be blue, sometimes could be a dark color black.
Now Wyndham with his second to the first.
See if he plays a little low cutting shot. He's liking it.
What a golf swing there, bud. Get back there.
Right on line. Beautiful golf shot right there. Nice and low. Drives it in there low. Trying to use the back part of the green. Outstanding.
Stuart Singh going with the iron off the second. Back down the breeze here.
Yeah, I don't see much. When I walked around, I saw it's just an iron off the tee, just get it into a good spot, except that you're going to have a longer shot in.
Go up to the 10th, and Adam Scott trying to get a couple under par for the day.
Beautiful second in here. Underneath the hole, only about 12 feet. Get enough, get enough, yes.
First birdie on the card. I had that highlight at the 4th. Tyrrell Hatton just arriving for his final round. He's been over to the practice area, and you then take a shuttle back to the clubhouse. There isn't a huge amount of space here, so they don't have a practice area on the property. You have to drive over to it. Scheffler's gone way right over towards the Mercedes-Benz display there. Aaron, what? I mean, can he play it from there, or is he going to have to take a drop?
Well, I think I would imagine he's going to be allowed a drop if his backswing is inhibited by that little step right there. But outside of that, I mean, you couldn't get a better angle. You're going more back into the wind. It's actually a really good spot to be.
He's been trying to move the folks out of the way. The marshals do a great job here in trying to corral people because it's just so many folks packed into a small area.
You know, yet again, much like we see at other major championships in the States, U.S. Open and PGA, if you're going to miss it, for the most part, miss it big. Lie's perfect.
Got your flashes on your cameras. Can you make sure your flashes are off, please?
You see the lie right there, Aaron. It's a perfect lie. It's like sitting up.
I'll be interested to see if he wants relief or if he's going to ask for relief. I would think, as soon as I got up to it, Cookie, and looked at it, I would be like, yeah, I need an official. I think he's waiting for one because I would imagine he's going to be entitled to relief.
You went the wrong route, that's bad.
Well, Junwoo Kim, RNA rules official, is here with us. Junwoo, can you give us an insight into what he would be able to do here?
Yeah, sure. That right-hand side village area is treated as a single TIO. So if there is any interference, he would be able to swing around all the way to the course side.
Koepka's going to quickly play.
Yeah, from 214, just trying to get anything up there, and the weather is deteriorating quickly out here.
Well, that didn't need much there, Aaron. It just needed to hang on a little bit, but it didn't. Now it falls all the way down to the right.
This hole is a beast right now, John.
There hadn't been that many players go through here, but it is playing as the toughest hole so far.
Back there, through the row of spectators. It looks like ball in hand, so Scotty is taking a drop.
And he was fortunate that the ball moved closer to the hole each time, so he's able to place it, which now he's got an extra perfect lie.
And also fortunate, Jim, that there weren't drop zones here, because there are some grandstands, especially at 18, where you have to go to a drop zone.
Yeah, so all the grandstands or village areas behind the greens, the only available relief option for physical interference would be the dropping zone, but over here it's treated as a normal TIO, so he was just taking normal relief under 16-1, which would be for immovable obstructions.
The lies in some of the drop zones wouldn't be as good as what he has here.
Yeah, I guess sometimes you get a lucky break, just like this one, and yep, there we go, back in play.
That little alleyway right there. He's got 211 yards. This ball's going to be humming.
That thing didn't get more than 6 feet off the ground, Cookie.
Yeah, I was trying to run it up there, and it kicked to the right down into that rough.
You think with a little bit of moisture coming down, with his golf swing and the way his feet move, it's more difficult for him?
I can't imagine that he could time and sync that foot movement up consistently. It's so difficult.
Let's watch his feet here.
It's so slippery out there now. You just watch his feet. I mean, as great as he is, and wonderful ball striker, that right there, it blows my mind on how he can make consistent contact.
At Beef, as we know in this part of the country, when you get a little bit of moisture on this grass, it can get a bit slippery.
Gets really slippy, yeah, because it is so tight and you've got the mounds. It does get very slippy, and you watch it when people are chipping as well, and the balls skid a lot more.
Nice touch there from Bland. Mentioned that Adrian Morant was having a good day. These players may have the best of the weather. We'll see. Morant going along well. 3 under for the round.
607 yards today. He's going in with an iron. Same thing that Bryson DeChambeau just did. Bounce it over that front left bunker onto the green. Well done.
So the weather deteriorating out there. Players that we're watching on the golf course, so they're into the back nine, have played the majority of their day in dry weather, but we'll see. I mean, from watching the forecast this morning, here they were saying that it's just going to be very difficult to predict. There's this big weather system that's above Liverpool and Manchester, and it could drop down, and there could be rain and wind. Of course, got the cricket not too far away, so the weather forecasts in terms of sport have been quite prominent on the news here so far this week because it's so close to Manchester. I wouldn't think it's very nice out there at the moment, is it, Aaron?
No, it is not. This is hey, Tom, you grew up in this, I would imagine. This is a typical British summer.
That's right. When I was 18, I went to Georgia and then on to Florida. So there's a reason for that.
And you escaped it.
Exactly.
Exactly. Scotty's got a very difficult shot here. The one good thing is that he can use loft. It looks like he's going to use loft. He can take it upstairs and have the wind kind of kill the ball. But he doesn't have a lot of green to work with on this angle. Good lie.
Yeah, he took it upstairs there, Aaron, and used the wind to just drop it straight down, and now it has about 7 feet for his par.
Clark after 2, tremendous shots here on the first. Outside chance for birdie. Yeah, it looks a good putt to me. It's a good solid 4th start there.
Adam Scott at the 11th for another birdie.
Pretty solid round of golf here so far for Adam. Oh, we'd like to have that one.
Back over to the 14th. It's great, they're coming out with a parent or a family member to watch the golf as a youngster. The first Open that I attended was 30 years ago with my dad, and it stays in your memory forever, doesn't it? I mean, I'm sure you remember, Beef, coming out as a youngster.
Yeah, I used to go to Wentworth, and when they had the English Open, I remember going Hanbury Manor as a kid. The first Open I went to was at St George's when Ben Curtis won it. So yeah, very great memories there.
Those memories that etched in your mind. I'm not sure this one's old enough to be able to remember any of this, but Mum and Dad are keeping the younger one dry there.
Well, this is one of those big momentum putts. He has worked so hard today to get to where he's at. And this would go a long way, and especially with the finish. I know the weather's not great, but he can get home in 2 on 15 with a good drive, and 18's downwind as well. Big putt here.
Looked like it was going to try to catch that right edge and fall, and just creased it.
Going to be the first bogey of the day for Scotty Scheffler. He's going to fall back to 3 under for the round and 1 over for the championship in this final round of the 151st Open. Now Brooks.
He's played some chip shot there to get the ball there and have that length putt for par.
Yeah, he had that hole high down below, and wonderful shot. Nice battle there for Brooks. He's not giving up. It would be easy for him to kind of maybe just pack it in and walk it in, but too much pride in that multi-major championship winner.
Let's take a moment to take a look at the leaderboard, and as we know, Brian Harmon, with the biggest day of his golf career, has led going into the final round of a major US Open a few years ago, but a sizable lead, 5 shots over Cameron Young, John Rahm in there as well. It'll be Young and Harmon in the final group. They'll start at 2:15 local time here. Tommy Fleetwood will have a lot of support from the crowd. So too Rory McIlroy, who was frustrated yesterday, had a really nice start, some birdies early, but the putter was cold for the remainder of his day. And we'll head back down to that first tee where the umbrellas are up, the rain is coming down, the conditions not particularly pleasant to be starting the final round of the Open, game number 24. And it's Corey Connors along with Tyrrell Hatton.
This is game number 24. On the tee, from Canada, Corey Connors.
Well, he's a fabulous ball striker, this guy. And we're joined in the commentary box by another man who flushes it. It's Nicholas Colsaerts, who's with us, along with Andrew Beef Johnson and me, Tom Abbott.
Yeah, he's a sweet swinger, this Canadian boy, isn't he? Lots to like about his game.
On the tee, from England, Tyrrell Hatton.
You think he's going to relish these conditions? He plays well in links golf.
Yeah, he's always up for the battle. I think he's done so well after the nightmare he had on 18. To come back and bounce back, you can feel so deflated from that finish. Sometimes you can easily sort of head the other way and not play well over the weekend. I think he's done really well, and that shows his character and strength.
Yeah, made a 9 on the 18th in the second round at Tyrrell Hatton. Looking through the rain on the camera lens at the 15th tee, and Koepka's back there, Aaron.
Yeah, it's getting nasty out here right now. Wind gusty a little bit, and I would imagine getting close to being difficult to hold onto the golf club.
Cole, when that long rough gets thick and wet as well, that sort of pitched straight in there and didn't hop out very well. That didn't look too good.
I'll tell you what, the crowds have been incredible. These are some tough people in the northwest of England, Tom.
You don't say.
They love their golf. Leaning like it's going a little bit to the right.
Yeah, he's fine, he's on the fairway. Just missed those 2 bunkers on the right. Scheffler. Yeah, I took a little bit of a walk this morning. You see people in shorts and shirts and just not caring about how bad the weather can be. You only find that in the British Isles.
Every day's Halloween here, you know. Jason Day could be a big day for the Australian. Off in just over 2 hours, he goes out in the third to last group, along with Antoine Rosner. Starts at 5 under par, so starts 7 back of Brian Harmon. A man who knows how to win a major championship and coming back into form. I've heard a few people talk about Jason Day this week, so we'll see how Jason handles these conditions if they stay this way. Were you somebody who relished playing in the bad weather?
Well, no, not particularly. I mean, the only thing that when you play in these conditions, that you know that there is a possibility to make some ground, because if you post a good round in tough conditions like that, you know, considering how hard it is, you can make a lot of ground in those conditions.
Third shot here for Bryson, going high, and I think straight into the bunker. Yeah. You think this favors the field trying to chase Harmon these tough conditions?
Well, yeah, if you look at the leaderboard that we have, I mean, you know, having Harman, that's a long way forward or a long way ahead. You know, these guys are all chasing.
So taking a look at game number 27, off at 12:20, 30 minutes away, Ricky Fowler and Minwoo Lee. Jordan Spieth will play with Max Homa, 2 very talented American players that will feature for the United States in the Ryder Cup. You would think in a few months' time, Hideki Matsuyama, Masters champion, along with a former amateur champion in Roman Langas. They go at 12:40, so that's in 50 minutes. In an hour's time, Sung Jae Im, along with Matt Fitzpatrick, who didn't have high hopes coming into the week. He played down his chances. Well, he's right there looking at a top 10 or maybe even better come the end of the day. Emiliano Grillo, along with Rory McIlroy, who knows what it's like to win an Open at Royal Liverpool. Matthew Jordan has been a member here since he was a youngster. What a week he has had. What a story. He will play with Nicolai Højgaard at 3 under par, both of those 2 players starting at 1:10 on local time here. They will go off an hour and 5 minutes before the final pairing. This is Cam Smith, who's making his way back from the range. We mentioned that you have to take a shuttle over to the driving range here because there isn't space for it on property. All of the hospitality areas next to the 18th take up the usual space for the driving range. Out to the second, Wyndham Clark.
Coming at front trap here. What a great shot he's hit there.
Did you like to play in the rain, Beef? You're from here.
The more we followed the sun, the less I like the cold and rain.
Get spoiled, right? Par attempt here for Bryson. Came out of the bunker. No, it's going to be a bogey to finish for Bryson DeChambeau. Didn't break 70 this week. That'll be disappointing for the big hitting American. We showed you Cam Smith arriving from the range a few moments ago. He's made his way onto the putting green, which is right in front of that old clubhouse here. And it'll be a short walk over to the first tee. And just getting a little bit of feel for the short putts out there. Difficult short putting in this kind of weather, isn't it?
Yeah, sometimes. Mostly I find the wind affects it, you know. It's when you're standing over putts and that wind's blowing you forward or trying to knock you off balance, you've got to get really settled and comfortable before you pull the trigger.
Spieth and Fowler over on the range. We see the devices there so often. What are they looking at on those little devices you see?
Yeah, most of the players use, you know, those TrackMan-looking things, or just it's just to look at your ball data. You know, you work on carry, spin, and sometimes launch angles to know exactly what the ball is doing, depending on the conditions. You know, obviously here with, you know, the conditions that we have today, it's damp. The ball is not really going anywhere, so it's just a way to keep track of how you can, or the shots that you're going to be able to play in certain conditions.
Scheffler just waiting here for the green to clear, and it's setting in here a bit, Aaron, as a miserable day at the moment.
It is, Tom. It is not going anywhere. It's nothing but gray, deep gray skies pretty much everywhere you look. You can't see the islands. You can't see whales, that's for sure. You used to be able to look at that and see that pretty much all week. Not today. It is absolutely nasty out here.
Can you actually see the green from there?
I'll tell you what, Nicholas, it's getting a little duskier out there as far as looking at the green, that's for sure.
How about the wind speed? Has it picked up? Is it about the same?
It's about the same. It hasn't changed. I'd say 15 to 20. Sometimes a steady 20. Got a little gusty on the tee.
It's 27. That would be 34.
You know, one might think that the shot stays the same, but it's very difficult to get precise contact in those conditions.
Well, especially with water gathering on the ball. 278 all the way to the hole, front right hole location.
Oh, he's done incredibly well there to find the green. Playing it from left to right. Just dodged the bunker on the short left. He's got an eagle try, Scheffler, on 15. Beautiful shot.
The champion from last year on the old course at St Andrews, making his way across the bridge over the spectators, which is the route into the first tee.
He's changed rain gear as well. He showed up with a bit of a yellow, now he's got full blue. That's what you do when you come to play the Open. You carry different sets of rain gear because you know you're going to have to use them.
It definitely is. These are the hardest tournaments to pack your bag for. 100%. You don't know whether it's going to be hot and you're just going to need shirts. You've got jumpers, the snoods, hand warmers, gloves, waterproofs, umbrellas. There's so much equipment you need for this week because you never know what's going to come in.
Nice reception for Cameron Smith onto the first tee for his final day as the defending champion. Tyrrell Hatton did well to get it to here. We saw him miss it way right off the tee in the rough.
Yeah, this pin sits at 29 paces on the green. This is a first test of lag putting for Tyrrell on the first. That's very well judged. I think we might see that face on Tyrrell's a lot today. Look at him.
And here he is, the man of the moment, Brian Harmon.
Good luck today, buddy. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And I wonder how calm he will be today, how he will be able to keep his thoughts in check as he goes out with the chance to win a major championship for the first time and a sizable lead.
100%. I always think sometimes that the weight is 100 times worse, and once you get out warming up on the practice ground and loosening up and you get the club in your hand, you generally feel better and you just want to get out on the golf course.
Matt Koepka there, chatting with Cameron Smith, Matt, one of the starters for the Open for the last several years. Nice moment for the defending champion who played so well on that final day on the old course at St Andrews 12 months ago. Brian Harmon, he's had a bit of time to think about this. Been out in front for a few days now. And he will start his warm-up soon in some pretty nasty conditions. It will be a fascinating afternoon to watch Harmon to see whether he can get it done. Right behind him, players that you know can win major championships, especially Jon Rahm, who's done it before. He's done it this year. So it's a day when the umbrellas are up. Will it continue like this? It's been very difficult to predict, and the question is, how will these conditions change the golf course, and how will it affect Brian Harmon as he tries to win a major for the first time and become the champion golfer of the year? It is going to be fascinating to watch this afternoon here at Royal Liverpool. Clubhouse is buzzing. You can just see through the windows there the members getting ready for lunch, and then they will be walking out to watch the golf.
Just before you tee off like this, the wait for a couple of minutes is really cool. You get your card, you get everything sorted out, swap cards over, and you're just waiting for that announcement to get off the tee. And the atmosphere around the first tee at the Open's just so special. The way the grandstand's designed is so cool.
Patrick Reed and Cameron Smith, they've had a little wait there on the tee. They are going to be announced here in just a moment.
This is game number 25. On the tee, from the USA, Patrick Reed.
Well, a figure not without controversy in his career, but one who, without doubt, has an incredible amount of talent. 9 wins on the PGA Tour, including a Masters victory in 2018.
Just in the first cut for Patrick Reed. On the tee, from Australia, the defending champion, Cameron Smith.
And a fitting welcome for Cam Smith. He said it was emotional when he gave back the claret jug earlier this week, and what it has meant to him to represent this championship around the world as the Open champion. Well, he's avoided the bunkers. Going to be a lengthy second shot, but he's okay. Well, another champion golfer of the year, Padraig Harrington. This for a birdie to finish his championship. Says that club has let him down a bit this week, but he's going to have a lot of confidence going into the Senior Open next week at Porthcawl down in South Wales, where you certainly wouldn't bet against him. May play a few more events in Europe over the summer.
He loves his links golf. Padraig grew up playing it.
Oh, this is Scheffler's eagle putt on 15 after a tremendous shot in here. Oh, that's a good effort. He'll be cleaning that up for birdie.
Now Stenson for a par at the third. It's going to be a par bogey start for Stenson, and he'll drop back to level par for the championship, and currently in a tie for 36th.
Now Koepka for par on 15. That's a nasty lip out for the 5-time major champion.
Go over to the putting green. Well, fellas, it's been great to be alongside you. I'm going to step out, and Alison Whitaker will be here on the call momentarily.
Yeah, that's a club that yesterday could have done a bit more damage for McIlroy. He played incredibly well early in his round. He could have easily been 6 under after 5, and it was only 2, and then it slowed down a little bit. The ball striking display early yesterday was incredible from McIlroy. Now these guys have a long way in the first, hitting 3-wood, staying short of these bunkers. Playing into the wind, it's wet. Long iron. Cam Smith, pin at the back. He's found a bunker on the first cam.
Yeah, pretty straight in, feeling like 1230. Just a little bit off that right. 5, please.
So 1230, so lip and a little off the right.
Then you take 1230.
Okay, all right.
Just confirming there with his caddy on the wind. There, much better angle here for Patrick Reed's second shot. Coming in, he can see straight up the green. And that is also in greenside bunker, the opposite side to Cam.
He'll be looking straight up the face of that from there.
Yeah, that looks nasty. Big part of today would be the experience of reading the elements. And experience of links golf and playing in those conditions is going to be key. If the condition stays the same. Scheffler, 16. Playing 470 today. I'll be a long hole, 16, into the wind.
Well, in the 151st edition, if there's anything we've learnt in the game of golf, it's that everyone does it their own way.
Yeah, you look at this, everything's perfect, and then that slide of the feet from Scheffler, I found it incredible. The ball striking skills that he has, moving all over the place like that.
Laurie Cantor here with a good chance for birdie on 9. A good tee shot. Oh, just drops it in the front edge. And like we say, Nick, doesn't matter how it goes in, right?
Yeah, these are great when you think, oh, have I given this enough? Have I given this enough? And just falls in the front edge.
Down to the final hole of the week for Robert McIntyre. It is a final birdie. A week that promised so much for him after the form that he'd entered this event with, contending in Denmark, contending last week in Scotland. Not the week for him this time round, but he's done Scotland proud, as he always seems to do, nonetheless.
Here's the lie. Cam Smith's ball in the front left bunker here, and he's got a long way back there. This is probably about a 30-yard bunker shot here.
Avoided all of them yesterday in his round, Cam Smith, so that was the big tick of the day. He's already in one here at the first hole.
How do you see this, Nick?
Oh, it's Cam Smith. He probably sees this better than I do. He's one of the masters of short game for the last couple of years. I mean, this is just 10 out of 10, isn't it? I mean, it's online, flies it a long way there, the right amount of check. I mean, he's one of the best, Beef, isn't he?
That wasn't easy.
Stuart Sink, former winner at Turnberry. Oh, they hurt so bad, especially in these conditions.
We look back to the first, looks a little different. Starting to get a bit heavier. When I walked in, it was more of a mist than as dreadful as it might look on screens. It is getting wet though. A familiar pairing coming next.
This is game number 26. On the tee, from the USA, Xander Schauffele.
Yeah, they're both like this pairing, two good friends. I'm sure they're gonna be chatting away saying, let's go out and make some birdies and have some fun today.
It might just help on a day where they're chasing. Both start the day at 1 under par.
Just hits it behind that TV tower left on the first. Scheffler.
On the tee, from the USA, Patrick Cantlay.
You could say they're the best two players in the world yet to win majors, paired alongside each other. One does have an Olympic gold medal in Xander Scheffler. Top three is the best he's done so far for Patrick Cantlay. That in a major for the world number 4. Keeping an eye on this.
Just avoids that trap there. I definitely think this first hole, the way it's playing, you've got to stand up and hit driver. You're just so far back if you go 3-wood here.
Jola Cava on Patrick Cantlay's bag now. Former Tigers Woods' looper.
Yeah, spent a week on the bag for Nelly Corder as well. He said she missed the cut, so we knew who to blame. She doesn't do many of those as we go up to Scotty Scheffler.
182 yards for Scotty Scheffler. Back into the wind. Wind's died just a little bit. Tough back left hole location on top of this tier. This is pulled left.
Stay there. Just past the green on the left. Now Patrick Reed on the first. Must have hit an incredible bunker shot because he was up the face. Oh, that's a shame. Patrick Reed would most likely start with a bogey on the first.
Ollie Wilson here on 9, putting for birdie, and he's going along nicely. Go! Oh, half a roll, just half a roll up there. Like you said, Nico, the ones that lip out and stay there, they hurt, don't they?
9 consecutive pars for Oliver Wilson, back to 1. Cam Smith hoping for a par.
Yeah, never a doubt. He's done quite well with those wedges and putter. Makes up his golf game.
Michael Stewart here on 5 for birdie. He'll be hoping for a good round today, because anything can happen.
Yeah, he's pretty much got everything to gain today, doesn't he, Michael Stewart? Having a great week. Min Woo Lee having a great year. He's out of the shuttle from the range, ready to go.
Tees off in 6 minutes. I would kind of pick up the pace a bit there, Min.
We saw Abraham Answer get out of the car 3 minutes before his tee time earlier.
Playing with fire there, boys.
It might have been 3.5. Maybe I'm cutting him short, but it was close. Didn't seem too phased.
That'll be something, actually. Do we know if there's anyone in Open history that's missed a tee time? There's one tournament you don't do that. It's the Open Championship.
How are you faring out there, Aaron?
Oh, I'm having a good time.
Of course you are.
Getting
Love
to watch
that.
getting to watch the #1 player in the world and a 5-time major winner in Brooks Koepka. These guys are faring well. Brooks is struggling, obviously, but Scotty's faring very well in these conditions. Up the hill here, very steep and slow, and as the water gathers, it'll get slower. He's been on it today.
Beautiful try by Scheffler, yeah, indeed, Aaron. Some round of golf in these conditions. Well, #1. It's on even par. He'd like to go on the par, I'm thinking. Finish this week off.
second tee here after Cam's great up and down on the first. He's got the driver out. It's aggressive play. Just looking at this closely. He doesn't need to. It's absolutely perfect now.
Did challenge the bunkers though, didn't it?
It's what this golf course does, you know. You can stand up there and accept to miss the bunkers and leave yourself long shots, but it tempts you into driver.
And it goes for Scotty Scheffler. So that's from just off the side of the green. Just the two left to play, including the new addition of Little Eye, the 17th, the par 3.
This is exactly what I was saying earlier. We've seen iron off here, 3-wood driver, and this is why this golf course is so clever, because it offers so many different ways and how aggressive you want to be. Do you want to take one bunker out one side? Do you want to try and take them all on? And it's just a very, very, very well designed golf course.
So many of the comments this week have said you have to be in control of your golf ball. I was reading an article from Eamon Lynch this morning talking about the identity of the Open as opposed to some of the other majors, the fact that it just affords you and links golf with so many options, and it's sometimes the choices rather than the executions that come up critical at the end of the week.
Now Meron, the tall Paul on 17 for birdie. He would have been hoping for a bit more this week, Adrian. I'm guessing chasing a Ryder Cup spot. It's 3 under today.
Rory McIlroy in car cam. Wonder if he's going from or coming to the course and the range.
I think 42 minutes to go. He's probably going to the range. Warm-ups tends to be a little bit shorter when the weather is not great.
Yeah, and you want to be a little warmer too. It's about 14 degrees outside, in the high 50s, depending where you're from and how you call it. But that is the front page of the leaderboard here at Hoylake. Looking forward to seeing all of these players head out soon. So we're hearing that Xander Schauffele got a drop from the mudded path behind him to here. So this is second at the first.
Stay where we are, please. Where we are.
Yeah, so you would have first got relief from the TV tower that he stood behind, and probably then got relief from the muddy path that would have been considered casual water. That's a fine shot into the first from Schauffele.
Good day to keep your head down. So it's just a little bit more of an annoyance, the rain out there right now, rather than being heavy. He's such a cruisy character. He'll talk to anyone as well if you go and say hi. A familiar face. And Ricky Fowler has the company of Minwoo Lee out there this afternoon.
This is game number 27. On the tee from the USA, Ricky Fowler.
Forever a fan favourite, really, since he burst on the scene. A recent winner at the Rocket Mortgage Classic. He's only ever missed one cut at an Open. And he's already contended for a major this year, leading through 54 at the US Open. It's been a great season so far. Might be a little of a wild one.
the tee from Australia, Minwoo Lee.
The 24-year-old, one of the most exciting players in world golf right now, safe to say. He's been in the top 10 in every major this year, including this one through 36 holes. The only player worldwide to do that.
Yeah, some player he is. And he feels like he's been around for quite a long time too, as well, and he's only 24. Oh my God.
A winner in Scotland at the Genesis Scottish Open 2 years ago. Where's that one ended up? Right there in the bunker. We think yes.
I just think there's something with you Australian players, you know, like you grow up playing wind and old school golf courses on the sand belt, and I think that's why Australian players have always been quite successful in Open Championships.
Well, he grew up at Royal Fremantle, which is right atop a hill, and there's the Fremantle doctor that comes through with the wind. As we look back down to the 17th tee.
Well, the guys waiting for the group in front of them decided to wait in the tunnel and just to stay dry as the rains continue to fall a little bit. It's getting a little lighter out here, Allison, but still enough to get you wet. 138 up the hill. Winds calmed down. They did walk to the front edge of the next box up, and just to make sure they knew where the wind was coming from. This safely left. I heard some groans. I did not see it.
It's tough to tell, isn't it, with the glare in the background, the overcast conditions. It's just scampered through to the back rough.
Oh, that is probably some of the wind dying, just not reading the wind correctly. It has died a little bit, at least a good 5, maybe even 10 miles an hour. That flag up there on 17 is barely moving. Oh, this is aggressive. Oh, this is trouble potentially.
Nearly. That was about a yard away from being down in that right bunker. Gutsy play there.
Now Xander Scheffler on the first. Trying to follow his great second shot with a good putt. No, just a bit shy for the American.
Cam Smith's second shot here on the second after a bold play with the driver. Just trying to draw this one into this pin tucked up on the left over the traps.
Okay.
An outside chance for birdie there.
Now Cantley. Chipped from about 30 yards short of green here. Maybe a bit of right to left in this. That's a great par. Found the bunker off the tee.
Stenson here on 5. Just chipping out where the crowd have all been standing. They can be fiddly lies when... Oh, that's a great shot. They can be really tricky lies sometimes when it rains so much and the crowd there, it turns into sort of like that mushy kind of lie, doesn't it, Nick?
Yeah, we're moving to 17. Aaron, how's that line?
It is not good. It's kind of sitting up against a clump of grass behind the ball. Obviously going downhill, downwind, and bringing that left side from, well, the right side from the tee, now his left side into play, and that is a no-no. This is going to take some #1 in the world guesswork here to get this done.
And it's going to have to slow down for Scheffler.
That is a foot, guys, from being X.
I think on another day that might have just gone down if it didn't have the moisture on the greens. Back to the first. This for par for Xander Schauffele.
That's a poor 3-putt from Xander on the first.
Coming up the hill for Brooks here, and Scotty got right in there and took a look at that putt because he's on a somewhat similar line, just a little bit farther to the right.
You learn what you can. It's quite the view, isn't it? Just the green and then the grey behind it on the horizon.
There's not much of a view today, I'll be honest, Allison. usually you can see the islands out there and Wales,
true.
but not today.
Some nice camera work at least. So it's a par for Brooks Koepka at 17, just the one left to play. Hasn't been his day, 3 over par for the round. Different story though for Scotty Scheffler, but needs a bit of a save here.
Well, he's only, that I can think of, he's only had a couple of distant saves, par putts, excuse me. And he missed the one on 14, and this is another long one.
Wow, that's some up and down there. I'd love to get a good drive on 18 and walk away this tournament under par.
Min Woo Lee on the first. That's only his 3rd shot in. It's never easy when you have a 6-iron 3rd shot into a par 4 beef, isn't it?
One of the thinnest greens as well.
Jordan Spieth making his way down to the first. Two very popular Americans playing with each other out there today. That pairing of Max Homa, Jordan Spieth.
Cam here after his 2nd shot, outside birdie chance, up this slope and across it. That's a well-judged putt, that is.
Stewart sink for birdie on 5. And it falls. What a week for Stewart sink.
This is game number 28. On the tee from the USA, Jordan Spieth.
The champion golfer of the year in 2017, but his last 5 starts was the win, 9th, 20th, 2nd and 8th. And he's never missed a cut in the Open. Quite the record.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal record, Alison. That's incredible. And a lovely opening tee shot too.
On the tee from the USA, Max Homa.
Says he's learned a lot this week, which is saying something coming from a 6-time PGA Tour winner already. After the opening round, he realised that he could just needed to free up a little in the majors. Easier said than done. But it was an opening round 68 and a learning curve. They both start the day at -2.
Yeah, he's brought the family over, Max Homer. He was with his wife and young baby last week in Scotland.
That also easier said than done, having the family on the road. Off they go. Did you ever take your boys on the road with you, Nico?
Of course we did, yeah.
Of course you did. I know, Beef, you do that.
Yeah, always travel as a family.
Everyone's standing around watching the swing of Rory McIlroy getting warmed up. Just under half an hour now.
Now a bit of a roller coaster putt from outside the green from Minwoo. That jumped a few times. I tell you what, that probably killed the momentum of that ball because he had it tracking.
Stuart Sink after coming off birdie, 5. It's going well, 2 under.
Shot kitchen.
Another great shot. Isn't it amazing how these guys just keep doing it and keep doing it?
And keep being competitive. Adrian Meronk. To finish his week on even par. One of the promising young European players that's come out the last couple of years. Finishes with a 67 today. Well done in these conditions.
The best we've seen so far, inked today by 4 shots as well. Let's not forget Scotty Scheffler is 4 under with the last to play. Down to Ricky Fowler. These two struggling at the opening hole. It's been a common theme.
Yes, the first hole has been quite challenging into the wind. It's a long hole. As soon as you miss the fairway, it's going to be a lot of work to try to save your par.
It's Cam Smith just looking to hit it into the corner here on 3. And he's done that perfectly there.
The first chess move down the 3rd. That just a couple of moments ago.
Yeah, it's just common to see these two giggling. Billy Foster, one of the old school caddies from the profession.
There was some pictures released, well, he released them of his yardage book, and you should go and take a look if you're thinking about playing professional golf, just the amount of work that he puts in as a world-class caddy. So we go to Stuart Sink. That was never missing.
I saw that course planner, and that even gave me a headache.
Back-to-back birdies for Stuart Sink. He's the 3 under, just outside the top 10. That is the final tee shot. Happy that you're joining us with the action. Go to theopen.com to watch feature groups, par 3s live at the range. All the scores as well. You can get tickets for next year through the ballot if you're lucky enough. Just trying to keep that ball dry, I think, are they, Aaron, right now with the umbrella?
They are trying. Good luck.
How heavy is it right now? Because it was misty in the compound, but it's obviously different out there.
Right now, you know, being a Northern California kid, I would call this a heavy mist. It's something like just south of San Francisco where I grew up, we'd get this in the wintertime. I wouldn't call this particularly rain just yet, but it's enough to get you wet. Scotty trying to go low, hard cut, not cutting. Needs to get lucky.
Yeah, it's found a tall grass on the left-hand side.
Birdied it every day so far. Might have to do it a different way this time round.
Here's Max Homer second into the first, hitting 3-wood off the tee, so he's got a long way in. 215 yards to the pin.
Let's go, Max! Come on, Max.
He's giving it a good look.
That's going to be a tricky little pitch for Harmon coming up.
And after Cam Smith hitting it into the corner, his second shot up the hill into 3. Pin way back on the right today. And that's just rolled off the slope there, but lots of green to work with.
Stuart Sink on the 7th. Tee shot with a 3-wood. Oh, and I'm afraid that would have found a gorse bush to the right.
You're right, here somewhere.
Yeah, so we were talking about warm-up routines. You know, when the weather is like this, you know, the mission number 1 is, of course, to get warmed up, but the second mission is to try to stay as dry as possible. So you'll probably see those warm-up routines cut by half.
I used to sometimes put on a different waterproof or like a jumper, and then just before I teed off, I'd swap it over. So just let it get wet as you're warming up, and then start again before you tee off.
What did you do with it?
Oh, just literally just chuck it somewhere or hope for the best. Or yeah, if someone's walking around, just look, can you take this for us, and let them carry that soggy thing around for 4 hours.
Yeah, make a kid happy.
Yeah, you're so big, Tom, you could probably sign it and give it away. Up to the second, Xander Scheffler for his birdie. That was on a string the whole way. Gets the shot back that he lost at the opening hole. Level par for the day now.
Now Laurie Canter. I believe that is for birdie on 12, yes. Finds another one. He's putting together a pretty decent round, Laurie Canter.
Well, Sundays, days like these next two players also at -2 heading into the final round, but the experience that you can gain in an open for the likes of Romain Longasque, who's going to tee off next to that man in Hideki Matsuyama, a major champion, a superstar of Japan, is nothing short of priceless. Matsuyama might learn a little bit from Longasque too, an amateur champion himself.
This is game number 29. On the tee, from Japan, Hideki Matsuyama.
Made his debut in the Open in 2013. Came 6th that year. He's been as high as world number 2. Last start out was a miscut, but aside from that, it's been very solid form from Matsuyama this year.
Absolutely striped down the middle of the fairway.
On the tee, from France, Romain Longasque.
Comes from the south of France, Romain Longasque. Won the amateur championship in Carnoustie. Playing in his 4th Open Championship.
In search of his best ever finish and tracking for it, should be said. He was just watching that because he liked it. No trouble at all.
Yeah, he's a gutsy player, Romain Longasque. He's been playing really well this year. His family is over. They came on Friday. I wonder if they're going to be out there following, or if they're going to stay into the players' lounge coming from the Cannes region, the Riviera.
Is Jordan Spieth here, chipping up the green. It's actually quite a tricky chip shot from there. I think he's done quite well.
Has a tendency to do that. He's one of the most exciting players. You think back to the win at Birkdale in 2017, how that unfolded.
Yeah, that's why the crowds love him. He's so exciting to watch.
Had to hit a ball off the range. It's well worth. Have released a piece on it as well, the R&A and the Open, rolling back through the years of history of this championship. This for par for Max Homa, grabs the edge. And he stays at -2.
Yeah, you almost feel like you're gaining half a shot on the field if you're making 4 on the first at the moment, if not a full shot.
He's averaging 4.42. We have had just the one birdie that came from a man that wasn't even on the green yet. Scotty Scheffler chipped in from the front edge.
You see why the caddy is holding the umbrella to keep the rain off the ball while he lines everything up so the ball doesn't get too wet and you don't get any water between the putter and the ball when you hit it. Just sneaks in there. 2 good up and downs in the first there for Max Homa and Jordan Spieth.
And more often than not, that's what we're seeing has to be done at the first. Over to Cam Smith.
Decides to chip this. I've seen a lot of guys using putter from there, but the flag sits on the other opposite side of the green. And that's well done from Cam.
That's the view down the last. What's happened to this group? Fill us in, Aaron.
Oh, it's been tough. I think the biblical stuff is here, Allison.
Oh, no.
I'd like to rescind that last comment on mist. It is full-on rain now. And the wind has picked up to a good 15, 20 miles an hour just like that. So Brooks hit one out of bounds, hit another one left almost towards the first green. He is laid up on his 4th shot. Scotty laid up just into the first cut here on the left-hand side. Lies good, but it's straight downwind and difficult flag cut over those bunkers in the front left. And this is where you could catch one of those kind of water flyers trying to keep those clubs dry. You get a little bit of water between the ball and the club face and it just comes off like a knuckleball.
The thing that is difficult when it starts raining like this is to know exactly how the first bounce of the ball is going to be on the green. You know, being wet like that, the ball skids.
And sometimes it's got the question of whether it's got time to stop before whatever catches it after it does that.
Difficult to judge exactly how the ball is going to react to the green.
And that rain is coming down. Oh, it's tough conditions, and these ones, they're the conditions you've got to embrace on a day like this.
Oh, that might have gone down into the bunker. It was Matsuyama, we can assure you. There he is. It's a little kinder at 3 so far. Not quite as heavy there. This for Cameron Smith's par, which he gets. Three pars to start. 2 bogeys already for Patrick Reed. This is the Walk Up 18. Back to the trials as well of Brooks Koepka down the last.
Yeah, it's been a rough day for Brooks, without a doubt. But he's had a great attitude today in some extremely difficult conditions. And this will be his 5th. Needs to get down.
It really is streaming down now. So yesterday the lead groups, Nico, got the better of the weather. Today might be a little different.
It might be, but as you know, you're on the coast, you know, it can change very quickly. But one thing's for sure is that when you're warming up or you're having lunch and you know you're playing in an hour and a half, you're hoping that it's not going to be like that throughout your round. But it is a battle. It's part of the Open Championship. You know, we've all done it. Champions have done it before. You know, it's part of the battle.
100%, Nick. It is a case of embracing and getting stuck into this, and all you can do is just give it your best and see what happens and try and stay dry. We've got some good equipment now with the wet gloves that are incredible.
Did you guys ever use the rain gloves when you played?
Yeah, rain gloves a little bit. The thing with the rain gloves is that when you put 2 and when you're not used to play with 2 gloves, it's a bit strange, and I'm not a big fan of the 2 gloves. The thing that I'm a big fan of is this thing that I found. It's kind of like a cloth that is with some sort of juice, and I use it on my hand, and it's very sticky, and it's proven to be very, very efficient. I find it in the US, where you guys are from, so thanks for that.
You're welcome.
You've definitely kept that a secret too. That's the first I've heard of it, Nick.
Wow, you know, just trying to find little ways to make the game easier in these conditions, because one thing's for sure is that this game is difficult enough, so when you get to playing conditions like that, it gets even worse.
Just trying to keep his edge.
Well, I'll tell you, just trying to figure out the speed of these greens right now, especially back into the wind with all this water that's gathering.
Would have been for a round of 66. We'll settle for a 67 though. Up there today, matching the lowest score so far, that of Adrian Maronk. 5 birdies, 1 drop shot, and a very nice day's work for the world number 1. Save the best for last.
This is game number 30. On the tee, from Korea, Sunjae Im.
Impressed yesterday. A round of 67, including 3 birdies in the last 4 holes. It was a fast finish for Sunjae Im.
On the tee, from England, Matthew Fitzpatrick.
The Fitzpatrick boys combined for 10 under par yesterday. 67 from Matt, 65 from Alex, who'll be out shortly in about 5 groups' time. Matt told the parents to go watch Alex making his major debut. Fitzpatrick already has a major title to his name. US Open, where's that going?
Nobody hurts.
Was left and quickly left.
Here's Brooke just trying to... He has closed his tournament off. And that's a great putt, and I'm sure he'll be back for a few more majors to come.
Already has 1 under his belt this year. 5 on the mantelpiece. So it was a 75 for Koepka, 67 for Scotty Scheffler, as they had to battle the elements out there in the final round. Off early today. Not often you say that of the current world number 1 and a former one. It's a world number 26 that leads here in the 151st edition of the Open at Royal Liverpool. It was a 63 yesterday, the lowest score we've ever seen in an Open at Royal Liverpool from John Rahm. Stuart Sink moving his way up the leaderboard too. There is opportunity there, maybe not to take the title, but certainly to ink a nice little top 10 in an Open Championship, something never to take lightly. Laurie Cantor is 3 under par for his round. There is Xander Schauffele, who's had one of everything so far. He's at -1. And there is Scotty Scheffler, 67 today.
Here's Langasque up on the first green. Good 15 foot for par. And that just slides by. Again, this first hole is playing difficult, so not much to worry about there.
Come on, Rory. Let's go, Rory. Rory's random there. Let's go, Rory. Rory's random there.
He's in the next group out, Rory McIlroy.
Now Matsuyama for par on the first. Well, that feels like a birdie, considering how hard the first hole has been playing the last hour or so.
It's just Sink on 7, putting back towards the pin. This is for par. He was in a bit of trouble off the tee. And he's still just got a little bit of work left for his bogey there.
It's going to be his first drop shot of the day. You hope it's only one.
Now this could be good. He's one of the best in the world at this. Tight lie. Open upwards. Should that stay there? Ooh. Came from below the green there. Now, isn't that what the Open Championship is about? Or what can be like at times.
This is where caddy's role comes in even more as well. And I'll tell you what, that bag is not going to be light today. He's going to have gloves, extra towels in there. Maybe another waterproof, another jumper. The rain's going to make it heavy. It's a tough day for caddies today.
Good luck. Thank you very much. Ah, lovely. I'm very well.
is absolutely adored. He is a needle mover. There is no question about that.
That's Sung Jae Im on the first. It looks like either Rescue Club or Fairway Wood. I mean, that hole must be playing 40, 50, 60 yards longer than it did about an hour ago. Finds the front left bunker. Now that looks really difficult now, that opening hole.
His sink after his long putt just went past the hole. It's coming back now, a bit left to right. And they are tricky when it's like this weather is tough, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah, but a 3-putt double bogey for Stuart Sink. It's painful. Now Max Homa on the second. Going the high route. Whew.
Can I borrow your binocular? Am I right to borrow the binocular?
So that is Matt Fitzpatrick.
Can I borrow them?
Just getting a bit of relief from the camera tower that covers the 18 on the left.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple ruling, really, when you have a what we call a TIO in line with you, which is a temporary immovable obstruction. You get relief from it, away from, you find the nearest point of relief from it, and then from there, go a couple of club lengths outside of that line.
Yeah, but I can't see. That's going to be your corridor. Okay, I can see it. I can see it, Stuart. Yeah. You see the one, go left, there's some flags. Yeah, yeah. If you come down, there's the yellow flag.
This for par at the fourth. It is Cam Smith. And it stays out. So bogey 5 at the short par 4.
Laurie Cantor here, good shot in on 13, and that just slides by. But that hole is not going to be playing too easy right now.
He's 3 under today, Laurie Cantor. Yeah, had to go 4 under today.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Just take a step back for me, please, everyone. Few steps back.
He's going to do quite well here. You know, being behind that TV tower, and now he's going to play off grass. Have a clear shot to the green.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So as they're taking their time, Rory's just waiting on the tee, and he's going to have to wait a little bit longer just because Fitzpatrick's the group ahead, and they've taken some time to get this ruling sorted and get out of the way for Rory.
Happy?
Yep, full in play.
Right, thanks, guys.
Put it on that tee peg.
Hey?
Put it on that tee peg.
You want, yeah.
You look back, just stand still. Yeah. Just a couple more yards. Stand still as well, please.
I'm not sure you're allowed to do that,
Thanks, everyone.
Billy.
Appreciate all your help. Thanks.
And I put it on the tee peg. He's got a line for everything.
Can I just move this camera
He
thing,
just
please?
never stops.
Move the camera stand.
Been
Cameraman.
up for 40 years.
Move that. Thanks.
One stand still,
Marshall.
please.
Come on, people, clear a
Stay
path.
quiet, please.
Would you prefer rescue to leave it shorter?
Yeah, I don't mind rescue if you drill it in. Yeah, it'll get 10 yards on the green, won't
You think it will?
Yeah.
There's probably a bit more control over it. Yeah. Flag's left side, right? Right side.
It's... Hang on a second. Yeah, it's 5 from the right, mate. Yeah.
Stand still, please. Stand still.
Just stay where we are, please.
Here we are. Just
Yeah, sensible there. As you said, this hole's been so tricky.
Thanks. Just create a gap here.
Left side is the miss today.
watch out there, please.
Nico, you just feel like you're hitting out of people's pockets in moments like those, don't you?
Speed for par on 2.
So a dropped shot gone for Jordan Spieth at the second hole after a par at the first. Just running a couple of minutes late, courtesy of what happened ahead. It's David Lancaster. Here we go.
This is game number 31. On the tee from Argentina, Emiliano Grillo.
One of 3 of our 18-hole leaders, Emiliano Grillo. A winner already as well in Texas this season on the PGA Tour.
On the tee from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
It is audibly different. Champion golfer of the year here in 2014. Didn't have his best on the greens yesterday. Denied the media, went straight to the putting green. We'll find out today if he sorted it out. Just in the step cut of rough. Both these players start their day 4 shots out of second place. 9 from the lead. It's fandom out there for McIlroy. Pay attention to just what happens with the fans around it. It's quite unique. Like we said earlier, he is the needle mover. Or maybe whenever Tiger Woods isn't in the field. That's saying something. They've both won here at Hoylake. The last 2 winners in 06 and 2014. So off they go in the final men's major of the year here at Royal Liverpool.
As we saw here, Fitzpatrick taking the drop and just finishing the second shot here. A lot of green to work with. Oh, that would have been sub 3, that.
It was tracking. It didn't hit too far off dead centre either.
Now Tyrrell Hatton on 6 for birdie. The first par 3 here at Royal Liverpool. Gets it. Now what sort of face are we going to get from Tyrrell?
First birdie of his round today. Out of the bunker to here for Sanjay M. This for par. And no joy, I'm afraid.
Here's Scheffler, birdie at number 4. Go, 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 go. Yes.
Bogey birdie, par birdie, 1 under for the day.
Cam Smith going for this par 5 in 2. With a fairway wood. I don't have to tell you where that's gone. Sounds like that's gone left. I'll have a clean lie there. That's where all the spectators have been walking. In between 5 and 6. Now, Tommy, the local boy, warming up on the range. Tees off in almost 40 minutes.
Do you like this drill, Nick? How close he gets the stick on the inside of the club and then the basket to the outside? It's claustrophobic for me.
I think I would have broken a few of these sticks, actually. But he doesn't, because he does everything so repetitively. He's a wonderful ball striker. When he's on, he's one of the best that Europe has produced in the last decade or so. Best friend on the back, Fino. It's a family affair. Yeah, you mentioned the work of the caddies today, Beef. It's going to be tough for everyone. Caddies also for 209. Rory into the wind, into the rain, clean lie. That could be almost a 3-iron for him.
Yeah, and that's just stayed on the green. And that's a cracking shot there. Like you said, Nick, it just takes a little longer, doesn't it, to get settled, get sorted with your clubs. You've got to move the umbrella and dry the grips, dry your hands. Everything just takes that sort of 20, 30 seconds longer.
Now Spieth on 3. Pin sits back right today. With this wind and rain hard off the right, it's difficult to find it. There's a couple of very difficult shots in the first 3 holes, though.
You heard a large roar when Rory McIlroy came out. It's been a different kind of roar for that man on screen, Matthew Jordan, this week. He is a member here, Royal Liverpool. He struck the first tee shot, had the honour of doing so after qualifying not far from here as well, along this coast, West Lancs. It has been a dream week. And how is the fairy tale going to end for Matthew Jordan today?
This is game number 32. On the tee from England, Matthew Jordan.
On the tee from here. Golf teaches you so many lessons in life. And he learned them on this hallowed turf of Royal Liverpool. He's gone as low as 62. He has been the club champion just a couple of times. What a week it's been already.
Come on.
On the tee from Denmark, Nikolai Højgaard.
The Højgaard brothers, the twins, always have a tendency of inspiring each other. They won in consecutive weeks 2 years ago. This time, Rasmus won in Denmark. Nikolai qualified for the Open the very next week.
Forward!
You've just got to listen to the crowd and the support Matthew Jordan's got this week, and it's a week he'll never forget, and it's only going to be louder when he walks down 18 in a few hours' time.
Oh, it's going to be loud. And he smoked it down the first. What better feeling than that?
Now McIlroy for birdie on the first. I haven't really seen a lot of players putting for birdie. It just slides by. It's probably the easiest par we've seen on the first hole for a while.
And here's Greer after a good pitch up the green. Not a long par putt. They said there's the caddy, just trying to keep the ball as dry as possible.
Hasn't had the best of starts to the first 3 holes. He's 6 over par for this stretch the last 3 days. I'd like to roll this in, just to set the tone in a different manner. Good enough for a 4 in the end, rolls that one in. So he stays where he started at -3. Will it be a similar story? You'd think so for Rory McIlroy.
Solid par for Rory.
Important for him to see some go in early of any length. Didn't see much of that yesterday. Despite improving his score by 1 each day, it went 71, 70, 69, but it was 32 putts here on Saturday for Rory McIlroy. The world number 2, the world number 3 impressed. There's Jon Rahm. There he is. Trails by 6, the lead of Brian Harmon at Hoylake. Not long until our final few groups get a 1 next to their name down in the through column on this open leaderboard. But they're going to have a battle on their hands out there today with each other and the elements.
Now Jordan Spieth hit that putt that he had from the front edge a fair way by. Don't see him 3-putting like that very often, Jordan Spieth.
We head over to Cam Smith, putt down the slope here on 5 for birdie.
to find a birdie today. Cameron Smith, 1 over, the bogey that came at 4. Similar story for Patrick Reed, who's dropped 2 already. Still in search of a dash of red. You can see the one birdie that was made and where it was made from. That was Scotty Scheffler, who's already done and dusted for the final round.
Now Matthew Jordan from 220 yards, 219 to be exact. And I will play about 40, if not 50 yards longer. Let's see, gripping down on a fairway wood.
Go on. Go on. That's bounce
Just
short.
shy of the green. That's pretty good.
It's good now.
It's not often you see tour players from 220 yards hitting a fairway wood.
What?
He's going, is that short? I've just hit that and it's still short. It's going to be that kind of day out there. Good to have a sense of humour about it if you can.
We come to Rory on the second. After a solid par on the first, he's got driver here. Downwind.
For left! For left! Oh, shit.
Now I hope that's come down before that big blue fence.
I think he might hit a provisional, yeah, looks like it.
It's always safer anyway. Stenson for birdie on 9 and par 3. Some iron shots he must have hit to hit it this close. Champion at Troon, Stenson.
Back to McIlroy. Headed the same way.
Now this one is fine.
Minwoo Lee here, putting for birdie on the 4th. Oh, that's a great birdie there, lovely putt. And that puts him back into red numbers.
This is at the second. Fitzpatrick, Matt, putting back up towards the left flag today. Nice for pace. It'll be a par-par start for Fitzpatrick.
Now John Rahm on the range getting ready. Some round he put together yesterday to come back in this. He looked very frustrated the first 2 rounds. And yesterday came out and shot the best round of the week.
And this is what we have to look forward to. Shubhankar Sharma out with Alex Fitzpatrick, the younger of the two. Tommy Fleetwood has the company of Sepp Straka. They both start the day at -5. So too do Jason Day and Antoine Rosner. Day back in the winner's circle this year. Then Victor Hovland and John Rahm at -5 and -6, respectively, out in the penultimate pairing. And then the final group, Cameron Young, the nearest contender of Brian Harmon, who leads the way by 5 going into the final round here in the 151st edition of the Open. So this is where the ball of Nikolai Højgaard ended up after he missed the fairway way out to the right. This is third.
He's just trying to, we saw what Scheffler did earlier, just trying to fizz it in, skip it up the green. He just hasn't given that enough.
Second in his debut last year at St Andrews. second on the leaderboard again right now. So they're off at 2:15, just under an hour's time. He'll be going to the range as we go back to the first with Matthew Jordan.
From the front edge, it's about a 30-meter putt or so. Just under 100 feet. Now, Beef, do you think he knows these greens a bit, or he knows those greens a fair bit?
Yeah, I don't think he's having to look too hard on these long putts there.
Kept a pretty low profile coming into the week. A lot of people asking for advice. Didn't give too much away, nor does Patrick Cantlay usually. This for birdie at 5. Nice work. Steady start, and a positive one now, courtesy of that 4 there. He's had 5 to start the day. To -2, he is.
Keep moving, keep moving.
So it sounds like they've found the first ball and was on a pass, so they're looking for a place to drop it. That's what we hear.
It looks awfully crowded there on the left, Alison. Wonder why.
And we need line of sight.
Rory Mania down there. So they'll sort it all out. Down at the second hole.
Yeah, they were playing so.
Caddy and crowd control today. Most days, really, for Harry.
Now Nikolai for par on the first. It's got a bit of right to left in this. Quickly came out of it. Not a victim on first.
He's been playing his trade over in the US a little bit more this year, learning lots.
Here's Cam's birdie putt on 6 after a great tee shot. And that just slides by the left there.
Shame, just the par. Perhaps deserved a little bit better after the tee shot. Working hard for it out there, the defending champion. Just 6 groups left to go. And game number 33 includes the Toms. Tom Kim and Thomas Dietrich, both of who played really nice golf yesterday. Think they're ready?
This is game number 33. On the tee from Korea, Tom Kim.
It's been a really gutsy performance, hasn't it, from Tom Kim, who's playing with a grade 1 tear. I think it's in his ankle, isn't it? 2 consecutive 68s in spite of that. He is a talent and he's fun to watch.
Finds a long rough, Tom Kim on the first.
On the tee from Belgium, Thomas Dietrich.
Nico, it was a great finish. 5 birdies in the last 8 yesterday for Thomas Dietrich.
Yeah, incredible way to finish this round yesterday. Plays his golf in the US now, mainly, but hasn't breakthrough yet, but plenty of potential from Dietrich. Doesn't have a lot of weaknesses in his game, Thomas. the whole of Belgium is hoping we'll see great things from him in the next couple of years. Doesn't seem like he wants to leave that tee box.
Can't blame him. Let's go out to Rory at the second.
Yes, finally all sorted after the drop off the par.
Some shot from Rory and coming from that angle.
Some shot, it's just over the back of the green, but it should be a pretty straightforward pitch shot.
Some shot, look at this. Now Jordan Spieth on 4. Short par 4. Good try.
Wants to get a couple back after dropping the shots at 2 and 3. We'll have to wait until the par 5 perhaps.
Here's Matthew Jordan on the second with Fleetwood. Just trying to get it in a good position for his second shot here. And that's just down the left side, but it looks to be sitting okay.
So we're hearing that Matt Fitzpatrick hit it out of bounds off the third tee. This is his 4th now. It really cuts in close. Pins on the right today as well. Dare say this will be headed left and well left. So an up and down for double bogey required for Fitzpatrick, who has parred the first 2 holes. Wasn't overly enamoured with his game coming into the week. Had low expectations, he said. How high are the expectations now? Beef for our leader there, Brian Harmon.
Now this is a fun part on a Sunday, heading to the range, and when you're one of the last people on the range and there's going to be no one else there, and suddenly all of a sudden you're finishing off, you're hitting the last few balls, and you look down the range and you'll be the only one left, and it is one really cool feeling, that.
And then it dawns on you as well. It's a little casual water. Dropping away from it for Rory McIlroy over the back of the second green there. Did well to get to there from where he was. Could have made a big number if the first ball was not in play. Ended up having a clear look at it.
Here's Tom Kim, as you've seen, he's missed the fairway here on the first, and you can see a bit of the ball, but it's so easy to turn this one over. The rough just gets so much thicker, and he'll be looking just to try and chase this up near the front edge of the green, or as near as he can get it up that left side to open up the green so he can just pitch it down for his third.
It's a different style of golf in the fact that links often affords you a gap at the front of the green. Don't always see that when you travel and play golf in other parts of the world, Asia, the US. There is an opening to use. That'll be fine there. Gosh, it was a heavy lie though, wasn't it? Getting heavier.
After Rory's good second shot here, he's just over the back on the second, chipping back down. Yep, exactly as I would expect. Lovely shot there.
Down to Thomas Dietrich, second on the way at the first. And that's the tricky thing, the angle of the way that the green sits as well. Short right, no good. Long left, no good. And they're the 2 common misses for right-handers. That's getting a good workout, that left side today. Jordan Spieth tee at 5.
Let's go, Jordan!
Little change in the commentary box as we welcome Tony Johnston in for the afternoon. Dry.
Dry so far. Thank you, Ali. It's just come from outdoors. It's just miserable out there. It's not going to be a lot of fun for these guys. And these shots here, I think, was always the difficult ones. You know, once you've had a bit of rain, will it skid? Will it be softer? Will it dig in? That's perfectly worked out. And I think this is when you need to get the ball on the ground as quickly as possible when you're chipping. It takes that doubt out of your mind about whether it'll dig in.
Sander again, a lot of good shots coming into 6 today. It looks like an accessible pin, putting up the hill here. It's 2. Yes, he does, and that is after the bogey on the first 3 birdies, the next 5 holes, and he's going along nicely.
He's just outside the top 10 there at -3 on the second page of the leaderboard. That's how the first looks as we head into the final few groups, getting ready to go at Hoylake. There's a lot to look forward to. There's a lot of great stories, perhaps none better this week than that of Matthew Jordan, who would have had quite the weight of expectation on his shoulders. In fact, Tommy Fleetwood said thank you to him when he qualified for taking a little bit of the pressure off them. Tommy coming from about 20-30 miles up the road. Matthew Jordan coming from here. That's where we go now. Lie looks okay at the second.
Yeah, good lie here. Not sure how tight you can get it to the pin. I think he'll be looking at the TV tower in the background and get it within 25-30 foot. You'll be happy here.
If you can get through these first 4 holes even par, you've done well, because there are way more bogeys and double bogeys than birdies in that stretch. And that was exactly as Beef called it. And look at that. Hello? Who are you? It's me.
And shout out to all our camera people out there weathering the storm. Back to 1, the third ahead of Tom Kim.
I just love watching this young man play. I was introduced to him at the Genesis Scottish Open last year, and I was told, watch out for this young man, because he's quite good. And then he finished second that week, and he hasn't disappointed. Wow, he's got some skill and a breath of fresh air.
This is game number 34. On the tee from India, Shubhankar Sharma.
27 as of Friday. He is quite literally making history for his home country here in the Open. He is the best placed player from India ever through 54 holes. We said that through 36 as well. And he is headed towards perhaps his best ever major finish. What a good day here for Shubhankar Sharma would do for golf in India, which continues to grow.
His caddy was dying to hold the umbrella over the ball to keep the club face and ball dry as long as possible, but he shooed him off. I think it's a good idea, don't you, Beef, to keep everything dry till the last second before you pull the club away.
Yeah, absolutely. It's these days that you just got to take 30 seconds and get organised and get comfortable. They're so much more difficult when that rain comes in and everything starts getting wet.
On the tee from England, Alex Fitzpatrick.
When you look at the face of the modern metal woods, there's very little grooving on the face, because the faces are such thin titanium. They can't really put decent depth grooves on there. And you get a wet face and a wet ball. We saw Koepka on 18. It slid off sideways out of bounds. We've seen a few today already. A late drive. Wow. It's been brilliant to watch. And finds the fairway. Perfect opening drive.
How about yesterday too? That 65 was electric, playing in his first ever major. Parents are out here as well. Brother up ahead. How cool is that?
How cool, and he's absolutely loving it. Just look at his face. Look how happy he is.
It's a place he knows as well. Played the 2019 Walker Cup around Royal Liverpool.
Totally different personality type, isn't he, to Matt? Matt is a lovely lad, but he's quite quiet, reserved. Thomas Dietrich taking that swale out of play, and that's a great little chip.
So we come to Rory here on the third, just hitting into the corner. The way the weather is today, I don't think many people will be taking driver and taking this corner on today.
But find the short grass. I mean, that is short-ish grass, but it still makes a difference.
That definitely down the left side makes it probably another 15 yards longer in as well.
It's for par at the first. Can Tom Kim make it? Oh, small margin. It's really been the last 15 months that he's been on the scene. He's played a President's Cup since then as well. He's challenged twice in Scotland. Likes the UK, didn't like that umbrella.
It's going to be funny trying to play the rest of the round with one eye.
Here's Fowler at the front on 5. Coming up the slope for birdie. Oh!
Matt Jordan. The cheer on the first tee when he hit the opening shot as a local boy on Thursday was a glorious moment. Superb effort. So much pressure on him at the beginning of the week, and he's handled it brilliantly.
But how will Brian Harman handle it? A 5-shot lead. Only one player in the last 50 years has lost from there. It's a name we all know, John van der Velde. And that was tough to watch. It's going to be an exciting finish with 17 and 18. They'll play their part as well as we go out to the third, which might as well too. Rory McIlroy's second.
Yeah, this is one you're just looking, it's really looking just to shape into this pin and pitch it middle of the green, and if it releases down to the flag, great. If not, you're going to take 20 foot here. As Tony said, these first 4 holes are tricky.
Yeah, Beef, I think you'd take fairway and green on every one of those first 4 holes. Give me 2 putts, get on that 5th tee even par. I'm going to be a happy camper.
Absolutely.
So dynamic, isn't it? Nobody in the modern game really makes the game look easier than McIlroy when he's in full flow. Oh, Beef. Feet in squidgy, soft mud. This is when you'd like to have steel spikes in those shoes.
I was just about to say that.
Still 8 off, please.
Well, that sounded a good strike. Missed that trap. Okay, it's in the middle of the trap, so it's not too bad there.
Yeah, quite a relief for these players, the fact that they rake the sand up the sides of the bunkers in day 2, what a difference it made, because practice rounds on day 1, if you went in one of those bunkers, it was, what do I do next? Is anybody watching? Because I'm going to throw this thing out of here. As Alex Fitzpatrick nails one down the first, threads it through the gap. That's a long putt, but you'll take that on hole 1.
Which I think only a quarter of the players have hit the green from the fairway on this first hole. That's how hard it's playing. I think they did a really good job with the bunkers, going back to your point there, because they're difficult enough as it is. And I think the players said it and they've listened and everyone's happy.
Good try for Matthew Southgate. The day is done. The week is done. And an excellent final round of 69. Well played, sir.
As we come to Jordan Spieth, he's had a couple putts early on that have just slid past. And it's one of them, you just want to see one drop in the middle and see if you can get on a run after that.
This is just his distance too, isn't it? 20 to 25 feet. Oh, the agony. It's incredible how often he hits putts like that and finishes 4 to 6 inches past the hole. His touch from long range, any long range, is absolutely unparalleled, I think.
Yes, so many times where you stand there and you watch it and you think this one's tracking again.
Well, Tony, I've looked at the latest weather forecast. Things have turned around. We're going to get some sunshine later on. It's all going to dry up. The wind's going to disappear. It's going to be lovely.
You sure you didn't have the forecast for the Sahara?
I just looked at the latest radar picture. It's not pretty later on when the leaders go out.
Oh, dear.
It's going to be a battle, no doubt about it. But that is part of the Open.
It is, there's no question. You know, you wouldn't want to have an Open without one day of tough conditions. It's been fairly benign wind-wise, but you know what? Nobody, no golfer in the world really likes going out and playing in rain, I don't think. Long birdie putt here for McIlroy. Oh, hello. Hello, Rory.
I'm pretty sure the whole course can hear that one.
It was a huge disappointment yesterday, wasn't it? 3 under after 5.
Tommy Fleetwood.
Apologies for talking over our starter. And the cheer. Man, has he got some people pulling for him. Local lad. Delightful lad. Pedal to the metal, Tommy. Pedal to the metal today.
The theme continues. Another missed fairway at the first.
On the tee from Austria, Sepp Straka.
It is his best performance to date in a major championship, certainly heading into the final round. Picked up his first top 10 a couple of months back at the PGA Championship.
Come on, Johnny, lad.
Didn't have his best stuff, he said yesterday, and that was the part of the game he said that let him down, but he is in the short grass there.
Just listen to that noise of the first tee and the roars, and That is incredible, isn't it? What an atmosphere.
They're made of stern stuff in this part of the world.
Look at the crowd going. That grandstand on one was almost empty half an hour ago. It's all there for Tommy. Sharma. He's got to deal with that swale. Got to get it over that, otherwise things get nasty. Not bad.
That's a good shot there.
Ricky Fowler with a birdie putt at the 6 to get into red figures. First birdie today for Fowler.
Alex Fitzpatrick after 2 good shots in here. It's so hard to get it back to this pin. Long, long birdie putt. Speed is key. Speed is also line is key.
What a start from the younger Fitzpatrick.
Wow. And into a tie for 4th place after this. I mean, you're praying for 2 putts on your opening hole.
It was travelling, wasn't it? It doesn't matter. It's in, it's a birdie. And a great start for Alex Fitzpatrick, playing in his first ever major, let alone first ever open. Sharma for par, meanwhile. That's what he said he felt he did well yesterday. He said he really ground over those par putts. Oh, most of them. One got away from him at 16, but otherwise it was good. To McIlroy at 4.
Early in the week, we saw guys having a go at the 4th with the driver and finding the surface. Not today, though. Just see it there on the right side of the screen in the left-hand first cut. It's okay.
Right, back to the 3rd green and this magical little moment from McIlroy.
The reaction in the stands. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, there just hasn't been enough of that this week, I think, really has there, and that's what's held him back. He got off to a fast start yesterday, didn't he? He was 3 under through the first 5 holes, and then things just seemed to dry up a little bit.
Yeah, I think after those first couple of holes, Dom, we were thinking 65, 64 for McIlroy. Didn't happen, sadly.
And here's Xander Scheffler on 7 for par. Oh. And it's one of these golf courses, you just think, just as you're making some progress and stuff, it can come back and bite you.
Great idea of some of the slopes on and around this first green at Royal Liverpool.
Do you want to go if you're ready?
See the importance there of being on the fairway, which Tommy Fleetwood isn't. He's just having a little chat, checking with Sepp Straka to see who's going to play first here.
Again, this can be sometimes, you know, when you're trying to get your yardage book out your pocket and get a number, your playing partner can be quite helpful sometimes and just say, do you know what, I'm ready, I'll go. And it does make life easier for the other player sometimes.
And by the end of the day, if you go for your yardage book and pages 1 to 6 come out and the rest is still in the back pocket there somewhere. Oh, I've now got a pocket full of paper mache. Doesn't like it. Yeah, these first 8 greens are so raised. Anytime you miss one, you've got issues.
Look at the rain falling off that umbrella. Such a difficult job to keep everything dry out there today.
Caddy's nightmare.
Talk to me about the influence on the golf ball as it hits the club face, Tony, of water out there.
It makes a massive difference. You know, you get water between the club and the ball. It's the equivalent of getting grass between club and the ball. You'll often get a flyer, and often not a straightish flyer. It can come out and do some weird things and veer off at a tangent, right or left. You always feel like there's a little bit of hit and hope. Wet grass, oh. At least it's sort of growing with him, which helps a little.
From 227 yards.
Tell you what, you get this on the green, it's a success story.
Up to McIlroy. We told you wandered into this first cut at number 4.
Yeah, just out of this first cut, 151 yards. It's going to be attacking this. Just left edge of the TV tower.
Beautiful. I think they've been quite generous with the flags today. The majority of them are in easier positions than certainly rounds 1 and 2. But to get that sort of control is an art.
To Thomas Dietrich from distance at the second. Will it make the journey? Almost.
Been a really good week for the Belgians so far.
It's Laurie Cantor on 16 for par. He's still got a good round going, and if he can finish well, we've seen a 2-4 finish a few times. So we'll see if he can have a good finish for this Open Championship.
6 players out on the course at the moment. 6 only are under par. All the rest are level or worse. Here's Tom Kim for his 4 at the second. Oh dear, that's super annoying, isn't it?
Bogey start. Oh. Now it's a slog for the rest of the day.
So once again back to the first tee through the misty rain, where Jason Day, the 2015 PGA champion, is about to get underway. He's going to play with the Frenchman Antoine Rosner.
This is game number 36. On the tee from Australia, Jason Day.
Day in the group at 5 under par heading into this final round. He's got better day by day, 72, 67, 69 over the course of the week. He will do very well to continue that pattern out there today in these conditions.
On the tee from France, Antoine Rosner.
Good player, isn't he? Antoine Rosner, 3 wins on the DP World Tour for the Frenchman. Chipped in for eagle. That was the highlight of his round yesterday. Also 5 under heading into Sunday.
An aggressive player. He will attack just about everything.
Yeah, well done. Tony Beef, how many sets of gloves would you be taking out there on a day like this?
I would be going straight in for the wet gloves. I think both hands on wet gloves straight away. Maybe have a backup set. If it calms down a little bit, then I'd have probably 5 or 6 gloves in there anyway, ready to go.
Whoopsie daisy.
These caddies today, it's like watching an MMA fight. Fleetwood back in the bunker, so the lip is not in his mind. Oh, holding it might have been. What a great shot.
Sharma just up the right side here, coming out the rough. It's going to be difficult to judge. Again, you're just looking, middle of the green here is a fantastic shot.
It's trying on the wet fringe to hold up. I don't think it will.
Well, we saw the approach shot at the 4th. Look at the rain coming in almost sideways now. McIlroy for back-to-back birdies.
That is the difference from yesterday to today. Hopefully these putts continue going in and he can make a big run at this and put some pressure on Harmon.
Well, he has days, doesn't he, where he holds everything, but he has too many where he doesn't hold enough. Yesterday was one of them. Is today the former? Oh.
Well, he moves into the group at 5 under par, McIlroy, so he's 7 back of our leader, Brian Harman, as we go to Sepp Straka with this par putt at the first to remain at -5. Putted so beautifully, didn't he, on that Sunday of the John Deere Classic. Shot a closing 62 to win his 2nd PGA Tour title. To the local boy, the Royal Liverpool member. Well done, Matthew Jordan.
You can see the little fist pump there, you know. They're important putts to hole on days like this.
He will have played a few rounds of golf around Royal Liverpool in these conditions, won't he? I'm sure of that. Matthew Jordan. There is McIlroy now alongside Alex Fitzpatrick and Tommy Fleetwood. Hovland, Rosner and Day all at 5 under. Well, Cantor still 3 under par. Henrik Stenson, the 2016 champion golfer, is among the 2 unders. And after that birdie at the first, just shy of the 2nd, here's Alex Fitzpatrick, 3rd shot.
Oh, he's played that well, just trying to play it off the back foot and just chase it up that slope and let it release back over. He's played that really well.
Jason Day with a hybrid out of the wet grass. Can be dangerous if you get it off centre on the club head. Done well.
Rosner's 2nd here, just coming off the left side of the fairways. Perfect angle in. It's been so difficult to get this ball anywhere near the pin and all the way to the back of this green. That's a solid shot there, that is. As I said, this green is so long and thin and so difficult to hit.
So off the back of those 2 successive birdies, here's McIlroy at the first of the par 5s at Royal Liverpool. And a sling this one around the corner.
Come on, Rory.
That's okay. Just with the 2 iron.
Sharma again, his third shot on the second putt and up over the slope and across it. Big break right to left. All about speed. And that is absolutely wonderful, that is.
Could be a real turning point in his career, Shubhankar Sharma. He got off to a great start, won a couple of times early in his DP World Tour career, but just kind of been treading ground a little bit over the last couple of 3 seasons or so. Good to see him back as Victor Hovland. And his caddy head down to that first tee. Hovland will play with Jon Rahm in the penultimate pairing. It's a pretty heavyweight 2-ball there, isn't it, Tony?
Yeah, it sure is. I like that. Just shaking hands. That's the team that are going to walk around with him. The scoreboard carriers. Every group has a guy that's going to rake for them, just to keep pace of play moving. You'll have your rules official out there. Each group has its own rules official. But it's just a nice gesture.
Thank you. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, likewise, Jon Rahm. Well, he goes for the fist pump instead.
It's definitely that first person's got a cold, wet hand, doesn't it? He's got, I'm not doing that 4 times.
We saw the chip from Alex Fitzpatrick, so this is the par putt for the Englishman. Shame, birdie bogey start for Alex Fitzpatrick. His mum and dad are out there somewhere. Matt said, you don't get to see him play very often. Go and follow Alex. You see me plenty.
He's hit an amazing second shot here to even get to the front edge, round that front edge. But it is a long, long putt here, sloping right to left.
Yeah, the flag's 29 on. So this is a good 90 feet plus. And that is sensational touch on these wet greens.
Nicely done from Jason Day. It really is rotten out there at the moment, isn't it? But Jon Rahm, remember, had that round of 63 yesterday, the lowest round ever in an Open here at Hoylake, and his lowest round in a major championship, and he's in the thick of the action. Rahm at 6 under par, Hovland in the group at -5, hoping to apply some early pressure on our leader.
This is game number 37. On the tee from Norway, Victor Hovland.
Jon Rahm jumping the gun. Tee in the ground, ready to go. Step aside, I'm up first.
Remember, he played alongside Rory McIlroy in the final pairing last year at St Andrews in rather different weather conditions.
Do you think that just shows how keen Jon Rahm is to get this going? I think it does. He's itching to get out there.
On the tee from Spain, Jon Rahm.
It was a special, special round of golf, wasn't it, from Rahm? If he can produce something like that today, it could be interesting. Remember, he is going for the 3rd leg of the career Grand Slam out there.
How the eyes. Ooh. If he told me to get lost, I wouldn't even ask which direction to go. He is so focused. Ooh, it's powerful, isn't it? Oh, well, thankfully for John Rahm, he's got the power to extricate himself from any kind of rough.
His scoring has tended to come a little later on the course here at Royal Liverpool. He's parred the opening 4 holes on all 3 days so far.
He's going to be a threat today, Dom. I know he's a long way behind statistically, but it's all in this man's hands.
What is the number do you think wins today, Tony? It's always difficult to say, but what do you think?
You know what?
12? He shoots level par.
I think 12 could win it. You know, 5-shot lead. Cameron Young is the only guy 5 behind. You know, can you go out there and shoot 5 under in this weather? We know you can, but wow, it's a big ask.
Here's Rosner, 2 cracking shots into the first here. That one just drifts by, but par almost feels like a birdie down the first.
McIlroy, again, with a driving iron. Starting it right, trying to draw it around.
Come on, Rory! Come on, Rory!
That's really good play. Especially with his touch. He will not be disappointed being there in 2. Nobody would.
Fleetwood, bang in the middle of the fairway here. Just trying to draw this one in to this pin. Very tough to get to. Just hang. And he's got lots of green to work with. You just cannot go left of that flag.
He was pleased with the way he started yesterday, Tommy Fleetwood. He made an early birdie, didn't he? But then he just sort of seemed to stall a little bit, couldn't hold the putts, and then said he had a couple of wayward shots, just kind of lost momentum a little bit and couldn't get it back. So many possibilities out there, aren't there, on Championship Sunday? Or in some ways, if you know, kind of the weather for Brian Harman is, it's a silly thing to say in some ways, but could be an advantage in that he's just thinking about the weather and trying to stay dry and everything. So maybe the pressure of the situation gets relegated a little bit in his mind.
Yeah, and again, with that weather, it can kind of stop someone shooting 8, 9 under maybe as well. And he knows someone not too far might not come back. He has less people to worry about in some sense.
Wonderful touch from Fleetwood. Again, we've seen him display some great chipping skills this week.
Right, out to the first hole. This is the ball flights and positions of Victor Hovland and John Rahm, and following this pairing is Anthony Wall.
Yes, thanks, Tom. Good afternoon, everybody. 214, good lie, really good lie for John Rahm. He's been lucky. This is a day about holding on and trying to grab the odd birdie when you can, but most of all, try and limit the mistakes. These greens are difficult to find in these conditions. This is pretty much all he's got into this strong breeze and into the rain.
Now, did that come out right?
Oh, did it ever? I tell you what, that takes brute strength and skill. What a shot.
I don't think he got the memo, Tony. Wonderful tee shot, 210, Victor Hovland. This is going to be interesting to say. 2 strong, strong players. Most of all mentally strong. Same sort of deal, just trying to run this through the middle. Just get it somewhere close early on, limit the mistakes.
Yeah, this long, thin green that drops off on all sides. Not going to be easy from there. What a tough opening hole this is today, my goodness.
Just 2 birdies, one of them from this man, Alex Fitzpatrick. Dropped a shot at the second. Here he is at the third.
Yeah, just trying to chase this one to that back flag today. So difficult to get it anywhere near the back of this green.
Well, that's just his range, isn't it? We saw him on the first. Just go and tap that one in.
McIlroy, third at the par 5, fifth.
He's left this in perfect position. As Tony said earlier, 2 really sensible shots with the 2-iron off the tee. And the way we know he can pitch the ball. We've taken 2-iron off the tee. It takes all trouble out as well.
There's every chance he's going to match his opening sequence tomorrow. Not necessarily birdies on the same hole, but he's got that to go 3 under through 5. And to move it alongside Jon Rahm at 6 under par as Brian Harman, the championship leader, with a 5-shot lead, heads down towards that first tee. A little bit of an umbrella malfunction. Well, history's on his side, isn't it? But he has to cope with the pressure of Championship Sunday in these weather conditions.
It's going to be good. Oh, it's going to be better than that. What a great bunker shot. I mean, it was easier, but there's no easy bunker shots around Royal Liverpool. Back-to-back birdies. 3 under. Nice move.
Well, back to the first tee. They've given the claret jug a little bit of shelter down there. That is the prize, of course.
It's very interesting, isn't it? Just, you've got one guy now in the whole field who's 5 shots ahead, which is a big lead, and he's the only one not chasing that leader, and it could be such a different mindset for him compared to the whole rest of the field who's got to go out and attack, and he's still got to attack but play sensibly as well, still be positive.
And I tell you what, he looks a heck of a lot more relaxed there today than he did on the first tee yesterday. Looking quite calm, chilled.
So the final pairing about to get underway as we complete our journey to identify the 151st champion golfer of the year.
This is game number 38. On the tee from the USA, Cameron Young.
Birdie the last for a round of 66 yesterday. He would simply love a repeat of his final round at St Andrews last year. A closing 65 there secured him 2nd place, and he says he has come here to go 1 better. Okay.
On the tee from the USA, Brian Harmon.
So a 5-shot lead. Remember, that's what he had yesterday. There was an early stumble, no doubt about it. But my word, how well did he recover? And that par-saving putt at 18 yesterday, he is such a good putter. And he held on to that 5-shot advantage. Now can he finish the job?
definitely the pressure ramps up from Sunday to Saturday, but the way he handled himself yesterday after dropping a few, like you said, Dom, was amazing. And 44 from 44 inside 10 foot or something like that. That's an incredible stat, that is.
Unbelievable, isn't it? No wonder Lee Trevino called him one-putt Harmon. And when so many players have struggled to find this first fairway, he steps up, pumps it out there, and gets it in the short grass. 35, 36 good shots, he says, out there today. Will get it done. That's how he's choosing to look at it. Shot by shot, hole by hole, hit quality shots, and it'll take care of everything. To Hovland up at the green.
Yeah, that was always going to be tricky for Victor. He had to use the banking of that slope in front of him. Very difficult to get right.
Is Rosnar down the right side of the fairway on the second. Good angle to come in from. We know he's aggressive. Is he going to take this on? No, and I think that's a real sensible shot on that hole. Par's a good score there today.
Well, Rosner and the rest at 5 under have been joined by Rory McIlroy. I beg your pardon, he's jumped out of that group and he's has climbed alongside this man, Jon Rahm, at 6 under par. Rahm for birdie at the first.
Good try from Jon Rahm on the first.
Here's Day coming out the rough on the right, on the second. Just trying to pitch this anywhere around the front edge and just let it hop up. Yeah, I'd say it's a pretty good shot from that rough today.
Back to the first, and this is a par putt, remember, for Hovland. To McIlroy at 6.
It's a short left pin today on 6. Right off the right. And it looks like it's going a bit too far left for Rory.
Come on, Rory, lads!
He's got a bit lucky there, actually.
Looks like he split the bunkers there, Nick.
Rahm to tidy up this for par at the opening par 4. He of course overhauled Brooks Koepka to win the Masters this year. He's got a bigger deficit to make up, and Harmon has found the fairway at the first here, watching Cam Young, and our championship leader is Jamie Spence.
Good afternoon, everybody. What a day this should be. It's a tough start today. 1, 2, 3, tough pins in this wet conditions, but a super start for Harmon. 212, his longest iron. It's playing near a 230. Anything on this very narrow green at the first will do for our leader.
So that's a great 2 shots, opening first hole.
Yep, and there's 2 of those shots ticked off his list. Count them down, hit good shots, and the others are going to have to do something special. Young.
Yeah, that was a super shot. 202, 10 yards closer for this man out the semi. How's he going to come out this wet rough?
Just ended up on the upslope there. He should be able to take that bank out, being on the upslope.
to the second and Rahm.
Bunkers at 300, just the 3-wood. Like that play, takes those out of play in these tough conditions.
That should be fine. Stay short of the bunkers on 2.
Number 2 going back in the opposite direction. Anthony, we can see the rain coming down. We can get a slight sense of any breeze that's out there as well. What about the temperature? Is it dropping at all in these conditions?
No, it's pretty constant. I mean, the rain is I wouldn't say it's heavy, but it's quite light. It's just starting to get a little heavier now. I mean, it's hard to put a number on it in what it's playing and everything, but you're certainly looking probably 2 clubs more in most of these conditions, even slightly helping, which this is. It's still playing so much longer. I like 3-wood, it just takes the trouble out of play.
A little bit further right. Yeah, a little bit further right than Jon Rahm.
If that just goes outside that rope line, it might not be too bad for Victor Hovland. I've seen a lot of guys miss that fairway right on 2 throughout the week.
Well, from the tee at 2, we can head up to the green. And Jason Day with a birdie putt.
That's pretty slow coming from his left. That'll come down now. Yeah, great pace. Well done. Should be good enough for his 4.
McIlroy at 6.
Yeah, as you see, he split the bunkers here, so he can just hop it up the middle and over the edge there. You still got to deliver that shot though. How good has his pitching been early on today? Wow.
Got a great lie here for his 3rd shot on 1. Cameron couldn't have asked for better. Hence he's chipping it, should be to get a bit of speed. It's just on the upslope, begging to be it closer. Well, well, well. That's pressure.
Remember, he hasn't won on the PGA Tour, so it's a big day for him. We talk about the pressure on Brian Harmon's shoulders, but likewise for Young to Fleetwood. An outside chance for 3 at the 3rd.
Lovely roll there. He's just got to stay patient on these first 4 holes.
Got off to that stunning start, didn't he, Beef? 66 on the opening day. And then he's played par golf since then as Tommy Fleetwood. Back to the 1st and Young.
Well, that was a bit of a surprise, to say the least, for Young. You couldn't have placed that ball better. He's got the putter out, unsurprisingly now, putting up this slope, which is not easy to judge. It's wet, damp, and slow. First part of its journey here.
Well, he's done well then with this next one. But it's going to be a drop shot for Cameron on the 1st, straight out the gates.
Yeah, so he's going to slide back to 6 under the lead. 6 shots for Brian Harman. Here's Rosner at the 2nd.
Yeah, that's also slow coming from the bottom part of the screen. Misread that a little bit.
Cam Young has tapped in for his bogey 5 there, so the leaderboard shows us that the lead is 6 for Harmon, or confirms it. Seb Straka, meanwhile, playing with Fleetwood, and he makes his first birdie today. Dropped a shot at the 1st, gets it back there at the 3rd, so he's back where he started at 5 under. 7 off the lead, but only 1 shot behind 2nd place.
He's a guy who can hold some footage of putts, and if he gets going, we've seen it so many times, he can reel off 3, 4, 5 birdies in a row.
So to the championship leader at the 1st, Jamie.
Yeah, it's a long one, isn't it, this? But it's quite an easy putt to read, really. I don't see a lot of break. It might go right to left at the hole just once it goes down to the swale and up the other side. But really, there's not much to it. It's quite an inviting first putt here for Harmon. And he's a master on the greens. But it's a nice putt to have to get the feel of the pace, get the feel of the greens first up.
It's not bad. Not bad from Harmon. There's still a little bit of work, though. But yeah, Jamie's made a good point there. You know, your first putt on the first green, you're a long way out. You know, every shot is going to count today.
There's the line of Victor Hovland at the second.
Yeah, it looked like there was a fair bit of grass around that ball. He's done pretty well from there, though. That wasn't an easy shot from Hovland. Finds the green on the second.
Well, he hasn't missed one of these so far this week.
No, and I'm pretty sure he'll be feeling pretty confident, but the nerves will be there, definitely on the first hole, and he'll want to knock this in and get to the second.
No problem at all. So it is a par at the opening hole for Brian Harmon.
Rahm here. Perfect position. Yeah, and as we've seen, such a difficult pin to get close to. It's a good shot. The last thing he needs to do is be too aggressive early on and end up further behind.
Now, 7th hole, McIlroy. Just trying to use the left-hand side, but it's a big block down the right. There's gorse bushes there. He's missed the gorse bushes right. He'd be actually all right there. I'm trying to find a spot.
Well, back to the third, and Antoine Rosner's second from 200 yards.
Finds the green. It's a difficult shot. Third, back right pin, out of bounds on the right.
It's the first hole for the members, isn't it? The third here for the Open Championship. There are the bunkers on the second hole.
Yeah, to be avoided, aren't they? 458 today. A few players were trying to knock it over them yesterday, not today, even though it's down breeze a little bit. So it's just a metal wood for Harmon. Be playing down the left-hand side.
Can I get an amen?
That looks good for Harmon. Finds the bright side of the fairway on two. Shy of the bunkers.
After a really, really good second shot to thread it through the bunkers for Hovland, he's been rewarded with a big swing and left to right, up and over the slope. These two mean business. There's no chat. They're determined. They're just moving forward. They're in this already.
Different ploy from Young. Driver. Trying a little cutter down the left. Looks like he's ripped it.
It's good as he could have hit it. Perfect position for Young on 2.
Look at the gloves. How many? Got to be more than half a dozen gloves. Just drying out under the brolly. Available if needed. Up to the green and Rahm.
Perfectly pin high, Dom. Chatting to the caddy on the fairway there. Looking out for some pitch marks early on just to see how much release is on these greens. So they're trying to get everything pin high, even when these pins are tucked away. There's a good chance, actually. Not that much on this. Quite slow up the hill through the bowl.
Wow. Good effort.
Striker up the left side on 4. That's a good shot. Well judged from there.
Jason Day on the 3rd hole. Back right pin. He's going to try to squeeze in. Looks like a double cross for Jason Day. It's actually not a bad result. That could have gone a lot further down the left. If that didn't hit that slope there, that's the 4th tee.
Amazing the effect of that out of bounds down the right-hand side of that green. There's another tester, I'm afraid, for Victor Hovland. Well short with his approach putt here at the 2nd.
Yeah, you can see this touch left to right here. So important. Yeah, that's a solid putt, that is. Start off early in your round. You don't want to be falling too far behind.
It's a poor start today for Tom Kim. Drop shots at the 1st and 2nd. He's birdied number 4 and he's got this for an eagle 3 at the 5th.
Some eagle for Tom Kim. Find the green in 2. He's 2 under today. He's 4 under for the tournament.
So Rory has got lucky here at the 7th, hasn't he? Only 166 yards to go.
Yeah, and from where he's coming in, it's opened up the green a little bit as well. So we hit more across it than down that slope and over the traps where the pin is today. Yeah, that's a good shot from there, being blindsided as well. Really difficult to get the line.
From 180, Harmon, our leader, another fairway hit, 7-iron, down the breeze to this pin, tight left.
Looks like he's come over the top of that a little bit. That's a long way right. I wonder where that has finished. It opens up a bit on the right-hand side of that green.
Yeah, it's gone in the rough at the back. First test for our leader. It's a slippery day. The club faces are wet. The ball's just going to scoot off them. It's very difficult to control when he's a control player, Harmon. Not going to be easy for him, and you're leading the Open. 140 for this man. Just a wedge down the wind. Gap wedge even.
Say, how aggressive was he going to be with coming in with a wedge, and that's what you can do when you take the traps on and take driver.
Yeah, he's the only one we've seen that's found that top shelf beef. But like you said, it's a lot easier to do when you come in with a pitching wedge. You can see that, you know, explosion shot. A lot of spin on that.
They chipping across the green here for his third shot on 3. He's got a lot of green to work with. Maybe just a slight miss hit there. Seemed to just pop up off the face.
Rahm off the tee on 3. Just an iron for position. Spanish fans have made the trip to sunny Liverpool.
Oh, come on now. It was sunny on Thursday and Friday. Beautiful. Has turned a little bit dreek, as they would call it in Scotland over the weekend. Tommy Fleetwood to get to 6 under. It's been the story of the week, I'm afraid, for Tommy. Certainly the last 3 days, anyway. Four straight pars to start the final round for Fleetwood. He has shot a few low ones in final rounds of majors, hasn't he? Fleetwood. A couple of 63s in the US Open. They do very well to shoot a 63 out there today in these conditions. As we head over to 7, we saw the second of McIlroy. He's left himself just over 50 feet here.
Yeah, this should be quite a slow putt. Back up the hill here towards the front of the green, especially with the damp wet conditions and a bit of moisture on there. Yeah, and that's a lovely, lovely speed putt there.
That's the ball of Brian Harmon at the second.
Yeah, and it's not too bad. Wispy rough there. It's a difficult shot. There's a little knuckle he's got to come over. He'd like to go low here, but I don't think he can. He's got to pitch it over that knuckle. Got to pitch it over halfway the distance, really, with his lob wedge. He could bump it, but I think he's going to go aerial here, try and get it to stick. Just let it gently release.
Yeah, I might come back down that slope a bit. It's going further away from the hole for Harmon. A long testing putt for par on the second for our leader.
It's Stracco for birdie on 4. He might have got a good read of Tommy's putt.
Thought he was walking that in for a moment. Striker stays 5 under. Here's Antoine Rosner across the green at the third.
The odds of making this aren't great, but get it around the hole, you never know. Trying to get the pace right. Just a bit firm, a little bit of work left for Rosner on the tough third.
Let's hop back to the second. Remember, Cam Young's got a birdie putt to get back where he started the day at 7 under. And the leader, Brian Harmon, is struggling for his par. He's there in 3, so this is going to be a par putt to remain at 12 under.
On a day like this where the conditions are tough, you're always going to get into these scenarios where there could be a 2-shot swing. You're putting in first. This is slow. He's made a good solid par on the first. First big test of the day for Harmon.
Not to be. It is going to be a drop shot for Harmon, back to 11 under, so the lead reduced to 5. To Jon Rahm at the 3rd.
Solid shot from Rahm on 3, finds the middle of the green.
Antoine Rosner did manage to make the comeback putt. I'm afraid Jason Day didn't manage to hold for par, so it's a first drop shot for the former PGA champion.
And then, yeah, as you said, Nico, these putts can be important. Be a 2-shot swing here. Just seemed like he misread that. He's expecting that to turn left down that slope there.
So he stays among the chasing pack. McIlroy to remain at 6 under in a share of 2nd place.
He'll be happy walking off there with par after he's probably thinking his tee shot's heading towards that course.
Max Homa has reached the par 3 9th hole. He's hit a good tee shot and he's managed to convert as well. Good front 9, no drop shots, couple of birdies.
Yeah, finishing the front 9 with a birdie on par 3 that plays 223 yards.
It is a significant challenge out there today, isn't it? Not just the fact that it's the final round of the 151st Open, but the weather conditions as well are playing their part. Although just at the moment it looks like the rain might have eased off. Here's Victor Hovland, left of the 3rd green.
This will have a chance. Nice touch from Hovland.
Yeah, it's a much improved part of his game, isn't it? He did admit when he won for the first time on the PGA Tour, he said it was all a bit rubbish, his short game, but he's worked hard on it. McIlroy at 8.
Guys, 2-iron out here again.
It's getting good workout today, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. I think that's going to need a replacement after this tournament. It's definitely going to be a bit worn out.
Outside chance, such a flat bit of green here. Super pin, nice little cutty one in there. Maybe a little left to right at the hole, not much for Rahm.
Oh, good was that. Shaving the hole, Rahm. I don't think he's going to leave a lot of putts short today, Jon Rahm.
Young's in the left-hand rough. Iron for Harmon, wind off the right. Not so easy for the left-hander coming over his shoulder here. OB right. Got to hit this fairway. Tough hole, 3.
Go, Brian.
It's just about perfect from Brian Harmon on 3 off the tee. The importance of hitting a good shot after you just made a bogey as well.
Rahm here, just trying to tidy up for his par on 3. I think he's going to accept. He's going to have a few of these to knock back because he's got to make some birdies out here to catch Harmon. Good work there.
And it is 3 pars to start the final round for Jon Rahm.
Second here for Rosner at number 4 from the middle of the fairway. That's a tremendous shot there. I thought
that spun just in time.
Alex Fitzpatrick, who opened up with a birdie today, dropped a shot at the second. Second birdie of the day comes there at the par 5 fifth, and Fitzpatrick is at 5 under par. What a dream Open debut this is for the younger brother of last year's US Open champion. Here's Rory at 8. Just wandered into this first cut of rough. Looks to be lying okay. I wonder if he had a number in mind going out today.
How's the grip?
Everybody kind of does, regardless of where you are in the tournament.
You got to be thinking he's got to get it to 12 when you're going out for Harman, expecting that he's not going to be dropping too many shots, and you can adjust it as you're on the golf course, you know.
Trying to work it off the right a little bit here, Rory. And needs to come back left. Just misses the bunker. Tell you what, that was a foot from staying in a bunker and probably a foot from being really close as well for McIlroy on 8.
Rahm at 4. Just needs to find the fairway. Not a long hole.
Come on, Victor.
And he looks in the zone today, doesn't he?
We're not in a rush, just that same good pictures every day.
There are the ball positions at the 3rd for our final pairing.
That's perfect.
Long way in for Young, 205.
Yeah.
Sort of in off the right. There's not much breeze actually, and it's trying to brighten up. Let's hope it does for everybody.
Yep.
Toughest pin of the week here, back right. That OB's only about 10 paces away. You've got to start it right edge if you want to get it close. I don't think he'll be doing that. Middle of the green, brilliant here.
Now, how did that take off? Oh, what a shot from Young. Displaying the skills.
Well, they got 5 feet off the ground, did it? Jason Day, meanwhile, on the green at the 4th. 40 feet or so for birdie. Round it comes.
Harmon from 192, perfect spot, but the angle's against him. I think anywhere near Young's ball is a really good result for our leader here. Lots of waggles.
How aggressive is the line?
Whoa. Now that has disappeared into the thick rough that is to the right hand side of 3, very close to that out of bounds.
Yeah, a little upslope in front of him. That's going to challenge Harmon's short game skills. Sepp Straka for eagle. This to get to 7 under. Well, guarantees a second birdie of the day, so Straka moves into the group at 6 under in a share of second place, and Rosner with a chance here.
Yeah, great shot. He's hitting here on 4. Just underread that, missed on the low side there.
See if Tommy Fleetwood can follow in Sepp Straka. Birdies for both. And Tommy, John Straka and the others at 6 under par. There are 5 on that mark and a share of second place. McIlroy with a chance to jump out of the pack.
He's using the putter here from just outside the green.
I wouldn't be surprised if this goes in.
Or you just want this to go in, Beef? I do.
Yeah, I was going to say a bit of both, but doesn't seem too much break here.
Didn't need much more. That's a great try from McIlroy on 8.
4 fairways in a row for Rahm. 135. All about taking the spin off this, really. Just needs to be careful. I think the helping breeze will probably help a bit of that. But can he keep the ball under control? This is a chance to get up and down.
It's going to come back nicely for Jon Rahm. Good shot into 4.
Right, to the 3rd. Jamie, what news?
Well, he's 3.5 feet from being Oscar Bravo here. Harmon kicked off the bank of the green there, and it's just in a horrible, horrible lie. But good job the long rough is there, otherwise I think it'd have gone OB. But this is, well, I don't know how it's going to come out here. He's just got to hit it hard. He doesn't want to hit it too hard because it scoot over the other side, but trying to get a strike on this one. It's deep in. He just can't even find it now, and he's on top of it. Yeah. Dangerous times for our leader, this one. He's just got to prod it. Hopefully it just jumps forward and runs up the bank, but he'll get no control out of here.
It looks extremely thick, Jamie, doesn't it?
It is.
Now that looks pretty good, because the way Jamie described this was extremely difficult. So close from the hole in thick grass like that. You have to hit it hard, still control it.
Hovland here on the 4th. Perfect position. Second shot. Let's see how tight he's going to go here with the second shot.
Yeah, he looked like he just came over the top of that a little bit. As we know, Beef, when you come over the top of a wedge shot like that, it tends to go a bit further.
That's why it's such a dangerous pin as well, and it's almost a game of chicken with that hole.
Alex Fitzpatrick, I'm afraid that was a par putt at the 6th. So he's back where he started the day at 4 under. A couple of birdies, a couple of bogeys on the card to Cam Young.
Yeah, what a shot it was from Cam Young. There's a good shot from Harmon as well. This is right to left and then straightens really, but with this dampness now on the greens, they won't be turning much now and be getting a bit slower.
It's a good try from Cameron Young from a long way out.
Well, Harmon with work to do for his par there. Here's Hovland over the back of 4, Anthony.
Yeah, surprised he's gone long, Dom. That's a mistake. Maybe he just misjudged how far the second was playing. It's slightly helping, but not much. Could have putted this. I think maybe a year ago he probably would have done. But going high, it looks like he's going to try and spin this in the air and just try and get it dancing around the back of the hole. Pitching into a bit of an upslope, so I suppose he's got reasonable amount of control on this.
That was the right shot to play from Hovland. Just hit it a little bit hard. That's 6 foot past.
Back to the third, and this is the par putt for Brian Harman. Brilliant.
So tough that is.
Heck of an up and down, wasn't it?
Wow. I mean, it's so difficult with these lies when you're only trying to hit this 4 or 5 yards, and they're so delicate, but you've still got to hit it pretty hard. He's played that very well there.
So he passes that test. The rain is tumbling down now, Anthony.
Yeah, heavy. I've got my brolly, it's okay. Nice leave actually for Rahm, left to right through the midsection.
Oh, he would have had it, wouldn't he? Short in the jaws. Frustration for Rahm. It's going to be 4 pars to begin the day. And here's McIlroy at the 9th.
Pin gets back right today on the par 3. Oh. How did he get to have that ball to land so soft from 223 yards?
Young for his par to remain at 6 under. Well done. Just not at the moment able to apply any real pressure on Harmon. Let's have another look at this iron shot. Look how low it stays. Gorgeous.
Fourth hole, just an iron for Young, just laying up. 366 it is in total, down the breeze.
Swing there. Thank you. Very nice.
It's trying to brighten up, fellas, but it is bright, but it's just raining. Northwest of England. This is golf, you've got to play in all weathers. Championship Sunday is going to test them, it will today in this weather.
Not sure how many days they get like this in Savannah, Georgia, Jamie.
Not many. Georgia. Yeah, it's a bit warmer there at the moment. Lay up for Harmon as well, just vital to hit the fairways in these wet conditions, get in the rough, you're in trouble. To control it, it's hard enough from the fairway. He's 3 out of 3 so far.
Seems to like that one as well. Another fairway found for our leader. It'll change up in the commentary box. We'll have more from Nico Colsaerts and Andrew Beef Johnston later, but first of all, it's welcome back to Tony Johnston and Jay Townsend.
Well, thank you, Dom, and good afternoon to everyone from a brighter Royal Liverpool. Par attempt for Hovland. I thought that was very interesting coming from Jamie Spence. It's getting brighter out there as we're watching the rain come down sideways. Just a tough day out there, Tony.
Isn't it just? Tommy Fleetwood for an unlikely birdie, but not impossible. Good touch.
Driver for Rahm, the bunkers start at about 270 on this par 5, dogleg right to left. So they've really got to get this moving from right to left. It's probably more like the middle one of the 3 that's in play. It was raining pretty hard about 5 minutes ago. It's just eased off a little, so I think we have a chance here for a birdie 4.
Well, we saw McIlroy. Oh my goodness. McIlroy hit 2 irons just short of the green. Is that between the mounds of gorse? Oh dear.
Getting word that Rahm might be okay in between. Rosner in the steady rain.
Third shot for the Frenchman. Can get this close if that spins back a bit. Yeah, good shot from the man from Paris.
Stracker. A little bit weak. I think that's a little longer than it appears from that camera angle too.
Young, second shot of 4, 151. You can get to this pin. It's on the left-hand side, plenty of green to work with. Big wedge, down the breeze. Hates it.
But heavy. Oh no, turned it over.
It's a pretty steep bank down where that ball's come to rest.
Now McIlroy is standing on that 9th green. He's hit an exceptional iron shot to give himself what it looks like to be just about 12 feet for birdie.
I like the fact that he's getting Harry Diamond in to help him read, because I've always been of the opinion that Rory doesn't read greens particularly well. I don't think he's got world-class eyesight. He's been working on it with Brad Faxon. Used to wear glasses when he was young, I don't know. Great eyesight's a gift. They got it right. Have they got it right? Oh no, pity.
Seems like Rory, when he does miss, it's a close miss. He's always right there. Harmon, second from the fairway at 4.
.123 can only be a little wedge shot for him. That's perfectly played. Aggressive to the hole without taking the risk of going long.
Yeah, I think that par of 3 would have felt like a birdie. Unbelievable 4.
Harmon has that 5-shot lead, but he's dropped a shot. I think it was an amazing par at the 3rd when it looked like things could get away from him, that bad lie. So he's righted the ship, at least momentarily. The chasing pack are trying to reel him in the 3rd round of the Open. There were some good rounds this morning. Adrian Bronk, 3-time winner. Scotty Scheffler, #1 in the world. Low rounds of the day at 67. Matt Southgate, Louise Tazen, a couple of 69s. But the low scores were a rarity this morning. It's been pretty much a drizzle, and this morning it was windy. The wind seems to have abated a little bit, and Jamie Spence was just telling us it started to brighten. Maybe the rain will go away as well.
Free wood for McIlroy on 10. Use the right wind. Easiest win on this hole. Shape it into the fairway. Marshall standing on the way there a little bit, but everybody's happy.
Perfect. He's hit it up in the bottleneck way to the left. He actually should be sighted to the 10th green. Difficult to see the green. Most tee shots.
Yeah, that is just pure perfection, isn't it? Cam Young. way outside the right foot with loft, trying to squeeze it low with a bit of check. Does it well.
Yeah, those areas around the greens here at Royal Liverpool are so cool. They give you so many different options. You can chip, you can putt, you can bump it in. Alex Fitzpatrick for par at the 7th. Poor chip that left that long par putt, and oh, that's going to frustrate the young Fitzpatrick. Just raced through the field yesterday with that fine 65, the second of the week. The first 65 of the week was from this man, Brian Harman.
Oh, he's putted brilliant all week, this man. What a save he had on the last. There's a great chance here to make his first birdie of the day. And it doesn't do much. I probably might be a little bit right to the left, but you know what? The longer you look at it, it's one of those straight ones, Jay.
The straight ones are tough, aren't they, Jamie? Just looking for something that might not be there.
And it was dead straight, wasn't it? But another hole ticked off with a par. Still 5 ahead. The further he can go with that 5-shot lead, the better for him, that's for sure. The rest of the field might run out of holes.
Jason Day now for birdie on 5. Moves to 5 under for the championship. He's played well. He's played well.
Just take your time. Make sure you got the line right here. You're trying to hit it. Okay, you got a little right to left.
Wally, is this the break of the year?
Yeah, sometimes it's your day, Tony.
Okay.
In John Rahm's world, it's bright sunshine at the minute. He wanted to hit a provisional. Didn't need to. 237, so this is more than doable. I do think you sort of almost have to think about where the leave is, and short right is that. I don't believe he can carry it up that left side from where he is, but wow, it's in a good spot considering.
Wow. It's fantastic. I mean, that's a mind-boggling break. The only creatures that knew there was a gap in that course is the rabbits.
Sometimes you look back on a Sunday night and you think it was this break that led to the championship. Maybe that might be for Rahm.
Jay, 4 shots left, reload off the tee. 3 yards right, reload off the tee.
So the nice chip into the bank to this position of the 4th for Cameron Young, and he secures a par, 3 in a row after dropping a shot at the first.
Now Hovland on 5 also with a long iron from this, let's call that the second cut.
Looked like his right foot slipped there.
It's always difficult for Victor Hovland to play out of the long rough, being so flat into the ball.
Having a chat with it. Wonderful shot. Wonderful shot.
Wow, over the bunker. I mean, I know the softer conditions from the rain has helped. Now, that's a pretty good view. Dry, up above things, looking over all the umbrellas. Can you bring me a cup of tea, please? I've got a good spot.
Fifth hole, and its name is Long. It's a par 5. It's not that long, actually. 527. Driver for Young. 270 to the right bunker. But both players have birdied this each day. It'd be a good birdie today. Breeze off the right. Rain off the right.
Yeah. Whoa.
Now that looks as good as it gets from Cameron Young on the par 5.
He's got Nicholas Colsaert's length, that man.
Maybe 10 years ago, but this man hits it a long way. He's used that tee height a lot this week to try to keep the ball very low. See that extension on the left-hand side.
Driver for Harmon. Follow that. Be looking for the low runner.
Not a long hitter, but he's birdied the 5th hole, all 3 of the
Heading
first
left,
rounds.
Jay. It's heading left towards those gorse bushes.
I don't think that one has been as lucky as John Rahm. Wow.
That's all it takes is a change of luck. Rory setting it out at the TV tower with a draw, asking it to go.
And catches that false front and spins and rolls way down the hill at the 10th. That's going to be a difficult one.
Now Jason Day. Birdie putt on 6 to join this group of chasing players on 6 under. Bit shy of an effort for the Australian.
And this chasing pack, they know every time they make a par, they're losing a hole. Will they run out of holes before they can catch Harmon? But Harmon is trying to give something back at 5.
Now Fleetwood. Birdie on 7. Long putt. Pretty slow from down there. Some work left for Tommy.
Well, we see Rahm just short of the green. And what went on with Hovland, Anthony?
Had to play backwards, Jay, out of the bunker. Pitch to there. So at the minute, he's struggling. John Rahm just trying to maybe almost send a little message, I think, but in reality, a couple of putts will be just fine in these conditions to start with pars and 1 birdie. There's not much under par on that board.
Oh, what a great effort from John Rahm. A lot of his putts have actually challenged the hole early today.
We saw Rory come up short left at 10. This is his 3rd.
He's missed a lot of iron shots to the left since yesterday, since the end of the round yesterday. He's also missed it down there yesterday. A much tighter flag today for Rory.
Struggling here. The back 9 has not been that kind to Rory. Round 2 is out in 33, back in 37. Yesterday out in 32, back in 37. Today out in 32. He's going to need something better on the final 9 holes.
Well, Harmon's in the middle of that bush. He could get 2 club lengths, but he's going back. But I don't see him reaching from where he's going back, to be honest with you. Cameron Young's got about 230, so he's got about another 270 where he is at the moment. If he could drop it out the bush, but the problem with that is there's another bush right in front of him, so he wouldn't be able to advance it very far. So trouble for our leader here.
Trying to figure out a way to only drop 1 shot at the par 5 5th. Back to Straka.
Well, that's a mind-boggling misread, if it was a misread. Nowhere near.
Rosner for about 20 feet. That was only for par. Slips by for the Frenchman. Goes back to 4 under.
Just a bogey putt for Victor Hovland after hitting his second in the bunker, having to go out backwards as Anthony described. We saw Rahm's eagle putt run a little bit past the hole. And what does he have left? Just outside of 3.5, maybe 4 feet. Certainly not a gimme, Tony.
No. But I'd have to say of the players worldwide, well, I shouldn't tempt fate, but he putts these beautifully, doesn't he? Short little backswing, positive follow through. And if he was to hold this, he's going to go to 7. Got the drip going. And Harmon in trouble. Wow, this hole could be a big turning point.
Good focus there from Jon Rahm.
It creeps to within 4. It could be a temporary 4. Harmon in trouble down the fairway, taking an unplayable lie at the par 5.
Fleetwood for par on 7. Up the hill, positive with this. Good putt. Good putt from Tommy.
Surprisingly, only made 34 feet of putts in the 3rd round yesterday, did Tommy Fleetwood. That's hardly anything. McIlroy now for par to keep his momentum at 10.
Yeah. If you're going to win this, you just can't afford those.
Third shot for Harmon.
Yeah. Sorry, Jay. Yeah, it's a big one, isn't it? All he's got, 275. 260 the front. It's that bunker 25 yards short that I'll be worried about here. That is really a no-go zone. But he's taking it on.
Skirted it past the bunker that grabbed Hovland's ball, so a chance to get up and down. Could he save par? Wow, he escaped potential disaster at the 3rd with a great up and down.
Yeah, that just missed that bunker I was talking about. 2-3-2 for Young from the perfect tee shot, staring it down. He's trying to hold this one off into the right-hand breeze.
Left bunker, Cam Young on 5.
Par 3s are key this week. They always have been in major championships, but I think today definitely so easy to find these pot bunkers. 194 at 6, front pin. I like just playing past this, take that sand out of play. Possibilities of getting 7 there. It's slightly helping. Bit between his teeth right now, Jon Rahm. He can hear the cheers and the groans. He knows exactly where he is. There was a scoreboard on the par 5 green.
Good on.
Finds the safe side of the green, Jon Rahm.
Cockerel with the iron. Fairway finder. Short of the big mound that runs across the fairway. Does make it a blind second, but it's fine.
Fleetwood from the first cut. On a.
Oh, sit down. Sit.
Wants this to sit down.
Sit. Stop.
It's taking the most horrid bounce at the back there on the right hand side of 8 for Fleetwood.
Tom Kim with the Johnny Morgan hat.
Yeah, you can see his follow through has changed with his ankle, but that doesn't stop him from hitting an incredible shot on 9.
From only 223 yards. What a golf shot.
Michael Stewart, what a great story it has been for the qualifier. That one just slides by for the Scot. Massive story this week, getting the breakthrough. He'll tap that in for a 6 at his final hole. We go to Cam Young with a little bit of a difficult stance here, it looks like, Jamie.
Yeah, I've watched it. You know what, though? It's a beautiful lie. It's on a slight upslope. It couldn't be better, to be honest with you. Get a nice little strike on it. He's already got the elevation built into this shot, so it will move right to left once it bounces. But it's in a perfect spot, really, just short of the green. It was a good shot to get here for Harmon.
Just a little heavy-handed from Brian Harman.
You think that had a little bit of skid to it in the wet conditions as well?
Could have been.
Yeah, it's a surprise to me, that one. This is awkward. He's just on a slight down, so he's got to really pick that club up, Young. He needs to take his time. It might be one leg in, one leg out here. Bit of sand on the ball as well. It's not a great lie. It's doable, this. Just got to get the stance right. Keep that chest over the ball. Pick it up. Awkward, this one. Yeah, it's one of those. Leg out or leg in? I think leg out.
So hard to get any elevation on this. Got to come down so steeply. Oh dear, oh dear.
Really? That's shocking.
Now he's got that steep lip. Oh goodness.
I think it's probably good that he's gone for a little bit of a walkabout here, just to recollect his thoughts as we look at that one. Just got a little bit steep there. Tony went underneath it, didn't get a chance to splash it out.
No, worried about the back lip.
Yeah, this isn't easy either. Oh, he got it out very well. Just can't go in him.
Rory's second shot on 11.
All right. All right. Rory. Go, Rory.
Okay. Needs an instant bounce back.
6 holes ahead of the final pairing. Rory, you have to think is starting to run out of holes. Second at 8 for Straka.
What a shot from Straka. He's pitching it in the hole.
I want someone to go again.
We told everyone this week so far from here, but this is a tricky one down the slope for Harmon as the rain tumbles down. And he knows where he is. There's a leaderboard and a little glance at it to the right of this green. And this to keep his lead. Yeah, he's just not quite sure here. Neither am I. Bit of movement behind the green.
In the greater picture, you'd have to say this putt is a serious key to this round. Unbelievable. I mean, Rahm, when he hit his tee shot on this hole, he's thinking, how am I going to get out of this with a 6? He makes a 5. A 4, I beg your pardon. Harmon 6, ouch.
Right to left, Tony. Rahm, another good leave. Took ages to reach the green, just taking his time. He's got those eyes, they're looking pretty determined. Up the hill a fraction.
It's going to be a safe par for Jon Rahm at the 6th. Par's a good score there today. Par's a good score in all the par 3s here at Royal Liverpool.
Yeah, Cam Young's got this to save his par on the par 5. Went for the green in 2.
And they both walk off with 6s. Ouch.
And not a birdie between them in the first 5 holes, so nearly a third of the way through the round. And neither in the final pair have made a birdie. Could that be telling? Rahm picked up the 1 birdie with the 2 putt from the front fringe at the 5th. All the rest pars.
And only 3 in it, Jay. Only 3 in it all of a sudden.
Fleetwood in an awkward position at the 8th.
Yeah, that's a very good result from Fleetwood, because that was very difficult and awkward from the back there of that 8th green.
McIlroy with his birdie putt. Excellent try.
McIlroy's going to tap that in. 2 under on the day. 7 holes to play. Straka after that wonderful approach shot at 8.
Better left to right in this. That stays left.
Jason Day at the 7th. This is for a par. No, straight off the putter that was headed left.
Everybody seems to be going backwards at the moment. Strange how that works.
Started as 5. It's now 3 in the lead for Brian Harman over Jon Rahm in the 151st Open Championship from Royal Liverpool. Sepp Straka running in there too. He's like Rahm and Fleetwood, all 1 under par. McIlroy, like Kim, 2 under par. It comes down to how many holes are left.
194.6. 180 the front. Pitch about 182 here. Breeze off the right.
Shot from Cam Young. Just coming off a bogey on a par 5 and laser light iron.
Amazingly aggressive shot to a tough hole location as well. Love the slow-mo with the rain. Such a cool look.
Yeah, slightly down breeze. I think 6-iron for Harmon. Big one. You just sneak this on the front and get it to jump up. Narrow entrance to the 6th green though.
That's an extremely good shot. Got off to a poor start yesterday and then showed serious character. Stood firm, fought back. He's going to need to do that today.
Former champion Henrik Stenson to close out with a birdie at his final hole. Not meant to be, but he'll tap that in for a 3-under par total.
Now big John Rahm on 7. Went off the left.
Let's go!
Likes it.
Man on a mission. Striker. Big, easy swing of his. And powerful.
Another good shot for Straka coming off that dramatic win a few weeks ago where he shot 62 in the final round. Actually double bogeyed the final hole to still win.
Stuart Singh to close what has been a good week for him. Former champion, 52 years of age.
That's amazing longevity that Stuart Singh has had. To finish on even par, especially in such trying conditions. 2 former champions enjoying their walk today, even though it was trying conditions. What must McIlroy be thinking? Clearly he's not thinking about finishing second. What does he need to do? How does he turn it around and make up 5 shots with 7 holes to go?
Yeah, he's just gone bogey par. His playing partner Grillo has just gone birdie birdie. That doesn't make you feel any better.
Missed another fairways in that thick, wet rough over to the left.
Now Fleetwood's turn on 9, the par 3. Straka's just hit a good shot in there. Oh, just hangs on the right hand side for Fleetwood. Also a good shot from the Englishman.
223 yards, pretty narrow target. That's a tough test at 9 today.
Harmon, he actually hit 5-iron. Young hit 6, which is expected. Young's quite a long hitter. Harmon's longer than you think, though. So putt straight down the hill. I can't see anything in it again. I'm trying to think it might go right to left, but I'm clutching at straws, to be honest with you. I think it's straight, especially with these damp conditions. The ball's running pretty straight in its line.
And a birdie too. What a bounce back for Harmon. He just won't go away like a bulldog. Nobody better on the par 3s this week. And that will give him a boost of confidence.
That's just pure guts, isn't it?
amazing bounce back. All the pressure on him coming in with a 5-shot lead. The lead had shrunk to 3, and now it's back to 4. Only Rahm is within 4.
Now Young. Tough hole, the 6th. That was a great 2 from Harmon. Can Young follow him in? Just keep it inside the hole on the left. You had a few looks at this. Just got to make your mind up. Hit your line. That's all you can do.
Rain continues to come down. It's just a bit of a nuisance to these guys. They have bigger things on their mind. Like Harman, Young bounces back with a birdie 2 at the difficult 6th.
8-iron Rahm, 183. Looking just right of this. It's quite a big target, but he's got eyes for one thing.
That's a good shot from John Rahm. On 7.
Another fabulous iron shot from Straka. Can he convert it this time? Oh, wow.
Sepp Straka now at 7 alongside Rahm. He's going out the front 9 after bogeying the first in 200 par 33, and Straka is definitely in the conversation heading to the back 9 here at the 151st Open Championship. No one is giving Brian Harman anything, and he is fighting back bravely with that birdie at 6. Gets back to 1 over on the day, 4-shot lead. And every time Harman makes a par or better, he's just inching closer to the clubhouse, closer to the claret jug. Who will it be? All the stories left to be told today, the 151st Open. Good rounds early from Adrian Meronk and Scotty Scheffler with 67s in very trying conditions. It was raining and much stronger winds this morning, so great rounds from those two.
Now Fleetwood for birdie on 9. Wouldn't this be loud? Just a bit shy. Tommy slams his head with his putter.
Seventh tee, Young, 469 today. He'll be aiming at the left-hand bunker, just trying to slide it off that. It's about 295 to that, so you can just about reach it. Off the left, the breeze.
That looks like that stays left a bit. No, it's okay. It stays on the fairway for Cam Young.
Sir, can you go on that side?
Wyndham Clark for birdie at the final hole, current U.S. Open champion. It'll be a par and 72 holes covered and 1 over par. Got off to a good start with that 68 in the opening round. Couldn't break 60 the rest of the week, but a good week.
Harmon with the driver. Last tee shot went left. Sometimes you overcorrect.
Yeah, that's good for Harman. Finds the fairway on 7.
He's got to just keep finding those fairways. Not strong enough to get it out of the rough. This man is.
He's aiming a long way right. I think I might have got stuck in the long grass on the right hand side of the 12th green.
Pin high for the 4th time in 7 holes. Jon Rahm, 25 feet or so. Again, as Jamie Spence mentioned, not much in this. There's a lot of those today with all this moisture on the greens. Again, a wonderful chance. He's had the touch of the knees, but he's under par for the day.
That would have looked good for a long time, Tony.
Scared it, didn't he? And look at that, just the perfect pace past the hole. Stracker teeing it up, going to absolutely launch this, and it is laser straight again.
Amazing confidence, hit it, knew exactly where it was going, didn't need to bother watching, just splits the fairway. Straka just striping it today.
McIlroy below the level of the green. A lot of green to work with, but it's come out a little speedy. Every time in the last 2 days he builds momentum and then loses it.
Homa for birdie at 14 after a brilliant approach shot. Pours it in the middle. Homa gets to 5 under par. 6 shots back in 6th position. No drop shots on the card today for the American.
Likewise, Fleetwood. Bend down to pick up the flag because I know where the pin, I know the peg, I know where that's going. Beautiful drive. Emiliano Grillo playing alongside Rory. He's just had back-to-back birdies and a good try there. Is it 5 under?
Rosner after a good approach shot for birdie at the 8th. That's a nice bounce back after back-to-back bogeys. At 6 and 7, gets back to 1 over for the day.
Two shots at 7 today. A couple of them so far right. Some in the heather. Those are the bogeys plus. Yes, you can understand that.
Final pair both in the fairway, but not acting very friendly, Jamie.
No, they're not, but they're both on the short stuff. It's a different animal today, this 7th. They've been in short times. It won't be today. 201 for Young from the left, and the pin is just over the bunkers. You can't see much.
We're going all the way over, basically in between the trophy and that first letter there, the 1.
Where's the edge of the bunker?
The edge of the bunker is like just left of the symbol.
Yeah, there's a mounds of rough. You can't see this green from where he is, Young. Got to trust his instinct here.
Tempo of Young's swing really hasn't changed all day, but loses that one to the right.
To McIlroy. To save. Oh, wow. That's a big one.
Harmon, 194. It's better angle. Will he take it on, though? That pin on the left.
No need to, really. Hard to the green. 20 feet right, and that is a really smart shot.
Very much like yesterday, isn't it, where he had the early wobble and then started to get things back on track.
And Rory at the early hot start and then the wobble. It's like Groundhog Day.
Jason Day for birdie at the 8th. This for a bounce back like Rosner.
So back to 5 under.
Just a 3-wood for Rahm. Needs a lie. Look at the tight down that left side. Out of bounds, not far away.
So Brian Harmon, after that birdie at the 6th hole, his first of the day, re-establishes a 4-shot lead. Sepp Straka and Jon Rahm are his closest pursuers. Tommy Fleetwood still hanging in there, as is Cameron Young. It's going to need a huge finish, isn't it, for Rory McIlroy if he's going to repeat his victory of 2014 here at Royal Liverpool. The local member, Matthew Jordan, 1 under par today in the group at -4. Terrific week for him. Grillo.
Gets it on the green. It's a very difficult par 3 today. They actually moved the hole location due to the forecast winds to an easier position. Arnie has really tried to make such a fair setup all week. They've made alterations to the bunkers and hole locations in the mornings relative to wind direction. You get the feeling like McIlroy, 2 under par for the day, 5 under in total, 6 back, has to run the tables, nearly has to birdie his way out. The 2 par 5s in these conditions are probably unreachable, makes it more difficult.
Now it took it!
Not sure that was the strike that he had hoped for, was it?
Yeah, it was a rare time when you actually looked like Roy was kind of trying to save it at the bottom. Young pitching from right of the green at 7. Not a difficult shot, plenty of green to work with. But there again, Tony, we saw the water on the green, the ball skidded.
Yeah, you're right. But it's not far away, is it? Rahm. What can he produce out of here?
Seriously wet rough. 177 as it buckets down once more. This needs to sort of skid up the left side through the chute. Bunkers left and right at 8.
Sit down. Sit down.
Flyer. No. Had us worried. Unnecessarily. That's actually a great shot from where he was. And a wonderful birdie opportunity.
Harmon's got a great chance for back-to-back here on 7. It's left to right up the hill. It's a pretty easy read in the way he putts. Look out.
Well, it's wonderful, isn't it? Back-to-back birdies for Brian Harman. He's back where he started the day at 12 under par, and he is back to 5 in front. He is one gutsy competitor, isn't he, Brian Harman?
Oh, he's got a bit of titanium running through his veins, Dom.
Amazing.
Every time you think he's down and out.
Tony, amazing. Both of the last 2 rounds, yesterday and today, got a couple over par and didn't seem flustered. It would have been so easy to be flustered. Trying to win a major for the first time on a very demanding golf course and just seems oblivious to the pressure.
Well, Young, having skipped it, slid it past the hole, The return putt to remain at 6 under. Sepp struck up into the back 9, and another chance for the Austrian, albeit a distant one.
First time, Tony, that he hasn't shown good pace all day. He's really had his eye in and his touch for distance.
Tom Kim. He's got enough time to make a move. Well done. Great putt, young man. Oh, he's 3 under for the day. Gets to 6.
3 under for the day after opening with back-to-back bogeys. What an amazing resurgence from Kim.
To the 13th, we saw the tee shots of McIlroy and Griot. It's going to be the Argentine first away.
This is the club in his hand right now, the putter that really is the reason for his resurgence. Won early on the PGA Tour, went 8 years in between wins. The putting stats have really come back, and that's why he's playing as well as he is. Always been a great ball striker.
That's a beautiful putt. Scared it.
Harmon with the driver at 8. It's a tough fairway to hit. 2 bunkers up the right.
Let's go, Birds!
And as a lefty, the wind is hitting him in the back, coming from the right. Always more difficult. No difficulty there. Wow.
Playing with Sepp Straka. A little teach for Tommy Fleetwood. Certainly in terms of the pace, he'll know he's got to hit it a little firmer. McIlroy at 13 for the birdie.
Ooh. Shaved it, didn't he? Looked really good 4 feet out. You can't hit a better putt. He's done everything he needed, just didn't go underground.
Straka, this is every bit of 3.5, maybe 4 feet for par. That's the type of mistake at this point on the final day you just can't make. You can't give shots away. You can't expect gifts from Harmon. Then you give him one in return.
He's taken an age to look at this 12 feet. What a chance. Straight as a die overall, I think, at pace. In that pose for quite a while, while Hovland was putting, been down low looking at this. And this really, apart from the 2 putt at the par 5, is his first real chance.
Firmer. I think that would have caught the left edge.
To 9 where Jason Day has missed the green and handsomely.
Yeah, kind of a bare wet lie. So tough to get the correct strike. That's just unbelievable. Oh my goodness, it goes in the hole. I'll give him 100. Couldn't do that again. Give him 50. Hard to get within a foot. amazing for Day, trying to fight his way back in. And a tie for third, 6 back.
Well, it's not a tactic you'd like to employ on every hole, but my word, what a two.
Tony, you could see hitting it fat off the soggy ground, short. Couldn't see him holing it.
No, you'd be really pleased to make 3 from there. Well, that's back into the picture, isn't it?
So Harmon and Young both have found the fairway at the 8th. It's going to be the
53.
lefty first away.
Yeah, 40 front, 45. Yeah, half center of the first one.
2 stunning birdies for our leader. He'll be feeling 6 feet tall walking down this fairway. Well, maybe 5'10". 153.99 this will be from the middle of the fairway. Harmon, he's tucked on the right. He'll be playing middle of the green, just a bit left of the pin. There's a nasty little swale to the right here for Harmon. But he will be feeling so much better about himself right now.
Okay, just maybe stood a little longer after that, a couple of extra waggles.
Pin all the way back on the slope, 2-2-3 at the 9th for Jon Rahm. What an opportunity that was, 8th green. Rain still beating down. Doesn't seem to be affecting the Spaniard though, he's not really missed a beat so far. This is tough to get all the way back.
Grande John, viva
Down a bank in a little bit of a bowl over there. Will be line dependent. If he's not on a downslope, it's certainly playable. If he is, it will likely be a putter for his second at the par 3.
Back to the 8th, and Cam Young's second.
From 143.
Be a fat flyer.
How brave do you get with that right-hand flag?
Gosh, it was close. Just barely fat.
Ooh, and it stays. Without the rain, good chance that would have gone down into the rough.
To the defending champion, Cameron Smith, coming down the 18th. Quite a long way back for his third. Didn't get up to the start he was hoping for today. 3 over front 9. He birded the 14th hole, but otherwise it's all pars for Smith. Playing with Patrick Reed, who's 3 over par today. Well, look at the number of people who have stayed in the grandstand there at 18. Long way till the champion golfer of the year, well, this year's champion golfer walks down there. But a nice reception for Smith, who produced that absolutely sparkling display of golf on the back 9 last year at St Andrews over the old course to win the Claret Jug.
Greatest walk in golf, but also the greatest grandstands in golf as well. McIlroy tee shot at 14 with the driving iron.
Let's go!
Nice. if he's going to make his big move, he has to start now.
Eighth green. And the stand to the right of the screen, that's packed as well. Some hardy souls up here. And great crowds all week. We supported all the players really well. Been a great atmosphere. They won't let the rain dampen their spirits. Safe play from Harmon into 8. He's uphill. Bit of left to right in it for him. Couldn't do another one, could he, guys?
Well, you certainly wouldn't bet against it, Jamie. As you said, he's got his confidence back. For a third straight birdie.
That'll do. Absolutely, that'll do. It's what the doctor ordered.
Tony, he only needs pars. No one's going to get to 12 besides him.
Agreed. Cam Smith. And, well, forever, you're the Open champion, even when your tenure is over. Well done.
And the 150th Open champion as well.
Yeah. At the old course, just to throw that in there, extra special.
73 on Sunday for Cam Smith, and he's in at 1 over par, which is just outside the top 30.
This looks a little harder than it looks, actually. Up and over the slope for Rahm, left to right all the way.
Well, the only good thing about that is he's had the look at it as it went past. He knows what it'll do on the way back. Let's go to Young.
Well, it's another one of those straight down the hill. It's very difficult to see a break. If anything, left edge. But I think straight might do it with a bit of pace.
Oh, man. Put a good stroke on it. Hit it exactly where he was looking. Line on the ball, end over end, perfectly. You'll feel aggrieved. Good putt.
Stays in that pack at 6 under in a share of third place. Here's McIlroy at the 14th.
And hit that wonderful driving iron to this position. Back right hole location. Massive bank to the right. He needs to shoot at the flag, but it's at his own peril here at 14. Oh, he can do it. He can hit shots like no one else. I think he's the most talented player in the game of golf right now.
He needs to hold out, and then he still needs a huge finish if he's going to stand a chance, depending on what Brian Harman does, of course. Rahm for par at the 9th. You get the feeling this is an important one, don't you?
Wow, the intensity in those eyes.
We saw the one go past to this point. Should have a little right to left in it. He's had good pace all day with the putter.
But it's a first bogey today for Jon Rahm, I'm afraid. So he is back to 6 under, and it means that Harmon now leads by 6 once again.
6 with 10 holes to go. That is a huge lead. 5 shots with 18 holes was big. 6 with 10 holes is huge.
And they'll all know it. Day hold a pitch on the previous hole. A bit more magic maybe. Not quite, but it's a pretty good shot. Out of that lush wet grass.
Fleetwood out of the first cut of rough at 11. So difficult to make the contact you want. That's a great shot from Fleetwood. Left it right in the jaws. A good up and down, but he needs something special. They're all running out of holes trying to chase this man.
Ninth tee, end of the back, end of the front nine. 223. Both players have had 2 twos on this hole, so it suits their eye. Down a little bit of breeze. There's hardly anything out here now on the golf course. 4-iron for Harmon.
Bubba Bowie!
Thank you very much. I'll take that, he says. Finding that green is just a bonus.
That takes the stress out of it, doesn't it? It's going to be a par at worst, you would think, for Harmon there. Stracker, meanwhile, to get back to 7 under par.
Get it!
Great bounce back.
The hat is off for Jason Day. And this is a par putt, similar to Stracker's, isn't it, at 10? He makes it, though. Cam Young back at 9.
Young on 9. Hates it. Hates it. It's going right.
Yeah, that, goodness me. That is an absolute wide and miles short. That's a complete miss hit. Missed time.
Into the back 9 moves John Rahm.
Six behind. But he's capable, isn't he? He's capable of just pouring it on and doing something special.
To 16, and Max Homa. Been a bit lucky, hasn't he? It's a wide drive, but he's found a good lie.
Yeah, hole's cut in the back middle of the green, up on that plateau where it's been every single day, and that soggy lie just precluded him from getting it all the way to the hole. So it'll be 2 tough putts to make par at 16 for Homa.
Bogey free though today, Jay. That's impressive, isn't it? To the par 3 17th, and Ricky Fowler.
Hole!
Couldn't hold it. What a great shot that is.
He doesn't know how close it is because he can't see the putting surface from the tee. That nearly went in. Let's have another look. It just peeked in the hole. Can you imagine? Look right there. Can you imagine the roar from the gallery at 17?
It would have been the second hole in one of the week, wouldn't it, at 17. There's Aussie, Travis Smythe, made an ace there earlier. Little fist pump from Emiliano Grillo. He makes birdie at 14, and he's joined the pack at 6 under.
Far from over, but it's a really good race for second.
Anyway, you can keep dry. Right, they're a mismake. They're must-make now, aren't they, for McIlroy?
Most certainly. He's given himself a good opportunity here at 14 and pours it in there. I love the pace that went in with Tony.
Oh, how positive was that? He's not going to leave anything out there if he can help it. Wow.
McIlroy's first birdie since the 5th hole. Cam Young at 9 through the valley. Catch the pin. No.
Ridiculously difficult shot, but really, I suppose it's easy to say, but there's no way he should have been over there. It's a horrible shot into the green.
He's got a slightly dejected look about him at the moment, hasn't he, Cam Young?
He's been right there 2 years in a row, hasn't he? Final pairings, Saturdays and Sundays, or penultimate pairing, and just hasn't been able to produce. We saw the second shot from the right rough at 16 for Homa. Could he do something special? Up a ridge, breaking right to left.
Well, he's got 5-6 feet or so to remain bogey free as we head back over to 9, where Brian Harman has another birdie putt.
He'd take 2 though, wouldn't he? Really?
Sure.
Par all the way in. Pars are prisoners right now. And the course has really held up well to this weather. I mean, heavy rain last night. Been raining all day, and then you can't see a puddle anywhere near these greens, really. It's amazing. They're rolling beautifully, but this is a slow one for Harmon. There's not much break in it to read. It's a pace thing, really. It's quite slow, just up a little ridge before the pin. So he's got to hit this.
Excellent effort. Excellent effort. He's like a little terrier, isn't he? Bring it on. I'll have you. I'll have you.
Rory with the driver at 15, the par 5. Can he reach it? 607 today.
Got to find fairway and hasn't.
Rahm at the 10th from 222 yards.
Yeah, just the rain it's taken all of the sting out of these greens. Okay, it's stopped. He might have expected that to maybe skid and skip up.
Young for par at 9 from what would have been probably a pretty good result from that chip shot. Difficult position is a must make, you have to think, for Young, and doesn't even scare the hole. The challengers are just kind of falling away at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be a third bogey of the round for Cameron Young. He's going to slide back to 5 under, which is the same score that Max Homa's on. Remember, bogey free to this point. This for par at 16.
Notice how he pointed out that bogey free thing, Tony.
Don't try and blame me for that. Sepp Straka into the 12th.
Okay. Really, 2 days ago, that's got such a chance of rolling down into the rough. That's all right. He'll be putting that.
They're pretty good friends, Sepp Straka and Brian Harman. Straka admired the way that Harman manages to, as he put it, stay under the radar, but he feels he's very much an underestimated player, and Harman's proving that right now. Matthew Jordan back to level par now for his round. The Royal Liverpool member alongside Alex Fitzpatrick. Looks like he might claim bragging rights among the Fitzpatrick brothers. Without the hat, Jason Day at 11.
Flag tucked up in the back right corner. Oh, with a little bit of action on it. That's a bold attacking shot.
497, the 10th. He's reached the turn. He's got the driver. I like this play. Try and get it down there as far as you can. Long hole 10. Was a par 5 last time we were here.
Absolutely drilled it. That's all he needs to do now. Fairways and greens. Fairways and greens. Who's going to catch him? Can't see
You know
it.
why cliches are so useful?
Why?
Because they work.
McIlroy. Can he control it out of here? How far down can he get it? Go, go, go. Oh, no.
Well, it is a par 5, but he doesn't look to be in particularly good shape there. We'll have to wait and see the lie. Rahm, meanwhile, with a birdie putt here at 10. Oh. Full start.
Just feel like Rahm needs to make one of these. Just hold. Oh. Wow. That is slightly unexpected.
Spieth at 17, couple over today, even par in the championship.
3-point Gryffindor!
Who was right on line. Excellent shot. Way left after looking at Fowler's shot that nearly went in. Great shot from former champion.
Tom Kim. Good tee shot at the 13th and almost another birdie. He's having a good day out there, isn't he? 3 under par. Especially after that horrid start.
Fleetwood second to the 12th. Left hole location.
Go very hard. Go.
Set to go and wasn't far short. So odd with the rainy conditions to watch the ball land softly spin back here at the Open.
Jason Day. That was such a good second shot into 11. So aggressive. A chance to get to tied second with Straka. No.
Playing with Jordan Spieth. Max Homa at the 17th.
Spicy meatball!
It's only 132 yards and there've only been 9 birdies here today. And that's why most players perfectly happy to hit the middle of that treacherous little par 3.
Rahm to save par at 10. Had to put up that false front with his birdie attempt. Came up short. Pours it in the middle. That's what we expect from Rahm.
Level par today, Jon Rahm. He got that birdie over at the par 5, 5th after his fortuitous break. Straka has just toppled off the side of the 12th green.
Has to go up a pretty good slope to get it to the flat where the hole's cut. And that's not a bad effort from where he was. I know it came up short, but the slope he had to deal with, that was pretty good.
Laid up at the par 5, 15th, and quite a pronounced wave of the club on the follow through, and that's why he would have expected way better than that with a wedge.
I didn't see McIlroy's a ball down there, so I assume it's wandered into that rough on the right-hand side of 15. In the meantime, back to the final pairing.
2-2-3. Same yardage as the last hole. That was a 4-iron. This isn't. This is his longest iron because all the trouble here at 10 short. Big bunker on the right. That is a no-go zone. Then it slopes away left and short. So past the hole here and slopes back to the middle of the green. So this is a smart play from Harmon with his club. It's plenty here.
Hardly any wind. You can hear the rain pelting down.
Oh, it stayed. Steep upslope short of that green and a false front. He's done okay there.
Ball below the feet, third shot at the par 5, 15th from McIlroy. In the neighborhood of 120 to the front edge. Hole's cut well back into the green, so in the neighborhood of 150 to the hole, and a good shot from McIlroy. He's trying to hang in there, trying to give himself chances, but you know, just look at the facial expression. I think he's resigned to the fact it's not going to be his year.
Tommy Fleetwood, one birdie at the 5th, all the rest pars, trying to sneak another one in. And it was a good effort.
Very similar to yesterday, isn't it, from Fleetwood. Here is Rahm heading back down the coastline.
For left! Well, you can't miss it left up in the sand dunes here on the inward 9. It's really 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 where the estuary is over on the left. The big high sand dunes are left. But these guys have, it's really raining hard right now, but these guys have it pretty good. The wind is all but gone away.
.206 left for Young. That does catch the slope and feed away a little. Definitely the heaviness of this rain is having an effect on the iron play. Most players coming up short.
Homa for birdie at 17. One of the most talked about holes coming into the week. Man, that one just slides by. I saw a lot of people putt from that position earlier. They're all seeming to miss it on the left.
To 15, where Emiliano Agrio has this putt to get to 7 under.
Somebody's going to have to step up and start making putts you shouldn't make to have a chance. They're running out of holes. After this, there's only 3 left. And that one slides by. Another par.
McIlroy himself will have a putt to go 7 under there, but in the meantime, let's go to Hideki Matsuyama. Very nicely done. Just the 5th birdie of the day at the 16th, one of the tougher holes on the course. Good back 9 as well, after a poor outward journey. Spieth, great tee shot. Can he convert at 17?
You know, I don't know if he was paying close enough attention to Homer's putt. Homer's putt was trying to go left to right and then dipped left at the hole. Looked like he started that inside left and it broke.
Well, this putt for birdie for McIlroy would certainly excite the fans coming down the stretch. They so want him to make birdies. They're just willing him. They don't want it as much as he does. He has the heart of a lion, but such the crowd favorite. And as he makes a par at the 15th, you can't help but think it's now going to be 10 years since his last major. Who would have ever thought?
Cam Young at the 10th, just trying to play a chip and run, but coming up short. So another tester for the American.
Actually not too bad. John Rahm almost kicked off the bank. Seems to muscle some sort of wedge with the back pin. He can almost sort of skid it round. It's not the ideal position, but I think he does need to push now and try and find a few birdies in these tough conditions. Just hover the club and just clip this. Doesn't want to go down deep.
Got to put on the brakes. Well, I never. He's going to get relief from that and be putting. He's had a couple of fine breaks today.
Back a hole to the leader.
Harmon, tough stretch, 10 through 14. He'd just be looking to par all those holes, and if one drops in, so be it. Super shot to get here, really was. In this dead air now, heavy, rain's coming straight down, the wind's disappeared altogether out here at the far end of the golf course. Right to left here for Harmon. He's eyeing it down.
Good shot, Ryan.
Just a little more than he'd like to face on the return. He'll take a pause.
And we'll head to the 13th, the par 3, 187 for Sepp Straka.
That's a good looking line. To chase his closest challenger to Harmon. That's a good shot.
211, and Victor Hovland, who I'm afraid is 5 over par today, has not made a birdie.
A brilliant shot from Hovland. He's really having a tough day. Currently 5 over on the day, and 2 years in a row he's been right there and hasn't fired.
Max Homer at the 18th hole.
Well, we've seen a lot of balls aimed left. That was not intended. That was just a nasty hook.
And to 10, and once again we are saying Cameron Young with a putt for par. This one he makes. Stays 5 under, but he's 7 behind his playing partner. And it's so far so good, isn't it, for Brian Harmon? Who just has a little bit of work here for his par, but as we've been mentioning, he's pretty good at these ones.
Going past the hole, it broke left to right, so this should have a little right to left. You can't give the hole away, especially if you're going to hit it with pace. He makes those for fun. Makes them look easy. They're not. You're feeling it. I don't care how calm you look. You're nervous, trying to win for the first time in a major, that is. Been a long time since his last PGA Tour win, 2017.
Yeah, well, he's questioned himself why he hasn't won more in his career. It's been a little bit of a mystery to him. This would be some ways to make amends, wouldn't it? Tommy Fleetwood still can't buy a putt out there. He's going to have to settle for par at 13. As we go to 16 and McIlroy.
bunker up the left, one up the right that are definitely in driving range for McIlroy. No bunkers in the left center. Great drive from Rory.
And to the 18th, and let's see if a Ricky Fowler can close out with a birdie. Yes, of course he can. 2 in a row, 17 and 18 for the man who finished second to Rory McIlroy here back in 2014. Back in the winner's circle this season on the PGA Tour. The slump is over, and Fowler signs off with a round of 72, 1 over par.
Got the drop wrong. Left to right predominantly, with some right to left at the end. So hard, this game, isn't it? Trying to push, and in these conditions it's just so difficult to get anything going.
Very nicely judged, wasn't it? Over to 13 and Straka.
For birdie on 13. The par 3. Just a bit shy, lacked a bit of pace for Straka. Had the right line.
Nico Colsaerts back in the commentary box alongside Jay Townsend, myself, Dom Hollier. We've got Anthony Wall and Jamie Spence out on the fairways following the action in the rain.
Tom Kim for a long-range birdie at the 14th. Needs this to join Straka at 7 under in second position. A run from Kim. Bogeyed the first 2, birdied 4, eagled 5, birdied 9, 11.
Yeah, 2 par 5s to come as well, albeit they're both over 600 yards. Emiliano Grillo has come up just short of this fairway bunker at 16.
A pin that sits at the back of the top shelf. Needs to stay left for Grillo. And a soft second bounce. It's a fine shot anyway for the Argentinian.
McIlroy's in the fairway and a lot further down.
It's amazing the difference in distance off the tee that he hits it to most others. Great position here. Look at the look McIlroy has. He can fly it all the way back to the hole with these soft conditions. Guarantee you he's thinking birdie, birdie, birdie is 9 under. Just comes off that step to the left. You can see the gravity taking effect. It was so close to good.
They are the breaks that he doesn't need. Here is Brian Harman.
For the driver.
Come on.
Found the long grass on the left of 11. Harmon.
Up to 18, Homer's third.
Good shot, dude. Thanks. Very nice.
Now chasing Dave for birdie on 12. Up the slope.
The hole.
Just slides by. Stays at 6 under.
Jordan Spieth. Third shot at 18. The 2015 champion. Not having the best of days, couple over par, but a very good shot.
Harmon, second shot. On its way here at 11 to the punch bowl. Pin right at the back. Safe again. It's working its way in there.
That's what he needs to do from now onwards, isn't it? Just finding greens.
Look at that rain as well. They did say it could get a little harder around this time of the evening. Possibly a little bit blustery. We'll wait and see on that front. Doesn't look to be too much breeze out there at the moment. Here's Matthew Jordan with a birdie putt at 15.
What a week for Matthew. 4 under par total. Member here at Royal Liverpool, now in a tie for 10th. Top 10ing it at the Open on your home course. What an effort.
Now Rahm, he's teed up very high on 12.
Water ball. All right. Right.
Where is that going?
You know, it doesn't matter how much you hold the umbrella over the ball at address, or, you know, you're swinging, your club face is picking up water, and, you know, these modern metal woods without much of any, if any, grooves, the ball tends to slide off to the right for a right-hander.
113 yards for Cameron Young on 11. Pin at the back. Well controlled.
It's a 16 and McIlroy.
Slow putt going up the ridge for the first half. Based on his reaction, I don't think he hit that the way he wanted to. So difficult when it's so wet, you're cold, damp. There's just nothing easy about today.
The Horseshoe Grandstand at the 18th. What an arena it is here at Royal Liverpool. Homer on board in 2, so birdie putt.
And when he hit it over here from quite a distance back for his third, as Caddy said, good shot. And they couldn't even take on this whole location on the left. I think many are remembering the first round when the hole was cut over on the left side of the green. Those 3 bunkers protecting. They took a big toll on many players' score.
Jason Day, par 3, 13th.
That's the one, Jace.
A fine shot from the Queenslander. Pin high, just to the left of it.
Water's all running down the back of your neck by now, isn't it? Very difficult to keep dry.
Oh, thanks for bringing back the memories, Dom. Grillo for birdie to get to 7. Oh, that looked good for a long time. The Argentine can't believe that one didn't break in. Let's not forget the only South American to ever win the Open Championship was right here in '67, Roberto Di Vincenzo, who was a winner of 272 professional events. So much heritage in Argentine golf.
.11 green. The punch bowl. Below us and below all the spectators, this green all gathers. And Harmon's got a 25-footer for his birdie. Gentle left to righter down the hill. He's in cruise control.
And he's going to chalk up another par, isn't he? And they are not really coming at him out there today.
He's got lucky, Rahm. Around the 180 mark. Whether he can get it there and control it, I'm not sure. Ball above, it's difficult, this. But wow, it's a big break considering he can get to the back of the ball.
Did get some control. No, that's a great shot from the right rough for Rahm. Look at that ball above his feet. Heavy grass, wet.
Par putt at 16 for McIlroy. Is to remain 6 under.
I'm afraid with that cruel horseshoe, McIlroy's chances of breaking that long run, not having won his 4th major, looks like it's going to continue now. Back to 5 under, 7 behind the lead and only 2 holes to play.
For birdie, Young needs you to get back to 1 over, just a touch of break on the left. Didn't see it.
Shubhankar Sharma on 14 for birdie.
In the hole.
Gets it.
Some week for him and some week for Indian golf as well. I know the R&A are all about growing the game around the world, and it is fast growing in India, and there will be some children watching back home, maybe just inspired by what he's doing out there at Royal Liverpool. Spieth to close out with a birdie. Oh. .73 on Sunday for Jordan Spieth. Even past just inside the top 25 as it stands. But that is the business end of the leaderboard, and it is looking really good, isn't it? For Brian Harmon, who's shown grit and determination out there. He's 5 clear. Now only 7 holes to play. 7 holes from lifting the claret jug. 69 for Homer, so too for Henrik Stenson, the Troon champion, and a 68 for Laurie Cantor. Good finishes to the week.
Tommy Fleetwood, 2nd to 14. Been a great day as far as consistency goes. 1 birdie, all the rest pars. Could pick up to 2nd. Just hasn't putted on the weekend the way Tommy needed to really make a run at Harmon.
Jason Day for his birdie on the par 3, 13th. Shaves another one. Look at him. The level of frustration. He could have been a lot closer than that, Jason Day.
To 17 and Grillo.
132. The miss you have to stay away from is to the right. The deep bunker. That was the main topic of conversation about this whole pre-tournament, but a wonderful shot from Grillo.
12th hole, 433, Harmon. Should suit him. He can cut it off those bunkers down the right here. There's 3 of them down there.
He's doing everything he needs to do, Brian Harmon. He hits the greens, he finds fairways.
Every time he makes a par, it's a birdie or better that others have got to make. McIlroy at 17.
Come on, Rory, give us something special here.
What a shot for me!
Grandstands have been full all day long. McIlroy, perfect shot right up the gut of the green, right where he was aiming.
double checking twice for the line, Jon Rahm. Once again, a stellar iron shot from a difficult position, but incredibly straight, maybe just turning left at the hole. Crowd are desperate for someone to make a charge. He's played nicely.
Round of the week yesterday, remember, a low round in an open here at Hoylake with that wonderful 63, but he's level par out there today, Jon Rahm.
You know, I mean, today's a hard day. You know, there was wind early. It's just been a steady rain, sometimes a misty rain, sometimes a heavy rain. It's not easy out there.
For sure. Sepp Straka has a chance here at 14.
That slides by. Nico, I mean, you have to think that this is the perfect conditions for Harmon to protect that 5-shot lead. It's just so tough to make a run.
Yeah, I think it would have been a lot easier for the guys behind to come and challenge if it was a really windy day. No rain, but a really windy day. That would have made the course a lot harder. Here it's just hard for everyone, and it's hard to make a move.
Long third shot for Kim at the par 5, 15th, and another good shot for the young Korean.
Now Fleetwood to convert for birdie on 14 after an amazing iron shot. Now that putter has been stone cold over the weekend. Poor Tommy lad.
He's had a great game plan. He's taken the bunkers out of play, laid back, played precision iron shots, and as you said, he just has not been able to get any momentum with the putter.
217. Let's see if Griot can find a birdie here.
The caps are soaked. The bill of the baseball caps are just dripping right on the ball, so they turn them around. It's a putt that most have missed on the left side, overreading too much left to right.
Back over to 15 and a chance for Tom Kim, this to climb alongside Straka at 7 under.
It's an impressive weekend from him. I mean, he's been struggling with some ankle injury, and look at him, 4 under.
He's good for the game of golf, isn't he, Tom Kim? He smiles his way around the golf course. He's also got plenty of talent, and there he is in a share of second place. Still 5 behind our leader, though.
Harmon with his second shot here at 12. Great drive, 137. All the trouble is short. Might be a little late, I think it's 9 iron. It's the 9 iron distances. But 5 yards past is no problem.
That's a good shot from Harman. Keeps on hitting good shots. Very much in control of this.
McIlroy for birdie at 17 to get the one back he dropped at 16. You just have to feel like now they go in. Now, it's too late. Where were you earlier?
Hovland on 13. Now that sounded good. Isn't it good? Oh, Victor.
Such a good player. I mean, he's having a rough day today, but super talented. He'll win a major, you have to think.
.134, Cameron Young on 12.
Oh my God.
Not his best. Just a big push from Cameron Young.
Rahm at 13. He still believes you can bet on it. Heart of a lion. Needs to hang on. Oh, wow. Can't believe there've been two better shots at 13 than those two. Much needed.
Just thrown out there, but they'll both be playing in the European Ryder Cup team in September. Jason Day, 14th. Hidden green. Finds the back left.
McIlroy on the tee at 18. Well, no surprise, out of bounds all the way down the right-hand side. And, well, there you go. That's not lying too bad.
I don't think that man actually realized a golf ball just landed on him. Now, what's at the bottom of all these people, you think?
Straka tee shot at 15.607, all but unreachable in two. We've seen even the long hitters have over 100 yards for their third. True three-shotter. That's going to make it as easy as possible. Another great shot from Straka, who's showing a tremendous amount of moxie here.
Well, they've had to endure it all out there. Looks like most have come prepared. Harmon just short left of this 12th green. Cam Young has found the putting surface, but he's left himself about 45, 50 feet or so. It is for birdie. He's having one of those days on the green, really, isn't he? Playing with McIlroy. Emiliano Grillo at the 18th.
Aggressive line. You don't see many start on that line, but a wonderful strike, but just barely gets to the fairway. That's the hole today, the damp, cold conditions.
Yeah, that's going to be a three-shotter for Emiliano, isn't it?
I think so. Maybe as much as a 7 or 8 iron in for his third. We go to Rahm here after a brilliant shot at 13.
Yeah, finally got one in really close. That's been the tale of the tape. It's just hard to make a move out here with such a big lead for our leader. He just needs to play good golf, I assume. To make a challenge, you've got to really hold some putts and get them in close, and these conditions aren't conducive to that whatsoever. Rain is belting down once more.
Rahm has this to move to 7 under in a tight for second. Gets it, moves to 7 under par. Jon Rahm, he'll be thinking a few more, trying to apply what could possibly be the last bit of pressure on the leader.
Reasonable line for Kim. Second shot, just trying to squeeze it up there.
Yeah, just misses the bunker on the front of 16, Tom Kim. It's a good result from where he was.
Starting to see a couple of puddles start to appear in the low areas around the green complexes.
Well, it has been raining all day, really, hasn't it? With very few periods of relief. Harmon from off the green at 12 to get to 13 under par.
Yeah, he's not getting them at the hole now.
One thing, Nicholas, we'll come back to that, Jason Day, for birdie at 14. Just to join the group at 7 under. Getting back to Harmon, the one thing, he doesn't even look suspect on the short putts. They just go in. The stroke looks good. The pace is perfect. They're not lipping in. I mean, he hasn't looked fragile in any way, which is amazing.
Sharma for birdie on the par 5 15th.
I'm going to pull a Dom here. Bogey free on the day on a really tough day. Sharma, I mean, wow, what a performance this has been from the Indian. And as you say, I mean, super inspirational to all those back there in India watching.
Great friends with Anirban Lahiri. Looks up to Jeev Milkha Singh, comes from the same part of India as Jeev. That's where McIlroy is at this 18th, but Griot way back. His second, just looking to play it into position.
That's not necessarily a easy layup on 18, because the fairway sits diagonally to where these players are coming from. He's found the fairway. That's good from Griot.
It sits diagonally, and that out of bounds cuts in on that little dog leg. You just want to play away from it. That left rough just calls you. With a massive yellow, iconic scoreboard on the left would be the correct line for McIlroy. How much does he want to bite off? That's the key. You know this ground is mushy. All the footprints, all the rain all day. Not an easy shot.
Stand still!
Yeah, that never came out. Just hit a lot of grass behind the ball, Rory. It's like getting a shot out of the mud.
T, Harmon, our leader, 203, 5 iron. It's a big one, but it's the right club. Same club he hit at 6 earlier. The wag was getting a little bit more.
Alright, just right of the green for Harmon, but not extremely complicated from there.
This isn't over. Listen, I know we're expecting Brian Harmon just to wander to the clubhouse and pick up the jug, but 2 bogeys and one of the other boys mix up 2 birdies. We've got a game on here. There's some tough holes coming up, and those 2 par 5s are playing monsters. Now, Young, putt has not really worked for him today. I think he just stalled on that 5th hole. He only had an iron into that par 5, made 6. Since then, he's struggled. 203. He might muscle a 6, but I think it's still a 5 iron for Young here, slightly longer than Harmon.
Major League Baseball! That's the one. Flag on him. It's in that hole. Be the next.
Right on line, a nice low driller, under 100 feet high. he's shown the ability to hit all kinds of different shots. I think the shot into 3 was just an epic low bullet. That was a really cool shot to see.
Tom Kim on 16. That's a long way out. That's going to come in nicely. That's a good effort. The right weight, which was the most difficult part of this putt to get right for Tom Kim.
Well, he's done everything, hasn't he? He's done everything, handled everything really well so far, Brian Harman. As Jamie said, it's not over, but it is certainly looking good. 12 holes in, so 2/3 of the journey completed, and Harman 5 clear of the rest. Alex Fitzpatrick has, well, he's double bogeyed the 14th, but just birdied the 15th, the par 5, to be at 2 under par for the championship. Not such a good day for big brother Matt. He shot a 75 and is at 2 over for the championship. Mind you, he did say coming into the week he felt the way he was playing, a top 30 finish would be pretty decent. He's actually finished just outside the top 40, plus 2.
Third shot for Straka at the par 5 15th. Right hole location. Don't spin down that hill. Hold on. That's not too bad. Hole high, just push it a little bit.
Up to 18 and McIlroy's 3rd.
Just shot 200 yards. It's a long way back. Trying to bring this from the right. Yeah, that's well done from Rory McIlroy.
Fleetwood from the first cut of rough at 15, a good angle. Nice shot.
Tommy Fleetwood looking for a big finish, so is Emiliano Grillo. This his 3rd to the 18th.
A bit safe for Grillo on the right-hand side, but safely on the green.
I'm surprised by that. I thought he'd go and take dead aim. Harmon ready to go at 13.
Yeah, slightly downhill lie here for Harman in the rough. He's going to try and run it up this bank. It's not the most difficult shot going to have, but he's trying to win the Open Championship. Hard to get the pace here.
He's done pretty well. Little tester coming back, but he's been up to the job from that range so far. And what a lovely reception for Rory McIlroy as he makes his way down the 18th at Royal Liverpool.
John Rahm from 180 yards on 14, second shot. Might have tucked that a little bit. Oof, finds the long grass, long left on 14, John Rahm.
This for the 2 for Young. Couple over par for his round, so this would be most welcome. And it's a little bit off the right. He's left a few out here today, Cam Young.
He's had a lot of close calls, but just can't get him to fall. Young certainly a little frustrated.
Up to 17 and Tom Kim.
Tell you what, like, he's playing incredibly well. You can see that funny movement of the legs afterwards. He's really struggling with that ankle. To play the way he has today with that sort of injury is incredibly good.
He did make his par at 16, by the way, Tom Kim. Here's Straka. He's hoping to make a birdie at 15 to move to 8 under. He wasn't too far away, was he? Well, this is a bit longer than I first thought for Harmon. The comeback putt for par at 13. And that is a very rare miss.
It's the first time we've kind of seen one weak as far as the pace. They've all gone in with wonderful pace. That was kind of just a, oh, please go in. That's the first sign of nerves I've seen.
So he's back to 11 under, 4 ahead of the rest. Grillo 5 behind, but this for a closing birdie.
So close. So close from the Argentinian.
Who's going to sign off with a round of 68. And Grillo at 6 under par, currently in a share of 5th place. It's been a good season for the Argentine. Now, Fleetwood with another birdie putt. One of them's got to go in, hasn't it, sooner or later?
It looks like later. He just can't buy one. He keeps hitting good shots, giving himself good opportunities, and he's not making anything, and he's still hanging right in there.
Up to 18, and McIlroy for a closing 4. Yeah, that, I'm afraid, pretty much sums it up for Rory this week. Right, Grillo. It's a 68 on Sunday. And listen, I know he missed the cut at the Masters, but top 10 at the PGA, 2nd at the US Open. And he's going to be top 10 again here at the Open. It's not bad, but it's not the win that he so desperately wants in a major championship.
When you're as good as Rory, only winning matters. And I think we're all surprised. It's been so long.
Now Rahm on 14. On the heavy rough on the left. And never really came out of that rough for Jon Rahm. He's going to have a long putt for par.
Well, we saw the tee shot from Tom Kim at 17.
That would be to move to 8 under. Is he going to stay there? Oh. That was to be in 2nd position on his own.
He's got a 4 under round going, though. Good stuff from Kim. Here's Harmon.
459 this 14th. It's a toughie. It's been tough all week. It's playing its full length right now. A 4 would feel like a birdie to this man here. Don't think he can reach the bunkers, so he can just unleash this one. Must find the fairway.
He's drilled it, hasn't he, Harmon? Straight down for the tee.
Close it out, buddy.
That has been the theme. Every time there's been a slight wobble out there, he seems to have had the very pleasing habit of getting things back on track quickly.
Now strike out on 16. Stay out of these bunkers.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Looks like he's done that. Finds the middle of the fairway, the Austrian.
Jon Rahm with, what, 30 feet or so for his par at the 14th. Just made birdie at 13.
Get in there. Get in there.
Great effort, but he's going to give it straight back there. Rahm will tumble back to 6 under. And in terms of timing, that has come at just the wrong time for Rahm, although he's still got 2 par 5s to come. Rather dejected looking Rory McIlroy makes his way across the bridge. That was the birdie putt at 18. The winner of the Scottish Open last week at the Renaissance Club. Not quite able to follow it up again with a victory here at Hoylake.
Yeah, and if you think we're disappointed, just imagine how he feels. Another close one in the major. DeChambeau for the birdie at 16. It's been all pars and just the one birdie today, and remains that way. But it's been dead solid.
So Harmon leads by 4. The lead was 6 a short while ago, but he's found the fairway at the 14th. Tom Kim with just the last to play. Quite a few scores, I should say, in the 60s. Good work in these conditions, isn't it? A little earlier today, Adrian Meronk and Scotty Scheffler, the world #1. Both round in 67. Scheffler's streak of top 12 finishes has come to an end by the look of it. But a good finish.
Needs a strong finish, Rahm. Those 2 bogeys a little bit soft, aren't they? I wonder if he'll be thinking about those at the end of the day. Not sure he can get there in 2 in these conditions. First things first, find the fairway. It's pretty wide today. Bunker's really not in play down that left side.
Perfect drive.
Albert sausage, young, come on. Go on, John. Go on, John.
It's interesting, though, the changing conditions. You think of his drive there yesterday when he slung it over those bunkers down the right-hand side. Didn't leave himself with very much in. That's the view back towards the 18th tee. Tom Kim is back there. Hat on backwards.
See him making sure that that driver face is dry. We don't want no funny stuff on this last hole.
Oh, he'd just be dying for a birdie. Potential to finish 2nd on his own at this great championship.
I was going to say that's tight. It's held its line. Okay, you can see the little white posts down there. They've been moved in since the last edition here by some 20 yards or so. And that's how Brian Harman has driven on the 14th so far this week, and all pretty good. You could almost cover them well, with a very large tarpaulin.
You'd have to say it's fairly straight. It's been a great strength of his this week, hasn't it? And you know what, when he's got into trouble off the tee, he's managed to get near the green and then great chips and tutts. Hard to the green.
Safely on the green for Harmon. I think he's actually, you know, we just spoke about how straight he has been off the tee in his ball striking, but I think he's actually on par to beat, you know, the fewest putts made in the last 20 years in this championship. It was made by Todd Hamilton in Troon. Strike out 16.
He wouldn't mind a birdie or two to grab second on his own. And look at this. What a glorious shot that is. Wow. He's hit some stunning iron shots.
Now Jason Day, he's shaved a lot of holes today. Can he get one? Look at him. He's thinking, finally I've made one.
Up to 18 and Matthew Jordan coming towards the end of this wonderful week.
Go on, Matty!
This is going to be the way to finish this off, isn't it? I remember here since he was 7 years of age. This is, what a great story it's been.
Yeah, born just a few streets away. It's his territory. Remember, he hit the opening tee shot this week. He described it as a massive privilege.
Yeah, this might be quite a big putt for him coming up, actually, because top 10 is getting exempt in the tournament next year. You know, you're going to have to qualify for the Open Championship next year, which is held in Troon.
A very special moment to crown a very special week for Jordan.
Hasn't he handled it well, Dom? I mean, intense pressure on him at the beginning of the week. He hit the opening tee shot. So much adulation from the crowd to, you know, it can either buoy you up or pull you down. He's coped beautifully.
Well, back to the relative calm of the 14th. Jamie.
Yeah, and Harmon was having nothing to do with that right-hand pin from where he was. Very smart play to here. Downhill this one. Left to right for Harmon, about a foot on it for him.
Go on. Go on. Get in the hole.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant from Brian Harmon. Now, birdie there takes him to 12 under. He's forges back in front.
He's had an ability to bounce back since yesterday morning. That's been absolutely incredible. But one long one to drop. I would feel quite well about that, Tony, don't you think?
It's fabulous, isn't it? He might not be that big, but man, he has the heart of a lion. Every time the game has tested him, he's been up to the task. It's been brilliant.
Maybe a couple of fingers, if not a whole hand, on the claret jug now for Harmon. Fleetwood for birdie at 16.
I don't even know what to say anymore.
It's remarkable, isn't it? Absolutely remarkable. Must be so frustrating.
You can just see on his face. Desperation for Fleetwood. Now Young for his birdie on 14.
Oh, come on, chap.
He's had about as much luck on the greens as Tommy Fleetwood has out there today, certainly. Now Sepp Straka to jump clear and to claim solo second place.
2 holes to go for the Austrian. Can he try to make a last push?
Well, he may just get the attention of a certain Luke Donald and maybe one of his vice captains.
Let's focus on Matthew Jordan here, Dom.
For a closing birdie. What a lovely way to finish this sensational week for Jordan. Brilliant stuff. It's a closing 70. But more than that, so many treasured memories from this week at the Open at his home club. And maybe just a little injection of belief as well. A little confidence to take through to the rest of the season. Just bogeyed the 17th. But he makes the birdie at 18. A dream week for Matthew Jordan at Hoylake.
These are the stories that make watching sports so wonderful, aren't they?
On to the 15th tee, walks our leader.
That's another fairway found by Brian Harman.
He's got the belief now. I think he's probably had it all week, but now he's got it, hasn't he, Nico? Just how free and easy was that swing? No tension in it at all.
Now he's in full control. From round 15, third shot in.
Well, wind did nothing. He went very short. It's so bad.
That's all right.
That is so bad, John, with the wedge. Got nothing to lose, man. You're 40 feet left.
He thinks that's bad, but
Some of these flags are moving touch out of your left, okay?
To 17 and the man lying seven. Sepp Straka.
Talk about a free-flowing swing.
That looks good, Tony, I agree. Second place.
You've got to have maximum admiration for Brian Harman. How he's gone about his task this week. Nervous start yesterday. Great finish. Same again today. Yeah, it's not over. He's got 4 holes to go, but it's been brilliant. Tommy Fleetwood. Taking dead aim. Is it a little left? Will it spin a little? Oh my goodness. No, no, no. Tommy. Oh, I can't believe that. That's pitched on the downslope at the back. Oh.
Charging up to the green, Rahm not happy. A big wide with the wedge. It's just so hard to stay focused. There's so many noises out here and none of them are for you. But this is pretty straight. I wouldn't give the hole away here. Just needs a little spark, you never know. Well, he's tried hard. So it's testing conditions. Surely there's some magic in Jon Rahm left somewhere.
That's going to keep the frustration level in Jon Rahm pretty high to leaving it short in line.
Tom Kim, his third to 18.
Youngsters like this are just so good for our sport. Stay, stay, stay. Okay.
Yeah, that young man's grown a lot on me this week. He looks a lot of fun, and he's an unbelievably good golfer. And with that ankle injury, you know, he's got my respect this week. He's battled hard. He's come from a little behind over the weekend.
Just a layup for his second shot here on this long par 5 15th hole for Harmon. Keep it short of the bunker. He's playing smart. He's a smart player. That's fine.
A nice little break, because you can get into that claggy stuff, right? It's hopped left. He's on the crosswalk. If you play it, he can get a drop. But he has... Oh, man, he's just boxed so cleverly. I don't know how Tommy Fleetwood gets out of this hole with a bogey. It'll take some kind of miracle. Oh, that's tragic tee shot.
Looking down over Jason Day. Yeah, lovely touch over the back of 16. That'll be good enough for his part. 2 under today.
Right, Tommy. Up and down this. This will be the bogey of the week. Oh, no. Right now, he'd take a double bogey and be happy. Ouch.
To the closing par 5. This putt, by the way, for Tom Kim would be, well, is at the moment, for the low round of the day, and pretty sure there won't be anyone who's going to better that. Possibly Sepp Straka with a birdie finish could tie him. Played nicely last week in the Scottish Open. Just fell away on Sunday in those strong winds. There's been no falling away today in the heavy rain.
Shame for Tom Kim, short in line. Trying to Jones Tracker in second place. Will most likely be a 5 to finish with.
Yeah, but after a bogey start, that's been a wonderful turnaround for Tom Kim. An eagle at 5, 4 more birdies. Closing 67 for the South Korean. Fleetwood now playing his 4th from over the back of 17, the par 3.
Needs a miracle.
I think Tommy just wants to get out of there now. I mean, it's been a painful weekend for him, to be honest, and to finish like that on 17. only feel bad for Tommy Fleetwood. Never got the putter going, and then a bad shot on 17.
To Harman and his third at the 15th.
Yeah, playing off the path lies fine, 130. Just a flat out wedge in this heavy air. The rain has been persistent all day. Doesn't matter to this man. Front pin, he can just hit this as hard as he likes. Just spin back. It's all good.
Brilliant. I mean, what a performance this has been. He's never looked flustered, he's never looked flummoxed. When things have gone wrong, he's just got on with the job. He's finished second in a major before, in the 2017 US Open, so he knows the feeling.
Straka on 17. Has to go 3 behind Harman. Slips by. Will most likely stay at 8 under in second position for the moment. Yeah, that's a shame. That was a good birdie look here. He's also missed a bunch of putts today. Could have been a little bit closer, Straka.
Oh my. For the double bogey. Oh, man. Oh, the ugliest of sixes. He goes from tied 5th all the way back to 12th in a heartbeat.
Shubhankar Sharma is standing on 18th fairway, getting ready for his third shot. He's a long way back. He hasn't made it to that corner of the layup.
Trust this. Seriously, I'm feeling it. What's the cover on the
16 pars, 1 birdie.
It's 200 on the furthest.
On the furthest?
Yeah. Another 4 short on the mid.
Cool. I like this, love.
All right, trust it. On the target.
He's most likely going to bring this from the right-hand side, the entrance of the green. It's a long way back, Sharma. Or not. I think that would have been intentional to try to fly the bunkers and hit a 5-handed, stop that quick near the hole there.
Wow. That's impressive. And he stormed onto the DP World Tour, the win in the Joburg Open, and then everything went a little bit quiet after 2 wins early on. Jason Day.
Sits at 7 under par, the Australian. That's safely on. A bit of zip on that to come back just about all high.
Ooh, what would Tommy Fleetwood give to play his tee shot there at 17 again? That was cruel, wasn't it? Let's go over to 15.
Well, I said a few holes ago, there's a couple of bogeys, a couple of birdies. Could all change, but the birdies are coming for this man. The magical mystery tour is over. This is the easiest putt he's had all day. Dead straight this for his birdie. What a performance he's put on today, Brian Harmon. I mean, he's still got some work to do. There's some dangerous holes ahead, I know. You've got to play one shot at a time, but he's been so impressive. Deserves it. Hope he holds this.
course he does. Back-to-back birdies. Brian Harman moves it under par for the day. And once again, he is 5 clear at the front of the field. When you watch him playing like this, you wonder, as he has done many times, how come he's only won twice in his career?
Just the purest of strokes. It was never in doubt, was it? Never. You know, I suppose the public want a name player. They want a Rory or a Rahm to win. But the person that lifts the claret jug is the guy that plays the best on the week. And my goodness, he has done that by far.
Rahm on 16. That's gone left. It's going to take that slope there. Go down the bottom there. This is an important tee shot for Sepp Straka. He sits on second position at the moment. He likes a left to right. And a lot of us would have done that, just somewhere in the left rough.
Yeah, you'd be shouting 4 left before you hit, and then just aim it off into the bundu somewhere.
Well, 16th tee, 471, tough hole, 16th, for most players, He's driven the ball straight, putted beautifully all week long, this man. It's a good recipe. Into the wind, off the right.
Let's go! 2.3 million!
Heading a little left, I fancy.
That's just fine. Avoid those fairway bunkers, and everything is hunky-dory. Man, you've got to admire what he's done.
Yeah, perfect. Come on, Bray. Come on,
Just what he's done all week. Free and easy. Not long, but straight.
Well, this looks like a heavy-ish right for Straka, up at 18. Oh no, oh, out of bounds right. Phew.
Oh.
Oof.
Yes, just short of that.
Sepp Straka really gave me a frightening there.
That was panic stations all round, wasn't it?
No,
Nico?
not just him. I was in here in the commentary box too.
Rahm up the slope. Can he get it all the way there? Seemed to hop just a little bit, didn't it, up that back? Just took some of the speed out of it.
Day for a birdie. He has a chance to get to 8 under. And Ty Straka in second place. No.
And up to the final green, and Shubhankar Sharma to sign off with a birdie 4.
It's a great pity. But he's going to be round in 70. Currently tied for 8th. He will be exempt next year for the Open Championship. Superb work.
Playing with Alex Fitzpatrick today. 5 the last for him as well. And a Sunday 73 here at Royal Liverpool. At 2 under par, he's just inside the top 20. Not bad on your Open debut, is it? Not bad at all for Alex Fitzpatrick. But it is Brian Harmon who leads the way. Just 3 holes to play now for the American at the 151st Open. You know, Harmon got his first taste of the Open here at Royal Liverpool back in 2014 when Rory McIlroy won the championship. He then struggled a bit. He made the cut. He then struggled a little bit with the Open, missed the next 4 cuts in a row, playing at this great championship. But he said, I always felt that links golf could set up pretty well for me. And he proved that with a top 20 finish at Royal St George's, top 6 last year at St Andrews. And now he tops the Open Championship leaderboard and is on his way, you would think, to lifting the claret jug. Don't forget, feature group coverage, that par 3 17th, every player who plays that available on theopen.com. And all sorts of other information as well, including a way to get your tickets. Join the One Club, enter the ballot for next year's Open at Royal Troon.
Well, just short of the bunker here, Harmon on 16 to a back pin. He's got 213 yards. And a beautiful lie. He's hit so many fairways, that's been the key, really. Especially the way he putts. Is that his longest iron or the 4? Can't quite see. Doesn't really matter, both will do. Chase it up there.
Not many of these greens have a flat area in front, but 16 does. And he's just flown it in there. Well done. I mean, that is so good. It really is so good.
He stayed away from trouble the whole day, which is what he needed to do. Still daunting. We face a bunker like that with a long iron, with a couple of holes to go the Open Championship.
Fleetwood from 190. Well done, because his mind must be reeling after that triple bogey on 17. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, heads down, smile has gone. Same for his caddy and friend Ian Finnis.
That's it, Matt.
Sunk in the sands behind the 17th hole. The new hole here at Royal Liverpool. And that's where we head.
A massive crowd favourite, Jon Rahm. Just a chippy little wedge, nothing much, 132 today.
Finds the back left part of the green on 17, Jon Rahm.
And to Jason Day at the closing par 5.
Absolutely smoked it. Not too much run out there now, is there? Ball's running a foot. Ooh, Straka had to dig it out of that right-hand rough for 3. This is going to be his 4th from 104 yards.
He sits in 2nd position at the moment. He's got 104 yards. Needs to get up and down to stay 2nd.
it comes down just a couple short of that, I'm going to skip forward.
There's a lot down the line here, not just financially, but also in terms of ranking and possible Ryder Cups.
About that one, 15, 50, yeah. Perfect.
And it's not a very complicated shot if you take away the situation he's in. Come on, Sepp, get it in close.
That's a good-looking swing, isn't it? But he's come up a little shy. Can he hold one more?
It's been a sorry finish. You have to feel for Tommy Fleetwood, don't you? Came here with such high hopes. Not quite as local as Matthew Jordan, but from not too far away. Huge support out there this week for Tommy Fleetwood, and he's tried his heart out, as he always does.
Yeah, major disappointment for him. You know, he finishes par, which you would expect. It's going to be 6 under par and in a tie for 5th. Currently 12th, but you know what? Roll one in here, then it'll ease the pain at least.
From the 18th across to number 16, where we find Brian Harman.
Who's 5 ahead. Sitting about 30 feet from the hole. Into using the club that he's probably used the best this week out of his bag.
Left-handers having ever won major championships in the men's game. Could he be the 5th? It's looking that way. Just tickle it up close. Thank you very much. That will do rather nicely.
Two holes to go, 5 shots ahead. Could be 6 in a moment. Sepp struck up with work to do for his par here at 18. It is going to be a slightly disappointing finish to what was otherwise a very good day for the Austrian. Rahm from the back of 17, down the slope.
It's coming in nicely, just slips by. It's going to be a par. Jon Rahm on 17. Staying at 6 under.
Just hasn't happened for him today, has it? To 18. Fleetwood for the birdie. Oh, Tommy, you little beauty. I know it won't take all the pain away. Arm around the shoulder from Ian Finnis. But he'll look back on this in years to come and still think, well, that was a very, very good Open.
We are going to be back in this part of the world at Royal Birkdale in 3 years' time for the Open.
Well, they both know they couldn't have tried harder.
Striker for the bogey. So he's back alongside Tom Kidd and Jason Day, who's still got this 18th to play, and a share of second place now. But it's his best major finish, and having missed the cut at St Andrews last year in the Open on debut, he's come close.
So, Brian, it's Wednesday afternoon, the day before the Open. How would you like to have a 6-shot lead with 2 holes to go? I think I might take that.
So will I, but still have 2 holes to go. You know, he'll be taking this next shot very seriously. 17 has been very treacherous.
We saw it 10 minutes ago, didn't we?
Exactly,
with
Tony.
Jamie, dead centre of the green, eh?
That'll do you, Tony. 132. We've not had the disasters on this hole that we were thinking. Well, probably because there's been no wind at the weekend, actually. There's nothing out here now. So, yeah, he'll just be trying to pitch it in the middle of the green. Deep bunker awaits to the right of this green. I think he'll be playing away from that. The miss is left, but I think we might have a champion's finish here. Just no breeze, just a little bit behind him. That last hole's going to play miles. Just a wedge for Harmon.
Nerves of steel. What a goal shot. All the pre-tournament talk about this hole and how scared everybody was of it. And look what he produces.
The first half of smile today from Brian Harman. He knows that was an important shot that he had to nail.
Yeah, well, we saw what just happened to Tommy Fleetwood.
Now Young.
Just hold up for us, please.
Just finding somewhere slightly better to tee it up from. The crowds are still here, packed in the stands with the brollies up. Hardy bunch. They've loved every second of it this week here at Royal Liverpool. Just a wedge for Young.
That was close, wasn't it?
How close did you want it?
What a shot. Day on 18. Out the left-hand rough. Would have liked this on the fairway for control. Smart. Absolutely smart. Couldn't go at that flag. You come up short, you're in trouble. Long, you're in trouble. Yeah, that frustration is because he wasn't on the fairway.
Back to the tee, John Rahm.
Playing his trademark left to right. And that 18 looks like it's playing long. And this last afternoon.
Well, there is a smile there. That's nice to see, isn't it, from Tommy Fleetwood. He's a level-headed guy and he'll get things into perspective pretty quickly.
Wife Claire escorting him into the scorer's hut. Ah, well. Still been an excellent week.
Well, they were two beauties, weren't they? On their 17th hole. Lovely way to finish for these two fine players, and our champion-elect must have been a little bit worried. Got the spin it needed. There'll be a lot of people copying this putting stroke at the end of this week. It's rock solid. It's been impressive stuff, lads.
Hasn't it just, Jamie? Hasn't it just?
He's just not been flustered, Tony, has he, either? He's made a few mistakes, but he's come right back.
At no point has he looked like he was a bit panicky. And I tell you what, he's going to get the job done, and man, is he going to deserve it.
Well, it's another little left to righter, which the left-handers is perfect down the green here. You'll see it all the way.
Another hole, chalked off, one to come.
Leader by 6.
It's amazing, isn't it? Shot and a half better per round than anyone else in the field at this level.
So up to the 18th. And Jason Day with an important putt. He has got this to jump above Tom Kim and Sepp Straka and claim second place on his own here at the Open. And it hasn't been great to see him back as well. Back in the winner's circle on the PGA Tour. He seems to be healthy again after all the back problems. The vertigo.
Really wanted that to get into second on his own, didn't he? Had a go at it.
Cameron Young for birdie on 17 to move to 5.
How many putts has he missed out there today, Cameron Young? Unbelievable. He's a good putter as well. Well, it's a pretty short walk over to the 18th tee for our champion-elect.
He's got about 10 gloves hanging under it. Look at the gloves hanging under that umbrella.
So the return putt for Jason Day at the last. Nicely done. So, like Straka, he finishes the week with a round of 69. And he finishes alongside the Austrian and South Korea's Tom Kim in a share of second place, which is his best ever Open finish. back through the rain to the 18th tee. Just a couple more good shots now, really, isn't it? Stay away from the out of bounds.
.609 out of bounds, right. Plenty of room left. Well, what a week. What a great golf course Royal Liverpool has been. And what a great champion-elect we have here. He's played brilliant golf. Couple more shots for Harmon, and it's his. He can get his hands on it. What a feeling. Still has to concentrate.
Solid as a rock.
Final tee shot for Young.
Back to Bussy!
That was definitely out of the screws. That's a long, long drive. You know what he's thinking, Dom?
Go on.
He's thinking, if I can make 10 or better on this hole, I'm going to get the claret jug.
Oh, stop it.
Oh, man, it's been a great watch. Rahm.
152. Can he find one last birdie? Yeah, that's solid. That's a good shot from John Rahm.
Even for the day, I think after his round yesterday, he was expecting, we were expecting another low one from John Rahm, but it just hasn't come together.
Now a couple of birdies, a couple of drop shots as well for the Spaniard. So desperate to win this championship and follow in the footsteps of the late great Severiano Ballesteros.
Matthew Jordan's jumped into the top 10 for an exemption next year.
Now remember his round here yesterday, we all will, won't we? That wonderful 63 to give himself a chance.
I wonder how many major wins are in store for that man. Fabulous golfer.
Into the yardage book, all business.
Just trying to keep the heart rate under control, stay calm. Do what you've been doing for 2 days.
Yep.
One more good shot, and then he can start to relax, can't he? Which sounds odd when you're 6 shots clear heading down the final hole, but it's just those white posts down the right. Up to the green, and Rahm.
He's got this putt to finish in a tight for second, Jon Rahm, which would be a little consolation with the round that he posted yesterday of 63.
What a lovely way to finish for Rahm. A birdie at the last. It's a round of 70. And a share of second place here at Hoylake. Right, back down this hole, and Harmon out with an iron.
Well, I think he's done the smart thing here. He went actually short left and didn't even bring that out of bounds right in play. This is extremely smart. Just taking every little bit of pressure off his shoulders.
And maybe now he can start to enjoy the walk.
It's been like watching a chess master, hasn't it, the last 2 days, how he's worked his way around there. Hovland hasn't had the greatest day. All the way back to 2 under. Make that 3.
Yeah, good back 9, isn't it? Three under par is just outside the top 10. Further evidence, though, that Victor Hovland can challenge on the links setup, as he did last year.
Just playing so long, this hole, even the longest hitters can't think about challenging it. The rain and a bit of breeze.
Well, sometimes you just have to sit back and admire, don't you? He's taken a lot of the drama out of it, Brian Harmon, and his name is being etched into history. There it is, there's the prize. And to stand along some of the other champions who've been crowned here at Hoylake. There's the latest 2, McIlroy and Tiger Woods, but the great Bobby Jones and others. It has always been regarded as a great test of golf here at Royal Liverpool, and he has been up to the challenge and more.
And even now, Dom, he's not letting himself get ahead of himself. You know, the galleries were cheering him up, the sides of the fairway, utter focus. Knock this on the green and then enjoy the walk. 20 or 30 feet right of the flag. Try and get it pin high. Oh. No. I didn't want to miss it left, but oh, it's okay. It's okay.
Well, he's got a bit of wriggle room, Tony.
Quite a lot. Decent lie. You do want to finish with a par, especially when you've put on a performance like this, but if you did finish with a 6, Tom, in years to come, nobody's going to remember. They're going to see your name on the claret jug, and that's all that matters.
Young from 129.
Start walking.
Expect this to be pretty. And it is.
Well, let's hope he gets a lovely reception here, because he certainly deserves it.
That's the best walk-in golf right there.
They are rising to their feet around the 18th. They know what a terrific performance this has been from Brian Harmon.
Come on, just show us one more time the skills you've displayed all week, Brian.
Great shot from Harmon. Giving it just in line there. Celebrating a little bit with his caddy already. Now you can really, really breathe.
Well, it hasn't quite worked out, has it, for Cameron Young? My word, he's been unlucky on the greens. So fingers crossed he can hold this one at the last. And he can. Second last year at St Andrews. It is a top 10 finish here at Royal Liverpool for Cameron Young. He steps aside. And hopefully the final putt today for Brian Harmon. course he did. Lovely scenes of celebration. He has displayed great skills and great courage out there, remember. Handling the pressure of leading the Open for 36 holes, of fending off some of the world's best players, and of these weather conditions as well. And Brian Harmon of the United States is the champion golfer of the year. Six shots, the margin of victory. You don't often see that, do you? And what a way to get back in the winner's circle after 6 years outside.
Shown fabulous decorum too, hasn't he? The whole way through. Just did wonderful. I wonder if his caddy Scott Tway, Bob Tway's brother's going to say to Bob, "You're not the only one in this family with a major under your belt."
Well, they've been together about a decade or so. There's certainly going to be some celebration. He is just sort of trying to take it all in now, isn't he? It will take perhaps a little while to process.
You know when you realise it, when you wake up tomorrow morning. You know, it's all the buzz now and the press and the media. And you wake up in the morning and you think, I've done it.
Yeah, the emotion sinks in, you can see it.
Maybe better late than never.
Nice one. It might be tough, but when you win something this big, it resonates with all of us golfers and sportsmen in general.
Well, the foundations were laid, weren't they, over the first couple of days, especially that second round. 65 with the 4 birdies early on, the eagle to finish, no drop shots. But as I say, to handle it all over the weekend, with the likes of McIlroy and Fleetwood and John Rahm and Jason Day and others chasing you down, and to finish it the way he's finished it, to keep them all at bay, another early wobble, another recovery. Quite remarkable.
Great job, Harmon. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it. Great job. Thank you. Thank you.
It's wonderful to see a lifelong dream come to fruition, isn't it? On this side of the pond, we knew his name, we knew he was a good golfer, but I don't think we really appreciated how good he could be, because this has been sensational this week. It really has.
Zach Johnson, America's Ryder Cup captain, in to offer his congratulations.
Appreciate it, buddy. It's love to be here. Thank you.
He's not letting go of that putter in a hurry, I can tell you.
Would you?
No. Nico, his resilience was fantastic, wasn't it? You know, he came out the blocks really poorly yesterday, and we thought, oh, here we go. It was down to 2 or 3 shots, and we thought, it started to happen, and then he just surged ahead. Same again today. Surged ahead.
He's been incredible. He's been incredible. Convincing winner in every aspect of the game, in tough conditions today. And I think we can whole tip our hat off to Brian Harmon for the way that he has maneuvered himself throughout the week on this very challenging golf course. And left everybody behind him a long way.
He just never really let them get close enough, did he? I think the lead at one stage was down to 2 yesterday, but he very quickly got back in front by more than that. I think they got within about 4 shots today.
Yeah, every time he's made a mistake, he's come back, he's made birdies, he's made long putts.
I mean, his putting is just remarkable, isn't it? It's a great weapon to have, isn't it?
We may have a new boss of the moss. Whatever angle you look at that from, it's equally impressive.
So Harmon closed out in the end with a round of 70. How well did he do to shoot under par out there in those conditions? And with the lead, with all the pressure that goes with that, trying to win his first major title, his first Open. And he's done just that by a whopping 6 shots. 4 players in the end tied for second place, including Rahm, who shot that 63 yesterday. Rory McIlroy had to settle in the end for a share of 6th place. And Cameron Young, who played alongside Harmon in the final pairing, slipped back after a closing 73. Good step forward today from Max Homa. And just a wonderful week for Matthew Jordan, wasn't it? The 2 Englishmen, the 2 local men side by side, Jordan and Fleetwood. The 2016 champion golfer Henrik Stenson finishing off nicely with a round in the 60s. Hideki Matsuyama, the Masters champion of 2 years ago, also under par on the final day. Well done to Alex Fitzpatrick, who has finished a little higher on the leaderboard than his brother Matt. Louis Oosthuizen, the man who won at St Andrews in 2010, and Jordan Spieth, another champion golfer on that leaderboard. Cameron Smith, the man who won with that stunning back 9 over the old course at St Andrews last year. There is Matt Fitzpatrick. A slightly disappointing 75 on Sunday for him. Well done to Michael Stewart, one of the qualifiers in the field, made it through to the weekend. Perhaps he'll take that bit of confidence back to the Challenge Tour. Zach Johnson, the 2015 champion and America's Ryder Cup captain, closed out with a 74. Broderick Harrington, a 2-time champion golfer, and this year's PGA champion alongside him at 8 over. Well, Brian Harmon's going to get the gold medal in the claret jug. Christo Lamprecht, the amateur champion, is going to collect the silver medal, the only amateur to make it through to the weekend.
Yes, Brian, we're watching you. And I think this all got kicked off for him when he eagled 18 on day 2 for that 65. I think suddenly it was, wow, I'm comfortably in front and I deserve to be here.
I think another big part of all this is that you've had Brian Harman coming with a 5-shot lead on Saturday, keeps playing in the par. Same thing today, keeps playing in the par, was running through numbers. He's made 6 bogeys the whole week. I think that if you asked the majority of the players this week when they were doing their practice rounds, do you think there's somebody who will make 6 bogeys this week? Nobody would have believed you.
No chance, Nico. Not with all of these pot bunkers.
I mean, imagine how much skill does that take. You hit a driver here, a driver there. I mean, you easily bring doubles and triples into play. He's made 6 bogeys the whole week.
Well, they are gathering down on the 18th green for the official prize presentation ceremony. There's the CEO of the R&A, Martin Slumbers, claret jug in hand. It's been another wonderful championship. I'm sure many of you will understand how much organisation, how many people are involved in staging a championship like this. All the volunteers out there. And the final major of the year, of course, now. Well, Harmon's on his way.
I left my sheet. Right.
He won't mind the rain at all, will he?
I don't think he's felt the rain the whole day, actually.
On come various members of the R&A. The links manager here, James Bledge, what a job he and his team have done. The chairman and captain of Royal Liverpool Golf Club are down there as well. All awaiting Brian Harmon's arrival.
They run a fabulous championship, don't they, Dom? And it's the small things. You know, I was watching a video the other day. They have a biodiversity advisor that comes in 2 years beforehand. They start having a look at the course and where the paths are going to be and where should we clear out stuff so that the skylarks and the birds don't nest where the crowds are going to be. They take care of the wildlife, the plant life. Just so much that goes into it that we never ever see. What a dream this is. What a dream.
And if you had any doubts over the weekend, he hit them pretty well, didn't he? There's Christo Lamprecht behind the champion golfer of the year. And they are about to receive their prizes. So let us hand you down to David Meacher, who is chair of the R&A Championships Committee.
Good evening, everyone. I'm David Meacher, and I'm chairman of the R&A's Open Championship Committee. What a fantastic week we've had here at Royal Liverpool for the 151st Open. The atmosphere has been incredible, and that's down to all of you, the fans, here in record numbers at Royal Liverpool, and enthusiastic despite the weather. You and the local community have done the Wirral and Liverpool City region proud. This championship is a result of the hard work of a great number of people, including more than 7,500 volunteers. Our thanks go to each and every one of those. Hoylake, what a magnificent golf links. The presentation of the course has been extraordinary, and I would like to congratulate James Bledge and all his team for their expertise and dedicated hard work. I would like to thank Rob McBurney, Chairman of the Royal Liverpool Championship Committee, and all at the club. We honestly could not have been made more welcome. And to our patrons and sponsors who are so loyal to the Open, our sincere thanks for the tremendous contribution you make every year to the success of this championship. And we are also grateful for the support we receive from all the multi-agencies involved. And finally, to you, the players, what phenomenal golf we have seen. You have given us such excitement and enjoyment. And from all of us, I say thank you. I will now hand over to Martin Slumbers, Chief Executive of the R&A, to announce the results. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Ladies and gentlemen, the leading amateur and winner of the silver medal, Christo Lamprecht. And with a score of 271, the winner of the gold medal and the champion golfer of the year is Brian Harmon. Brian, you want to come here? Nice.
Thank you so much.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that'll work.
Would you like an umbrella?
Huh? Nah, no thanks. I got an umbrella. I've had an umbrella all day. I got to thank my wife, my family back home. I sure miss them. I can't wait to get back to them tomorrow. First, I'm going to have me a couple pints out of this here trophy, I believe. This golf course was a real test. It was set up so great, even with the weather. So to all the superintendent and everyone that helped put it together, thank you so much. The greens were perfect. Golf course was excellent. Thank you. And lastly, I want to thank the R&A for putting together such an incredible championship. I couldn't be happier to be its champion. And to all the fans, to all the nice words, and all the people back home who were rooting me on, I appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that ends the presentation ceremony, and we look forward to seeing you all again at Royal Troon next year for the 152nd Open. Now please stay to greet your champion as he celebrates with you all. Thank you.
The champion with his spoils of victory. These are the pictures you are going to see either on social media or in your morning newspaper. And as he wanders over there, he is standing alongside Sarah Sturck. Who's going to talk to the champion golfer of the year. The one who's won by a whopping 6 shots here at Royal Liverpool. Brian Harman. Apologies for that. 1 or 2 technical problems. This, the winning moment, though. The moment to savour for Brian Harman for the rest of his life. And he won't mind watching that over and over and over again. The man from Savannah, Georgia, is taking the claret jug home. Well, what a final day it's been. And what a finish for Matthew Jordan, the Royal Liverpool member, with a birdie at the last. Declaring what has turned out to be a top 10 finish at the Open. He'll be back next year at Royal Troon. Rory McIlroy, a bit like yesterday, got it going early. This for birdie at 3. A couple more would follow. And McIlroy closing out the week with a round of 68 to lie at 6 under in a share as 6th place. Ahead of him, Tom Kim, who equalled the low round of the day, a 67, that after a bogey start. Meanwhile, to the 2015 PGA champion, Jason Day of Australia, the highlight of his round, a chip-in birdie at the 9th. Day at 7 under alongside Austria's Seb Straka. Don't see any better than that today at the 16th. He would birdie there, drop a shot at last for a closing 69. Jon Rahm after the 63 yesterday just couldn't quite get it going, but this was a beauty. Into the par 3, 13th. Three birdies, 2 bogeys today for Rahm, but our champion Brian Harmon, well, a bit like yesterday, he was 2 over early on, but he recovered beautifully. Birdie at 6. Another chance at 7. So back to level par and keeping the chasing pack at bay. He dropped a shot at 13, but a little bit like the drop shot at 5, he bounced straight back with that tram liner. And then onto the par 5, 15th. Eyes going up and down and up and down. And another birdie there. Pars would follow at 16 and 17 in the greenside bunker. At the 18th, he would leave himself that one for a closing par. And as he has done all week, he stroked it home. And writes his own chapter of Open history. Not too many people win major championships by a margin of 6 shots, and that's exactly what Brian Harmon has done here at Hoylake. A superb win. What a lovely week. Good atmosphere here this week at Royal Liverpool. I think David Meacher alluded to that with the fans. 260,000 fans registered for tickets for the 151st Open at Royal Liverpool. The recent run of Scotty Scheffler, all those top 12 finishes, has come to an end here at Royal Liverpool. Just didn't quite get to grips, did he, with the challenge out there this week. Certainly, like many others, like Jordan Spieth, didn't hold enough putts. The US Open champion has finished just outside the top 30. Wyndham Clark, along with the defending champion Cameron Smith, and a former Masters winner in Patrick Reed. Who struggled out there in these brutal final round conditions. Bryson DeChambeau couldn't really get it going, could he? Padraig Harrington, who won at Carnoustie in 2007 and Royal Birkdale the following year. Towards the back of the field, runner-up last week on home soil. Robert McIntyre through to the weekend, but not really able to push forward, and well done to Christo Lamprecht. The R&A are coming up with a new tournament, aren't they? The African Amateur Championship, that'll be played down at wonderful Leopard Creek early next year. Another opportunity for some of the game's best young players to emerge. Rain continues to fall here, but it will not dampen the spirits of our champion golfer Brian Harmon. Rock solid in the end. to earn his first major title. He is the champion golfer of the year. He'll be back at Troon next year with that claret jug. In the meantime, he can enjoy the celebrations.